All right, it has been some time in the works, but now today we have part two of this massive, at this point, 20-hour plus course on advanced Web3 security topics. And so in this second part of the course, we're going to pick up from where we left off with perpetuals. We're going to continue to dive deeper into perpetuals, and we're going to start to translate that perpetuals knowledge into real auditing skills. And then, of course, we're going to cover everything there is from AMMs to Oracle manipulation to rounding errors and much more. And of course, just like last time, you can access all of the necessary resources and especially the course hub down in the description below. And that's where you can get the related missions and side quests that come along with this part two of the course. And just like with part one, go ahead and post a message in the Solidity Lab Discord where we have some channels for the free gateway course so that you can pair up with others or just ask questions in the community about, things that come up as you're going through the course. All right, now with that out of the way, of course, my name is Owen, and over a year and a half ago, about 2 years ago at this point, I founded Guardian Audits, and ever since then we've uncovered easily over 100 different critical and high vulnerabilities. And at this point, I've spent easily over 2,000 hours auditing smart contracts. And my goal with everything that I put out, and especially this 20-hour course here, is to translate all of that knowledge and everything that I've learned and give it to you so that you can ultimately become a much better smart contract security researcher, blockchain engineer, anything that you're looking to be in a fraction of the time. And of course, if you're looking to take it a step further and you want hands-on training to actually become a senior security researcher as fast as possible, then you can go in the description below and you can get my 6-step plan to basically figure out, okay, how can we get you to a senior auditor in 6 months? And you can submit an application to join the next available gateway cohort. All right, but with that out of the way, let's dive into part two. All right, we are back in the Gateway Course Hub here, and we can see that part two has been added. So first of all, of course, you'll see part two right here once we get it uploaded and edited and everything like that. And we'll go over the roadmap here for part two, everything we're about to dive into in just a second. Now, of course, mission number 3 is here. It's time for an audit. Now, first of all, just a quick note on mission number 3. You're actually going to be diving in and auditing another team's code base. But of course, if you're having trouble finding another code base to audit or something like this, you can actually go ahead and audit my implementation of missions 1 and 2, and you'll actually get to see, if you missed stuff or if there was stuff that you found that we didn't. When we actually go ahead and we're going to mob audit, and we'll see what mob auditing is later on in part 2, we're going to actually do a mob audit, and we're going to actually uncover a few interesting things that were bugs in my implementation. So if you can, then go ahead and find some other folks to team up with and complete mission 3 on their code base. If you can't, then go ahead and audit my code base. All right, fantastic. And beyond mission 3, we also have side quest 2 here, which has to do with upgradeability patterns, and we'll get into exactly when you should attempt to start to go through side quest 2 here in a few minutes. But of course, beyond that, the full timestamps and the breakdown of all the different chapters here will be populated in this table down there for ease of access. Now, let's quickly go over the roadmap. So we've got part 2 up here. First of all, we're going to get things kicked off here in just a minute with an overview of mission number 3 and an intro to basically what we're going to be doing with our perps security review. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and we really want to build out our findings toolbox, right? Now, of course, you can have an approach of as an auditor, and that's a completely different thing, but we need to have your toolbox. Every auditor needs to have a toolbox of some basic important vulnerabilities. So we're going to deep dive into some critical vulnerabilities that you need to know about. You need to know what they look like and stuff like this. And then of course, rounding issues is a whole nother thing of how these vulnerabilities can come up and what they look like, et cetera, et cetera. All right, and then after that, we're going to actually dive deep into Ethereum cryptography, and we're going to leverage that basically to really understand signature malleability and these signature related attacks on a deep level. And then after we go ahead and do that, we're going to get into upgradeability, and this is where we will introduce side quest number 2 that we just saw. So first of all, I recommend before you go ahead and attempt side quest 2, you go ahead and watch the upgrade patterns guide, and then you should complete side quest 2 after you watch this, but before you watch the Upgradeability Vulnerabilities Masterclass, because in this video here, we're going to go over the answers to side quest number 2. So I would complete side quest number 2 before going into the second part here. Okay, great. And then we're going to dive into student code walks. So the students completed mission number 3. They reviewed other implementations of perpetuals. And so we're going to see a couple code walks where people walk through the code base and explain the vulnerabilities that they found. And so you'll get to see what do some common vulnerabilities look like. Maybe you had the same in your own implementations of mission 1 and mission 2. And you also get to see some other implementations of mission 1 and 2 just from watching those code walks. And again, I think if you're able to find another team to basically do one of these code walks with, I do think that code walks are especially useful for getting a really deep understanding of the code base, getting better at communicating a code base, getting better at communicating findings, and then also getting better at just being a reviewer in general if you're the one being a reviewer in the code walk. Okay, and then after that, we're going to jump into some advanced attacks here. So we're going to have a look at the ERC 4626 inflation attack, and then we're going to have a look at the Open Zeppelin solution that they have basically implemented to mitigate this issue. And then we're going to deep dive into everything there is to know about AMMs. AMMs are a core DeFi archetype, and we want to understand them at a deep level. So first of all, we're going to just understand basic AMMs, the AMM math, stuff like this, and then we're going to dive into Uniswap v3, understand what was this implementation of concentrated liquidity, what does that look like, and really deep dive there. And then we're going to have a look at Oracle manipulation. So probably the most common attack in all of DeFi. Let's understand exactly what it is and how we can point it out in the future. All right, and then finally here we're going to actually get into mob auditing, which I mentioned earlier, and we're actually going to mob audit my implementation of missions 1 and 2. So ideally, if that's the code base that you're auditing, you should have completed mission number 3 before watching this mob auditing session. Otherwise, you'll spoil some stuff for you. And so we will get to see what exactly mob auditing is and how it works in that session there. And then we're going to move on to some advanced sort of verification testing methods. And so of course, we talked a little bit about fuzzing in part 1, but now we're going to deep dive into fuzzing and see hands-on how we can actually go and uncover niche vulnerabilities in a real code base and what this will actually look like. And then we're going to actually do a full intro to formal verification, which is even more powerful than fuzzing. And then, of course, to wrap everything off, we're going to go ahead and we're going to have a session for approaching the marketplace. Everything that I would recommend myself to do if I was just starting out in today's landscape, exactly how I would approach it, the step-by-step process I would take for the next 6 months to a year and beyond, and even basically give you some alpha on what I've seen that's helped us, how we like to run our audits, etc., etc. And then after that, you are completely done with the Gateway course, and you have everything you need to get started and dive into contests and hopefully start finding some vulnerabilities. All right, but without further ado, let us get started off with this perps security review and intro to mission number 3. All right, great. So I've got mission 3 pulled up here. Let me know if you guys can't see this. But in the motivation, so now we've we've got our perpetuals exchange, and presumably we're ready for launch, right? But of course, we want to get an audit. So in mission 3, we are essentially going to be giving our protocol to another team and receiving a protocol from another team. And we're going to conduct an audit in your pairs on this code base. So you guys are going to use, obviously, everything that you guys have learned while you implemented this exact same thing. You're going to go and now you're going to look at somebody else's implementation, and we're going to perform a full audit on their implementation. So the completion date for this is next Monday, and here are the goals and deliverables for mission 3, and we'll go more in detail on each of these in just a minute. So you're going to receive a repo that contains another team's perpetuals. So I'm not going to give that team access to your personal repo. I'm going to create another repo that just holds your finalized mission 2 submission, and we're going to give that to the team that receives your protocol. And so what you're going to do for this mission is we need a name for your audit firm. So what do you want to call your audit firm, which is you and your partner? And we're going to compile a full audit report. We'll see we have a markdown file for you guys to use for that later on down below. We're going to have, obviously, all the findings that we uncover, appropriate remediations, and we're going to have an enumeration of at least 3 protocol core invariants which were fuzz tested and identified during the course of the review. So along with this, you guys are going to submit a fuzzing suite that basically just has these 3 different fuzz tests to verify these 3 invariants that you identified that are critical to the system. Then, of course, if you have high and critical findings, those should generally, as applicable, they should have POCs for them to demonstrate this is the extent of the issue, and then also really just to confirm your understanding of, yes, this is indeed an issue. Another thing we're going to be doing is pushing out the code base coverage to 100%. So as we discussed, code base coverage is good, it's great, but of course it's not everything. So obviously that is in combination with integration testing and a fuzzing suite, which we'll cover a little bit more on in just a minute. And then finally, we're going to compile a collection of finding heuristics based on the findings you uncovered during your review. So we'll hit on this a little bit more, but basically we want to, it's almost like looking back at the audit and taking notes and saying, if I were to look at a code base in the future now, based on what we found in this audit, how can I extract the learnings from the findings that we found in this review and put them into an artifact in such a way that we could reuse this and apply this to a new code base? For example, if I uncover an issue with decimals or something like this, what's a process or almost like a reminder that I can go through and say, hey, did you check for this? Did you look at this? That would allow me to uncover this same vulnerability class in a different code base. And so this way we're going to be building up, basically a knowledge base of, as if you could ideally just completely automate the audit process by just having a ton of these heuristics, that would be extremely valuable for each of you as you continue to go through audits in the future. And of course, this will also just help you think a little bit more deeply about trying to generalize the types of findings that you get, and then hopefully being able to learn from the findings that you uncover and see, okay, now that's a finding class. Now I know exactly what this looks like. Now when I'm doing reviews in the future, this will sort of stand out. All right, great. So let's go over some of the initial details here, and then we can get any questions answered. So for the actual review, of course, take whichever auditing process you has worked for you. I mean, everybody's a little bit different in the way that they like to work. I'm just sharing here some things that I like to do when I audit. And then, of course, we have a resource here that goes a lot more in depth on that. And then also, I have yet to add a threads channel in your team directories. So this will be a channel. I can actually show you guys what one of these looks like. If we go here, this is a threads channel for a review that we are just finishing up today. So what this will look like is you guys will have one of these. When you think you've got an issue, for example, Danny G from NYC has put up an issue here. It's got line number, description, recommendation, and then you can have a discussion with your teammate to discern, okay, is this an issue? Is this not an issue? In which case we exit out, and we can discuss specifically what that issue is in that thread. So this is just something that I've found really useful for organizing an audit, when there's multiple people involved. So you guys will have one of these. And then of course we've got definitions for critical, high, medium, and low. And of course, if you're not sure about what specific ranking a finding should have, just throw up the ranking that you think is most accurate, and then as a part of the feedback for your audit, we'll say things that we might have ranked differently and things like this. And then of course also here's just a thread that I wrote that I think could be useful for when you're approaching an audit. And you might find this auditing brain useful. So this is a collection. I still have to set aside some time to really build it out, but this is just a collection of like these heuristics, right? That we talk about going back and documenting. So like external call DOFs or like weird ERC20s or things, just like a checklist of things to check for, just like weird edge cases or things that can arise. So that covers everything on just the review process. For POCs, you're going to place POCs that you write under a test / whatever you name your audit firm / POCs directory, and then you just give each POC a file name corresponding to the ID of the particular finding that you choose in the report.
So each POC should be in a separate file?
Yeah, in its own file. So you can just have whatever setup logic is necessary. It could be like in a base class, like a base POC class or something like this, and then you can just inherit from that in each of these different POCs. And then I think POCs are a little bit self-explanatory, but of course if we have questions on POCs, we can go more in depth on those. But basically the long and short of it is POCs should just demonstrate the plausibility of the scenario occurring, what needs to happen. You should try to emphasize how likely this scenario is to come up in the comments and things like this. And you should just try to make the scenario as plausible as possible. And then also, what's the magnitude of damage caused by the scenario, right? If I can drain the entire contract, then we show you draining the entire contract, and then that's a pretty obvious critical. All right, moving on to the test suite. It'll be under the test / your firm name directory. Unit tests that you might need to write will go under the unit directory, and then integration tests for like interesting scenarios can go under the integration directory. And depending on the code base that you get, it might have 20% code coverage, or it might have 90% code coverage. It might already have 100% code coverage, and then your job is done. But so it will be sort of on you to just scope out what files, what functions are not currently covered well, and then go ahead and implement the test cases for those. And this is, a process that we go through when we're doing an audit. We see, okay, what if they not tested well? Well, we probably want to look into that because that's going to be the highest chance of vulnerabilities arising there. And you can measure this with forge coverage, or maybe you want to use some other fancy coverage tool. So that really covers everything on, just writing tests. And then we're going to compile a fuzzing suite. So, and then I think what we'll do is we'll put this will go under, yeah, that's what we'll do. So we'll just put it in that directory. You can put, the files that are just related to your fuzzing suite in there. And so you're tasked with basically, in this code base, identifying 3 core protocol invariants that you think are important to validate in the system. And here are some pointers that might be helpful for choosing invariants. So there are a few different ways you could think of invariants. You can think of what bad things can happen. Why would these bad things happen? What state would be a prerequisite for these bad things to happen? Okay, well, we should probably not allow that state to occur. You could think of what is a very clear indicator that something bad is happening. For example, like, okay, well, a contract, the system should never attempt to transfer out more tokens than is in its balance. There should be a clear failure case. That can be an invariant just like that. And then you might also notice as you're going through things, here are some core assumptions that I'm noticing that the system makes. Those core assumptions should always hold. So there's just a few ways to help thinking about invariants as you go. And then you might also modify the amount of runs just to make it, I forget, the base runs might be like 256 or something like this, but that's not really that much. So modify it to whatever number you feel is appropriate for the invariants that you've written. Some extra documentation on fuzzing with Foundry there. And finally, the heuristics. So during your review, you're going to have, a number of findings, hopefully a lot, depending on how these code bases turn out. We're hoping for a lot of findings. And so what you'll do is after you've uncovered all these findings, compiled the report, look back and sort of attempt to crystallize what are the more generalizable learnings from each of these findings. And essentially you're just going to be creating entries for the auditing brain, right? So you have basically just different things like this with, a system or questions you need to ask yourself. Of course, I wish I had dedicated more time to building this out over the past, 2 years of doing audits. I think it would be way more valuable than it is right now, but I think definitely writing stuff down when I notice it and it's something new to me, it's been really helpful, not only for me to be able to remember it and come back to it, but also, when you're trying to build out a team of people, how can I replicate the knowledge across everybody? How can everybody share in the knowledge and then make each other like quadratically more effective? So yeah, I think this is a really powerful thing that, you might not see the immediate effects of it, but over the span of a year, if you did this and contributed to your own personal auditing brain for a year, you're going to see it become something extremely valuable. 5 findings. Hopefully we have enough findings to do this with a non-trivial amount of findings. But basically what we'll compile is, what's a description of what this type of finding looks like? What questions would you ask yourself to be able to uncover this in a system? So maybe it applies particularly to a perpetual system. A good type of finding would be insolvent positions, right? So just describing what an insolvent position is, and then asking yourself the question, how can a position become insolvent? And then what happens when a position is insolvent? What are the effects of that? How is that handled? Things like that. usually when you're auditing a perpetuals protocol, those few questions can yield a number of high and critical findings. So then, of course, what steps would you follow to uncover this? So some of these findings will be a lot more mechanical. So they might even be something that could be automated with like a bot racer or something like this. But I personally haven't spent a ton of time trying to write like AST parsing scripts. So this is, I guess, like the first step towards getting stuff like this automated, is just writing it down and saying like, what are the steps that a human would follow to uncover this? So if it has to do with like encode packed, maybe it would be like grep for all instances of encode packed and then look for X, Y, and Z thing or something like this. Then you want to just include maybe an example of the finding class. So whatever finding that you found is a great example for it. And then some relevant tags or something like this. So if it has to do with perpetuals, give it perpetual. If it has to do with reentrancy, denote that it's a reentrancy thing. And all of this can go in heuristics.md, and you can, I'll leave it up to you guys how exactly you want to format each heuristic, but just make sure that it has some semblance of this information included in it. So that is basically everything with mission 3. Do you guys? All right, fantastic. So that is an introduction to what we're doing with mission number 3. And now it's time to get into our important findings deep dive, and then we're going to go ahead and get into rounding issues, why they're so tricky, why they come up so much, and how you can actually go ahead and uncover them yourself in all the reviews that you do. All right, so that means today what we're going to do is, I thought I would share and walk through some of the important findings that we've had in the past at Guardian that I think are really good findings to understand and to be able to apply them to future code bases that you look at. And I think it's one thing to have sort of like a checklist of like, these are the things that I look for, just because I read this thing on Twitter and other people said that you should look for these things. I think that's one thing, but I think like the next level of that is having actual findings that you remember and you understand explicitly how they came about, that, you know, it's sort of a much more memorable way of remembering to check for these things, because you think, oh yeah, I found this in the past, or I've seen this kind of finding come up in this exact scenario. And so you can sort of recognize when that scenario is similar in front of you, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to cover, I think, 9 or 10 really, I think, like fundamental important findings that will give you guys a pretty good like toolbox of things where, you know, you might be able to recognize when things are similar to this in the future. So first of all, the first finding we're going to go is in the Ethernote audit. So this was one of our first audits, actually, over a year ago at this point. So we're going to look at note 1, incorrect fee structure. So what we'll do is, I think I have the code pulled up right here. So I'll have a quick look at this very simple contract, and then we'll read the finding and we'll understand what's going on here. So first of all, this Ethernote contract, this is just supposed to be an NFT that's backed by ETH, basically. And so the important thing here is that you can have a edition that either has native ETH that it's backed by, or it could be backed by wrapped staked ETH. So it's either an ERC20 token or it's actual native tokens. So there's 2 different types of NFTs that exist within this system. And so they've got some like admin functions and stuff like this. But what we're interested in is redeem. So there's this redeem functionality. We check if, you know, if you're improved for the token. And then what you do is when you redeem, I say, I'm going to burn my token ID. So I'm going to burn my NFT. And then I'm going to get the backing Ether out of the contract. And so they're going to call you with that. And so there's two different redeem functions for, depending on what is backing your NFT. So if it's backed by native tokens, we've got redeem ETH. And if it's backed by wrapped staked tokens, then we use redeem wrapped staked ETH. And so this one they'll both take the NFT from you. They'll calculate some sort of redeem fee, subtract your amount by the redeem fee, increment the fees by the redeem fee. We're going to set the balance of this token ID, so the amount that's backing this, to 0. We're going to burn the token ID, say there's one less note NFT in circulation, and then we're going to send you the wrapped staked ETH that is backing this. We're going to do the exact same thing for these notes that are backed by Ether. We're going to burn it, reduce the circulating supply, calculate a fee, take the fee, increment the fee, set it to 0, and then we're going to actually send you native Ether. So this is the real difference here, is that we're sending you native Ether here, and we're sending you the wrapped staked Ether ERC20 here. That's the main difference here. So these fees here are incremented on both of these. And then of course, if we go ahead and look at the fees function to withdraw fees, so the owner can withdraw fees. You'll notice that the owner could also, technically speaking, re-enter this function and call and drain the contract. So there's that. That's something cool. But beyond that, we're just transferring the fees as native tokens to the owner. So, does anybody see an issue with these three different functions here?
Okay, I'm just gonna take a small guess, but redeem WST ETH uses dot transfer instead of safe transfer. Is that one of the issues?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not actually sure if the specific wrapped staked ETH token needed to use safe transfer, but definitely it would be, yeah, that would be a good thing to follow best practices. Yeah, definitely. There's something a little bit more nefarious happening here. And so I'll give you guys a bit of a hint. It has to do with the fact that there's a dichotomy between these two functions, right? This one is for...
What's the word that you used?
A dichotomy, right? So like these two functions they're doing the same thing, but the difference between them is that one of them is the native asset and the other one is an ERC20 asset. And so the difference is reflected in these two transfers. So if we think about the accounting that's going on here, when I redeem a note that is backed by the native token, I'm taking out Ether from the system, right? Because when I minted that token, I put in Ether. And likewise, when I'm redeeming a note that is backed by ERC20 tokens, I'm redeeming the ERC20 tokens because I put in ERC20 tokens, right? And so there's a dichotomy here. It's only reflected in these lines. However, there's a different piece of accounting that's happening here that doesn't account for the difference in the type of token that's here. So if we add a scenario here, let us say, so here's our contract, here's our note contract. and we've got two different balances. There's a balance of wrap staked ETH, and there's a balance of actual ETH. So let's say if I want to, let's say I mint a note that is backed by ETH, and I back it by 1 Ether. So I put 1 Ether in, and I get, some Ether note that is an NFT that says, you have this NFT that is backed by 1 Ether, and you can come back to this contract, and you can redeem it for 1 Ether at any time in the future. So I go ahead and I redeem it. So this is me minting. Now I want to redeem. So I come to this contract, and I take my 1 Ether out when I redeem. But there's a fee, right? So if we look at this, we're going to use the redeem ETH because this is backed by Ether. This redeem fee is going to be calculated based on, okay, whatever my balance is times whatever the redeem fee is divided by their representation of 100%. So that's the amount for the redeem fee, and then we adjust the amount that actually gets sent. So this is the amount that gets sent. The redeem fee gets cut out of that. So let's say the redeem fee is 0.1 Ether. So I get 0.9, and then 0.1 stays in the contract. And then if the owner wants to withdraw this, they're going to come here to the withdraw fees function, and they're going to get, we're using .call, so we're sending native tokens here. So the owner can withdraw this, right? They get the 0.1, and then now the contract balance is down to 0. Let's say that now I want to make a note that's backed by wrapped staked ETH, right? So I want to do the same thing, only with wrapped staked ETH. So I put in 1 wrapped staked ETH, and then at a later point, I come in and I redeem. All right, so does anybody know what happens when I redeem here? What balances are going to change? In this function here.
Fees are also in ETH. So if there is no ETH in balance, it could revert.
Exactly. So the fees here are getting incremented. So what happens is I'll get the 0.9 out, right? So I get the 0.9 in my wrapped staked ETH. That's what gets sent here with the .transfer. And then the fees, so fees get subtracted, so let's assume it's the same fee of 0.1. The fees are subtracted right here. So that's where my amount becomes 0.9. And then this is 0.1. So this is 0.1, and it is sitting in a wrapped staked ETH balance. But remember, in this owner withdraw fees function, right here, we can only send native tokens, and we're treating the fees as if they were entirely native tokens. And so what happens is, in this case, if this is the only fees and there's literally no Ether in the contract, if the owner tries to withdraw fees, it will just revert. But now this gets even worse when you can imagine if there are a ton of notes that were in here. What's going to happen is when the owner withdraws fees, they're going to withdraw all all of those fees in Ether, and then the contract's just going to be left with an excess of wrapped staked ETH that really isn't accounted for. And then some notes are just going to be entirely unbacked when the owner withdraws an amount of Ether that shouldn't have been withdrawn.
So this sounds like a high vulnerability, and the reasons would be, that there's a mismatch in accounting. But is it also the case that there's no way to withdraw the wrapped ETH?
Yeah, so this wrapped ETH is, it's basically locked, right? So you can only withdraw that wrapped ETH if in the form of Ether that's in the contract. And so that wrapped ETH, there's no turning it into Ether. So it's basically just that amount of fees just gets locked, and then whoever decides to come in and mint a note that's backed by Ether, the owner, when they try to withdraw fees, they're going to end up just taking the amount of Ether that is meant to back their note. And then that could end up with people trying to redeem their Ether notes, and there not being enough stuff to back it, and ultimately causing the redeem function to revert, because we're going to be attempting to send amount, but that native token amount isn't actually in the contract.
Wow. So would you say that the root cause of the issue being that they provide two ways of redeeming, but only one way of withdrawing, like a corresponding withdrawal wrapped staked ETH function? Would that solve the issue?
Yeah, exactly. And basically just to have two different fee storage variables to track, this fee is in wrapped staked ETH and this fee is in the native ETH.
So there's no way they had a test where they withdraw staked ETH, right? Seems like trivial. Like they didn't write a single test for a whole function, I guess.
Yeah, well, they either didn't have a test for it entirely, or they had tested it in a scenario where there was backing ETH, but they didn't fully try to have everybody withdraw after that, and then realize that, oh, there's actually at the bottom here, there's a missing amount. But yeah, this is really just a good example of a classic accounting issue. It's just inconsistencies like this where, obviously we're doing the big important thing of transferring different tokens based on what you're backed by. But then if you have some sort of variable that doesn't account for that, that's going to become an issue. And so stuff like this, where token amounts are not represented correctly, this is probably, one of the more simple examples of stuff like this, but there's always some root cause that's similar of an accounting issue to something like this. And so that's just a good example of, especially when you see two different token types being used, usually there's some way that they messed up, especially if there's fee and all this extra stuff. There's some way that they've messed up. And this one, I mean, surprisingly, I think this one took us I think we found this on the second to last day of the engagement, right? So even obvious stuff like this sometimes, if you're not really paying attention, can fly under the radar. All right, let's have a look now at key finance. So actually for key finance, I don't believe we have access. So I think the repo that had the commit that was audited is actually gone now. So we'll just talk a little bit about what the general idea here was and what the root cause of this issue was and how this applies to other systems. It's not really entirely important what their specific implementation was like, because this is more of an abstract issue that applies to a lot of different code bases. Okay, so this one says reward compounds are sandwichable. We'll just read it really quickly and then we'll talk about what we're talking about here. So there exists no fee or lockup period associated with staking to receive a portion of the rewards compounded during the big function name. A malicious actor may simply buy GMX key and stake right before the big function to immediately accrue a portion of the collected rewards that were meant to be attributed to other stakers. The malicious actor can then immediately claim these rewards, unstake, and sell GMX key after the reward compound, therefore stealing rewards from other stakers. So what does this mean? This is actually a pretty common pattern that you'll see, and it's a pretty common issue that comes with this pattern is, let's say there's some amount of value that belongs to people who have put in a stake or deposited into a vault or something like this. And the way that they share in the profits of that vault is that, it's like an ERC 4626, right? Or something like this, where you just own a portion of everything that happens. And then there's some harvest function, or, in this example, the update all rewards for transfer receiver and transfer fee function that comes right here. And if this is a dollar value on the y-axis, it stepwise increases. So when you call the function, it increases the value of the shared pot, and then it stays the same. And obviously this is time on the x-axis here. So what happens is, at this point right here, the stakers, in this example, the stakers got no rewards, but then at this point right here, the stakers had just gotten this delta of rewards. Now, the issue here is that somebody could have been staking from all the way over here, and they could have continued staking until all the way over here, and they would have gotten the same exact rewards as if somebody came in and they staked right here and they unstaked right there. And essentially what you could do is you could just sit in the mempool and wait for this function. So if this is, we'll just call this compound. So you wait until you see this function in the mempool getting called by whoever is doing the compounding. You front run it and you back run it. And you have no actual exposure to the thing that's being staked, but you just basically got the rewards for that. And there's only a certain amount of rewards. So if I get rewards for something, I've stolen rewards from the person who was staking for this entire time. So essentially, if I wanted to do, like really just vampire attack all the rewards, I could deposit a huge amount. So if this guy staked 1 token, I could stake 100 tokens right here, and then unstake my 100 tokens right here. And I would get 100x the amount that he got in rewards. And I literally staked for like a single block or something like this, risk-free. I didn't have to have any exposure to the underlying asset. I could have bought the underlying asset, staked it, and then in the next transaction, gotten the rewards, and then unstaked it in the next transaction, and then sold the asset. So basically what this leads to is nobody who's actually staking, like a normal person, would actually be able to get like any non-trivial amount of fees, because MEVers would just basically MEV all the rewards and just continue to do this because it's like risk-free money. You're just taking the rewards. And so this is a really common idea that I've seen come up in a lot of different systems. So if you see a vault system or anything like this, like for example, in your guys' system, you guys have had to deal with this because what do we have that's similar to this? We have decreased position where people realize P&L. Right, so if I'm a trader and I realize a loss, when a trader realizes a loss, the LPs, they get a boost, right, when the trader realizes a loss. So how do we combat that? Of course, like you guys know, we don't want to have these like stepwise increases. Instead, we account for the P&L of the trader the entire way. So it's just a smooth thing. And then that way, if you do it like this, well, you've done nothing, right? So I think that's a valuable type of finding. Unfortunately, we can't look at the code for that one. But do you guys have any
Owen,
questions?
in the perpetuals example, how would you achieve this smooth line?
Yeah, so you guys have already achieved it. So the way you achieve it is that instead of the value of the market token, or however you're giving people credit for depositing liquidity, the value of their deposit, you just have to factor in the current P&L of the trader. And you guys have done that. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, cool. So that is stake 1. Let's have a look at a DOS attack, and I actually have this report on my desktop here. Okay, cool. So we're looking at DOS dividends here. So this one is just a classic example of an unbounded for loop. It's just a good classic one to go over and understand. So let's see. What we've got here is this distribute dividends function. Now, the first thing that we'll notice when we're looking at this function is there's a for loop, and it loops over the length of the users, which whenever you see this, you should automatically know you've got a DOS finding. So the length of the users, we suspect, just by looking at this function, you could probably suspect that the length of this user's array is, unbounded. You can add as many users to a DeFi protocol as possible, right? You just make it a bunch of addresses. So let's have a look and see what's happening. How do we append to this user's array? So when we mint, what they're going to do is they're going to say, if the balance of the 2 that you're minting to is 0, then push them to this array. So I can just make a ton of addresses and mint one singular way to all these addresses and get them added to the users list. And so we can really cheaply just make this list huge, and then when they attempt to distribute the dividends to all of the users, this is going to loop like 4,000 times, or however many times I want to make it loop. We're going to try to distribute dividends to everybody, but that's not going to work. It's just going to overflow the block gas limit. So obviously we know that this is an issue. This is kind of a basic finding. I think more important to understand is the solution to this type of issue. So a recommendation here is a points per share implementation. So what we want to do, instead of calculating the rewards and like individually adding them to each user here, like explicitly doing that for every single user, and then also having to track the users, we've already implicitly got this, all the information we need is already tracked without, dealing with individual users or anything like this. It's tracked in the total supply. So for any token, we have the total supply. And really what we are trying to achieve with dividends is we're trying to say, for every token in the total supply, right? So every user holds a certain amount of tokens. For every one of their tokens, we want to credit them with a certain dividend amount. That's what's happening. We're getting the amount. So this is the amount that's ultimately being distributed to everybody. And it's multiplied by their balance divided by the total supply. There's some minimum liquidity stuff. We don't need to worry about that. So they're saying I want to give this user an amount corresponding to the share of the total supply that they have. Well, a much better and easier, just more manageable way to do this is to say, okay, so I want to distribute dividends to every single token. Let me just send what's the dividend per token that I want to send. And if I just increase the dividend per token, I've automatically given it to every user who holds total supply, and they can claim exactly the amount that corresponds to the amount of tokens that they have. So what this looks like is when somebody receives their tokens, so you mint it, they get transferred to you, or something like this. That address has a dividend per token that it received these tokens at. Right, so let's say this is 100. So this is saying that 100 tokens have already been paid out before this address received these tokens. So at this point in time, the global dividend per token is 100. So let's say time goes by. We distribute dividends. I want to give people 50, so we're going to do plus 50 dividend per token. So everybody's going to get 50. So my dividend per token was 100, but now the global is 150. So how much dividends am I owed? Dividends equal my balance times dividend per token, dividend minus position dot dividend per token. So we're accessing this 100. So what is this? Let's say my balance is 1, or let's say 10, just make it so interesting. 150 minus 100 equals 10 times 50 equals 500. So you can either do this, and when you call distribute dividends, just update this one singular storage variable that applies to everybody and results in me getting 500, somebody else getting the amount that they should get, all in that one S store. Or you can do this, and you can loop over every single user, and you can calculate, okay, this was your amount. Your amount was 10. That's what I said. Oh, no, the amount. So this is the dividends distributed. Amount was 50. So you got 50. multiplied by the balance of the user, which I said was 10, divided by the total supply, which was, so here, okay, so actually the amount here is a total amount to distribute. I specified a dividend per token, so let's say this is 5,000 and the total supply was 500, which gives a dividend per token of 50. This gives a dividend per token of 50. We're going to end up with 500. Okay, so this is the total dividends distributed. This is my balance. This is the total supply. And so you're just having to do that for literally every single user. When this is the right way to do it from a smart contract perspective. So does this solution make sense to folks? I know you guys have probably seen this before, but do you guys have any questions on this?
Seems neat.
And have you guys run into this sort of design pattern before? I'm just interested.
I haven't.
Never seen before also.
Yeah, me either.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so definitely when you see anything that's supposed to be distributed to holders of a token or anything like this, if there's a for loop, there's an issue. It should just use a dividend per token or a per share model or something like this. So let's have a look at port 1 in IVX.
If we want to distribute 5,000 tokens as dividends, how do we set the dividend per token?
Yeah, absolutely. So the dividend per token is basically a different way of giving the same information, right? So I said the total supply was 100 here. So 100 is the total supply. And then we said we want to distribute 5,000 total tokens, right? So these are the dividends. These are the tokens. So we want dividend per token. Boom. Dividend per token, 50. And then that's what we use. So this is the total dividends divided by the total tokens. Gives us the dividend per token. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
All right, cool. All right, let's check out IVX. So this is an options protocol. We don't actually have to know anything about options to understand this particular finding.
Oh, and is this repo public?
Yeah, this is, I'll actually throw this in the chat if you guys want to have a look.
Thanks.
These are our public engagements. All right, so IVX, let's see, which one are we looking at? We're looking at port 2. So this one, incorrect approval. No, we're looking at port 1, swap margin used to game the AMM. All right, let's read it and then let's understand what's going on. So users are able to use the swap margin function to siphon funds from their portfolio well past the point of insolvency. a user can sell options contracts to the AMM and collect the premium in their portfolio immediately. Then the user can repeatedly use the swap margin function on their portfolio and sandwich themselves to extract roughly all of the value from their portfolio. The user retains their initial margin deposit as well as the premium from selling the options contracts to the AMM without having any margin remaining in their portfolio to exercise these contracts upon expiry. A malicious user can use this attack to drain nearly all of the available funds in the IVX LP contract. And then after removing the balance from their portfolio, they will then be insolvently liquidated. So what does all of that mean? Firstly, let's understand just from a high level, without touching on really any of the options stuff, what is going on with the IVX system. So we've got a contract, which is your quote-unquote portfolio. This thing holds all of your margin, which can be translated to collateral. So margin equals collateral in this particular case. So let's just call it collateral. So your portfolio holds your collateral. It's a contract that basically manages your position in the protocol. Now, what you can do is there's a function called swap margin. So swap collateral, swap margin, that allows you to swap your collateral to a different supported collateral token. So if DAI is a supported token, and then also USDC is a supported collateral token, maybe USDC starts to depeg, there's some Silicon Valley Bank stuff going on, and I want to swap into DAI, but I still have I have positions open that use that as collateral. So how's that going to work? I would have to close the positions, get my collateral out, and then swap it, and then put it back, open those positions again. Well, that might not, that might not be the best way to do that from a user's perspective. So what I can do is I can swap that USDC, I can turn it into DAI using this swap margin function. So I would call swap margin and I would swap USDC to DAI. And that's cool. It's a neat little feature that you're able to do in your portfolio. But there's a critical issue here, and we can have a look. So we require that the asset in is supported by the system as collateral, and then the asset out is supported by the system. So I can't swap from a supported collateral asset to a non-supported collateral asset. That would be very bad, because then I could immediately take all my collateral and be like, oh, this collateral doesn't actually exist because it's been swapped into something that's not supported by the system. But so we're gonna do the swap on Uniswap. So they do get the amount out here. They're not doing any sort of validation that the amount out here is sufficient to keep the position from being liquidated. And so a really cool thing that you can do with this is I can basically, from a high level, what I can do is I can get all of the funds that I put into my position, bring it out to my address. So let's say I have address 100, that's me. I'm going to take out all my collateral. And I'm just going to leave the protocol sitting with no collateral backing my position. And I'm just going to let them insolvently liquidate me. So to get around all the options stuff, let's just think about what we could do with something like this in a perpetuals protocol. So if I had a position and the position was in a loss, so P&L equals -100, that doesn't get subtracted from my actual collateral until we decrease position and we realize that loss, right? So let's say I had 1,000 USDC collateral. Really what I should get out of this, if I close my position, everybody realizes, their losses, I should get 900 USDC, right? The P&L is going to be subtracted from my collateral. But imagine if we had, this exploit ability to say, yeah, I see that I'm in negative 100 P&L. I'm just going to retract all of my collateral and just take that all back. So I'm just going to send myself 1,000 USDC collateral, and the system can just hold my bags for me, and they'll cover my losses. So then you could essentially do this and say, open a position. If you do make losses, then just take your collateral back and don't actually experience those losses. Or if you experience gain, then realize the gain and actually close the position the right way. So then it's like a win-win scenario. Like even if you lose money, you don't actually lose the money, you just get the collateral back. And if you make money, then you actually make money. So this is a terrible situation, right? I'm able to just literally withdraw my collateral without going through the actual means of decreasing my position and realizing that. So how am I able to withdraw the collateral from the portfolio? Well, like we said, they have a swap on Uniswap with a artificially supplied amount out. It's not determined by the protocol, it's determined by who is calling this. And it's only margin user, so it's the owner of this account, so it's me. I'm calling swap margin. I'm specifying the amount out that I'm willing to accept in slippage. So what happens if I basically give amount out of 0 and then front run myself on the exact same Uniswap pool and just extract that value from my swap and do that over and over and over again? I can do this in a loop until basically 99% of my collateral has been effectively removed from my portfolio. And so the solution to this is to add just a simple check afterwards. If they would just add like a is liquidatable, if the position is liquidatable after the swap, then revert and don't let you make your position liquidatable. Does this make sense? What kind of questions do you guys have based on this? This finding is actually somewhat similar to what happened to Euler Finance. Somewhat. Yeah, because they had something like a donate function. And the donate function would just allow you to basically do this, except you weren't able to retrieve it back to your address. You're able to donate it to the protocol. But then what you could do is you could liquidate your own position in the same transaction and get like the 10% liquidator fee or whatever percentage liquidator fee from it. And there was a way to basically make a really artificially leveraged position and then cause it to be liquidatable in the same transaction. And then, yeah, with using a flash loan, yeah, it was really a beautiful attack, but it's somewhat similar to that in the sense that here's the heuristic to take away from Euler Finance and this exploit is, can the user voice their own position into a liquidatable state? Usually that is going to, being combined with some other features of the protocol, that's going to be a really bad issue. So never allowing the user to force their position to become liquidatable. So next up, we're going to have a look at some GMX findings. So this will be relevant to what you guys are doing with your perpetuals. So we've got, I think this one. There's like 10 of these reports now. we're going to look at this report and look at some interesting findings from this one. Okay, let's have a look at ORDO1, unbounded swap path length. So we're going to look at some gas manipulation findings. Okay, so we'll read it, we'll go and look at the code base, and then we'll come back and we'll read it again. So when creating an order, there is no validation that the swap path is under a certain max length. This allows malicious users to create risk-free trades on the exchange. So among other ways, a trader can submit a market increase order with a swap path that puts the order just over the block gas limit when combined with a callback that consumes nearly the entire max callback gas limit. Then when the trader wishes the trade to be executed using outdated prices, they can toggle the callback contract to only consume a very small amount of gas, enabling the order to be executed and recorded in a block. So there's a few pieces that come together here. First, we'll discuss the crux of the issue, and then we'll understand how we made it to be something that was a pretty straightforward critical exploit. So here we are in the GMX system. Let's have a look at create order. Okay, ignoring all of this, orders have a swap path. Now we'll notice that there is now a validate swap path function. And in the validate swap path function, we validate the swap path is below a certain length. So it's not above, like, I don't know, they said like 3 swaps or something like this. There used to be no validation on the length of the swap path. And so what this meant is that I could create an order that has a swap path that looks like this. It could be ETH to USDC, USDC to Bitcoin. It could be then Bitcoin to DAI to Doge, Doge to ETH, and it could just go on and on and on. And you could provide literally hundreds, infinite amount of different swaps that you want it to happen. And obviously we can't do that in a single transaction. You can't process infinite swaps, you run out of gas. So how did that become an issue in the system? How did expending a ton of gas become an issue? Well, we have to understand, first of all, how does the pricing and order execution work in a system like GMX v2? So if we draw a timeline here, we draw a little bit of a better line. All right, that one's arguably worse. All right, we'll deal with it. So if I create an order request to increase position, it could be a request to decrease the position, but we'll say in our example we're going to try to increase the position. So unlike in your systems, GMX has this idea of orders. An order is the request to call a function like increase position size or increase position collateral, or if you have just a general increase position function. Instead of users just being able to call that function directly, they're able to create an order, and then the keeper will execute their order in a separate block in a separate transaction, and that is what will actually end up in their position getting created or increased in size or decreased in size or closed or anything like this. So why do they, first of all, why do they have this two-step action, right? So why is it such that to create a position, I have to create a increase position order, and then after I've done that, we have to wait for the keeper to execute order my order ID. Why do we have to have this sort of setup? So this is to address front running. Why is front running an issue in the system? So there are a number of things that I could front run somebody's increase position call and give them, a few bad outcomes because of that. So if I know, I see in the mempool that John wants to increase his position size by $100, and he is long. I know that the longs are about to increase by $100. Now, if the current market balance of longs versus shorts is, let's say, $1,000 to $900, so $1,000 long, or let's say $900 long, 1,000 short, John's increase is going to take the balance of longs versus shorts to $1,000 versus $1,000. This is good. This is good for the protocol. The protocol wants longs and shorts to be balanced because it basically, for the LPs, it's basically saying that, hey, price goes up, we don't care. Price goes down, we don't care. We're just collecting fees on these traders from liquidations and borrowing fees and things like this. So the protocol wants these two things to be balanced. So the protocol rewards John for balancing longs and shorts. It gives him a positive price impact. So this is kind of like on Uniswap. If you have negative, you have just price impact in general, you're getting a worse price, right? On Uniswap, you don't really have the notion of swapping stuff and getting a better price if I swap, unless I'm like front running somebody and you think about it that way. But John's going to get a positive price impact, so he's going to get like plus X dollars on his position. So they're actually going to give him a more favorable price since he's doing something good for the exchange. If John were to do something bad for the exchange, so he's going to unbalance that balance of longs and shorts, he's going to get a negative price impact. And so you can probably see that if I were to front run John, and let's say Alice front runs John, and increases a position for $100. Now Alice gets the positive price impact. She gets that plus X amount of dollars. Now John's increase gets executed. He takes the balance of longs versus shorts from 1,000 and 1,000, right? Because Alice brought them from 900 versus 1,000 to 1,000 versus 1,000. She balanced it and she got rewarded for that. So John comes in, now he just got front run. So now he's doing a transition from 1,000 to 1,100, 1,000. This is bad for the protocol, right? The protocol wants them to be balanced, and now John just unbalanced them. So now John gets a negative price impact. So Alice got this positive price impact at John's expense. So that's probably the main reason why front running is a bad thing on this protocol, right? If I see that somebody's gonna get positively price impacted, just front run them and basically take their positive price impact and cause them to get negatively impacted. And you could even do this in such a way where it might even cause positions to be in a more liquidatable state, and you could actually cause people to get liquidated because of this, and that would be a huge issue. So that's why we have the two-step approach. Now, the two-step approach now means that we have a few attack vectors. When I create my increased position order, I get the prices from the block in which I create that thing. Get prices from this block. So if the keeper was delayed, they're not going to penalize you and say, well, the keeper executed this order in block 2, so you're going to get the prices from block 2. They don't say that. They say you created your order in block 0, so you're going to get the prices from block 0. So if the price of ETH was $1,000 in block 0, the price that you're going to get executed at is $1,000, even if when you get executed in block 2, the price of ETH is actually $1,100. So that means at this block 2, I'm getting a really good deal. If I can see that now Ether is $1,100, but my order was created in block 0, where the price was $1,000, and I'm getting that execution price of $1,000 when Ether currently is worth $1,100. So in this particular scenario, what I can do is I can just close my position and realize profit immediately because the price of ETH is literally higher than my cost. So I've immediately got P&L profit because of this. So why is this not an issue like every time, right? Why is this not an issue? It's not an issue because the latency of the Oracle is really quite small. So for example, on Arbitrum, it might be a few seconds between when the order gets created and the order gets executed. So really what this might look like is, price might move like a fraction of a cent or something, or a few, maybe at most a couple cents between the execution. And there's actually a period of time where they don't allow you to cancel your orders within a certain time frame. So you can't make like really small scale, short-term risk-free trades or anything like that. But we're going to leverage this swap path of unbounded length. We're going to leverage this thing to make this little feature actually a huge issue. So how are we going to do that? We're interested in this transaction here. This is a execute order transaction. This was our create order transaction. This is where we created it. This was called by us. This is called by the keeper. So the keeper will just execute this thing as soon as it can, right? So we're going to assume we're creating a market order. So it's just going to try to execute this thing as soon as possible. Now, what if I can cause this to revert? Well, if I can make this transaction, this execute order transaction revert, then the keeper is not going to execute it, right? They can't. The transaction literally can't be recorded in the block. So what if I can make this thing revert, like throughout time? So as time increases, the state of that transaction is that when you try to execute it, it still reverts all the way until we get to some time over here, which is no longer block 2, maybe it's block 100. So a significant amount of time has passed between when I created my order and where we are now. So now, what if I'm able to flip the switch and I say, okay, we're in block 100. I'm looking at the prices. I originally opened my position when Ether was $1,000. At this time, Ether is worth $2,000. So I've watched Ether literally double in price. While I have this order banked here, I have no position open, but I have an order to open a position at a cost basis of $1,000. So I now see, okay, ETH is at $2,000. If I let this execute order function go through and I allow my position to be opened at a cost basis of $1,000, I'm going to be immediately 100% profit. So I doubled my money on the size that I opened. So that's a pretty good deal. I'll take that. Like I know, like immediately, no risk, immediate 100% gain. So I'm going to make this pass. It's not going to revert. And now the keeper is able to execute my order, and the keeper will execute my order. We'll get the cost basis of $1,000. These are the prices from the block in which I created my order. Only the current price of Ether is $2,000. So right after my position gets opened, let's say, in the very next block, right here, I do a decrease position. Well, really what I would do is I would do create order. So what I would do is I would do create order. It would be for, a decrease. Here's my position ID. And then in the next block after that, or, some blocks later, the keeper executes me. They're going to use the prices from here. So I'm going to get decreased at a cost basis of $2,000. So when we execute order for my decrease, realize 100% gain. And that is what we call a risk-free trade. So there's two important features that we just talked about to make that thing happen. There was, first of all, when we were back here, we had to make this thing revert. So we had to figure out some way to make this transaction revert. And then, second to that, we need a way to flip the switch in the future. So if I see that the price of ETH doubled, I need to have the ability to say, okay, the prices are in my favor. Now I want this to pass, and now I want it to go through, just like that. So we're going to use this swap path to give us those two things. So first of all, a way to revert, well, we've got that. If the swap path is just humongous, it's like 1,000 elements long, well, that's just not possible to execute in a single transaction. It's going to be more than the block gas limit. So what we do is we just provide a really long swap path. That's how we achieve the initial, okay, we get this thing to revert. Now the challenge is, how can I turn it back on? How do I make it so that this thing is actually able to pass and I'm able to realize my sort of like risk-free trade and let the keeper execute this transaction when I want them to? And the solution that we had for this is we want to not just make this swap path super long, we want to engineer it to be really long, but just exactly precisely as long as we need it to be, so that it gets exactly right up to the block gas limit. So it could be, I think it was something like, you know, there was like 12, it was like, I don't know, I don't remember the exact length, but it's long, but it's not like crazy long. We just need this thing to get really right up close to the block gas limit. So maybe if the block gas limit on Avalanche, for example, I believe at the time it was like 8 million. I think it was 8 million. So what if as is, it was 8 million and 10 gas or something like that? In reality, it was like, 8 million and 50,000, something like that. Then what if I can change something about the transaction environment of my order so that instead of this thing taking 8 million and 50,000, now it takes like 7,950,000. That's less than the block gas limit. That can actually be executed. So what we were able to do is we were able to use the callbacks, which we won't go too much into detail on. Just make the callback contract expend 100,000 less gas, and you can control that because you can control the callback contract, whatever it's going to do.
So one thing I'm looking at is that it is possible that the gas limit is different from block to block, right? So was there a way to do this attack very deterministic, meaning that it would basically succeed every time, or was it like always a little bit of risk involved for the attacker as well? That like now we did a callback contract that was not close enough to the gas limit basically, and it just passed. Or how did it look?
Yeah, it's a very good point. So really the callback gas limit, I don't know if we mentioned it here, but the actual magnitude of gas that you're able to expend with the callback is actually 1 million gas. So it's actually quite severe. So instead of doing like a swing like this, you could do a swing like from 8,500,000 to 7,500,000 or whatever like that. And that we found was a large enough swing that it's actually pretty safe. Like you're pretty certain that the block gas limit's going to be within this million range.
So when you value a vulnerability like this, do you use some kind of like severity likelihood graph to kind of rate them, or how do you think? Do you use like I think they are called like what do you say? I know that there's like some examples, like Immunify has their examples of this is a critical, and you kind of just, I guess, intuitively know if it's a critical or not, or do you kind of do like more of a analysis of I don't know codocs to severity and likelihood, for example?
Yeah, I've seen those charts that are like what they have like likelihood, impact, and they've got like the boxes, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I've considered switching to this, maybe in the future, but we actually don't use something like that. I do think that that's like helpful. I would actually lean more towards it kind of just comes with intuition. So I guess the reasoning for this one being a critical exploit is the fact that I can manipulate the exchange to guarantee that I'm going to get profit. So that could be basically extrapolated out, and you could think the worst case, if I were to do this on a large scale, then I could just drain the LPs, right? Because I'm just always making profit. So effectively, you can just game the protocol, game the logic of the protocol in order to drain the LPs and get an unfair advantage. And there's a large economic incentive to do so because you're making like risk-free money. Yeah, so there's no like formal like analysis of things like that. And yeah, I mean, of course, with our model, like it depends on the client. It's definitely possible that some clients would argue on vulnerability rankings or anything like that, but we haven't had any issues like that with the GMX team. And I think something important to note on that is that we always try to come with a POC. So actually, we can have a look at the POC for this one. So this will be useful for the POCs that you guys have to write. Take a look at this. Okay, so let's have a look. Test, Guardian, POCs. So here's all the POCs we did for this engagement. So you can see like we POC pretty much every critical and high vulnerability. Okay, so for example, here we're making like a really long swap path that's a very particular length. Looks like it's 63. Oh yeah, and the callback gas limit was actually 2 million. So I thought it was 1 million, it's actually 2 million. So there's even larger of a window. So we made it 1.9 million for whatever reason. And yeah, so here's basically, we created an order and then you execute the order and you see that it reverts. This is because it runs out of gas. Now you wait 50 blocks or something like this. Then on your attack contract, this is the callback contract, you flip a switch that makes it consume like roughly 2 million less gas. And then now you can execute the order and you get basically a risk-free profit after this. And then you can decrease your position to a market decrease and realize that profit. And so we realized $100,000 of profit without risking any capital. So at any point we could have just canceled the order and gotten our money back, or we allow it to execute and we make 100 grand. So yeah, I think with our rankings, we really try to like be as explicit as possible with POCs for everything. All right, so that one was a long one. Do you guys have any questions? What parts about that should we explain better or anything like that?
Would this attack fall under gas griefing, especially? I think I've seen a few of these where you rely on the revert, and then you kind of want to flip the switch to make it not revert when it's beneficial.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think we called it, gas manipulation, gas griefing. Gas griefing has, I guess, a few connotations, so we decided to just call it gas manipulation. So using gas to manipulate the system. But yeah, exactly. All right, cool. We're gonna go over, I think we'll do one more. I think this one is important. All right, cool. This one will be a bit simpler, not nearly as involved with the actual architecture of the GMX system. But this one has to do with blacklisted addresses. When I thought of this one, I was actually thinking of a much more complicated attack, and then this ended up being like the thing that enabled that attack. I was looking for something to enable the attack, and I couldn't think of anything, and then it was this. blacklisted addresses, and then, well, I realized, well, yeah, blacklisted addresses are just a much more simpler issue on the exchange. And I had never considered that blacklisted addresses could be sort of like an attack vector before. But now, since I've thought of that, I actually realized like this is an extremely useful tool to have. And I think we've found a number of issues in other protocols that stem from the same root cause of a blacklisted address. So the reason blacklisted addresses are so great for finding like unexpected edge cases or things like this is because whenever people make a transfer for an ERC20 token, they always expect it to work. And that's reasonable. Like, there's really not a whole lot of ways that it would fail. You know, you could run out of gas, or if there's callbacks, maybe the callback could fail. But in most scenarios, you're going to have enough gas. It's not going to be a token with callbacks or anything like this. So it's not like transferring Ether, where transferring Ether can easily fail if the contract doesn't implement a receive function or a fallback function, or maybe the contract just chooses to revert maliciously or anything like that. When you're transferring an ERC20 token, you're interacting with the token contract itself, and of course, you probably trust that contract. So you're not expecting any sort of reverts. But of course, if the address that you're transferring to is blacklisted for that token, then it's going to revert. And this causes a great deal of issues, especially when you have protocols that need to liquidate positions in a timely manner. Well, if I can prevent that liquidation from occurring by making you attempt to transfer a token to a blacklisted address, then you essentially can't liquidate my position. That's a huge issue. And so USDC is probably the most popular token that has a blacklist. And I think at this point there are 200 or so addresses that are blacklisted across all different chains for USDC. So of course it's rare to have a blacklisted address, but you might not need to have access to that blacklisted address. You just need that blacklisted address to exist. So once a blacklisted address exists, you can just point the system at it and say, hey, try to transfer tokens to this thing, and then it can't. So here's how that affected the GMX system, and you can also apply this to many other systems. Like we said, in many DeFi systems, there's some sort of liquidation functionality, right? Like I would honestly wager that in like 75% of DeFi systems, you're going to find a liquidate function. And honestly, like this might be a free like high finding in a lot of contests, is honestly just thinking about blacklisted addresses. Can I stop a liquidation with a blacklisted address? So let me just read this really quickly. So addresses that are blacklisted for popular ERC20 tokens such as USDC can be leveraged to exploit the exchange in a number of ways. These addresses cannot be liquidated in any case where they would be transferred back a leftover collateral amount in a token which they are blacklisted for. Among other ways, blacklisted addresses can execute risk-free trades using market increase orders in the following way. Force a collateral swap to fail via low liquidity in a niche market. The order cannot be canceled since the cancellation would attempt to send the token that the user is blacklisted for. Therefore, the order will remain in the data store until the liquidity is added. Deposit liquidity into the low liquidity market, and then now it can go through and you can execute a risk-free trade. So we're not going to focus too much on the risk-free trade aspect of this because that's not going to apply to the vast majority of systems, but we'll look at the liquidation case. What we'll do is we'll draw out, you could even think about this, I'm sure I honestly might have just given each of you guys a free finding for week 3. This might be an issue in a lot of the code bases that you guys are reviewing this week. Let's say this is the P&L. Here's the P&L on the y-axis. And then we've got time down here. Let's say this is break even P&L. And then this is negative $500 of P&L. So you've lost $500. And let's say your position has $500 of USDC collateral. There's your collateral, $500 of USDC. And let's say the position size is $10,000, and max leverage is 20x. So we're right at max leverage. 20 times 500 is $10,000. So we are literally the maximum leverage we can be. If we lose a single dollar, we're going to be in a liquidatable state. So there's an entire range here. We'll draw a red line where we are liquidatable but solvent. So what does this mean? This means that if my position, here's my P&L, maybe I make some money in the start and then I start to lose money, it goes down, and then boom, I lose a singular dollar, or even just a cent, and now I'm liquidatable, but I'm solvent. Solvent just means, the definition I'm using for solvent here is, can I cover my losses? So when I go $1 into loss, my effective collateral becomes $499, which means my max leverage becomes greater than 20x. And so while we're in here, in this range, we can be liquidated, and we should be liquidated. Ideally, we're liquidated right there as soon as we cross. But since we're blacklisted for the collateral token, we can't be liquidated in this range. Why is that? It's because, let's say my loss here, at this point in time, I had lost $250 in P&L. So $250, that goes to the protocol, to the two LPers. And then my original collateral minus that $250 equals $250. That goes to me. So I get paid out $250 from what was remaining from my collateral. Well, if I'm blacklisted for my collateral token, then this transfer here of this remaining amount, $250, is going to revert. So at this point, if they try to liquidate me, they can't. The liquidate transaction reverts. So I can continue to have a position in a liquidatable state, and I can only become liquidatable if it crosses the threshold here. And now, as soon as I go below $500 in losses, now I'm insolvently liquidatable. $500, that's the max that they can get, because I only gave them $500 of collateral. That goes to the LPers, and then $500 minus $500, which is what I paid to the LPers, equals 0, transferred to me. So there's no transfer. Now they can liquidate, only when I'm insolvent. But the whole point of liquidation is to avoid these insolvent positions. And so we've effectively negated this whole range, this whole safety boundary before positions hit insolvency. We've negated all of that, and now positions can go insolvent and get liquidated and cause a loss for the LPers. So does this consequence make sense? Does this graph make sense?
Yes, but one thing about the liquidators, there won't be any liquidation fee. So no incentive to liquidate this kind of insolvent position.
Yeah, exactly. So then at that point, maybe the protocol should step in, and the protocol should liquidate, or the LPs will have an incentive to liquidate, since if the position continues to lose money, the LPs are losing out on that, right? Since we're going increasingly insolvent. So the LPs have a bit of an incentive to call that liquidate function and get that thing closed so they don't continue to lose.
Yeah, it makes sense. Thank you.
But yeah, interestingly, actually in the GMX v2 system, it's funny because there is no liquidation fee. And that's one thing that we had pointed out, but their liquidations they're not sort of decentralized where anybody can call them. They have a liquidation keeper, and so the protocol is entirely responsible for liquidating insolvent positions. But yeah, definitely if you find a system that has a liquidation fee and you can get this same sort of blacklisted issue, like this blacklisted issue, you could almost copy paste this to a lot of different DeFi protocols. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a question. Can you explain to me what the blacklisted part is? Because I guess I'm missing that part.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So let's check out USDC contract. Let's have a look at the actual USDC contract.
I can also mention a bit what Reda said. I think there was one Codogs competition that was if the system is set up in a way, now GMX seem to be different, but if the system is set up in a way where the incentives for liquidating a position does not exist, then that also could be a high or a medium finding, because you're basically having a lot of like these dust positions, and that is gonna make the LPs like have a lot of losses eventually, because you have a lot of these dust positions basically.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. If that incentive doesn't exist or it's not correctly enforced, 100%, that's a huge issue, right? And I would say, I mean, obviously, depending on the protocol, it's probably a high, could be critical, depends on the outcomes, right? So, yeah. Okay, so going back to the USDC contract here. So I've pulled up the implementation, and we can see we've got this is blacklisted thing here. So let's check out and let's actually read the code for USDC, and we'll see where that's used. So we'll go all the way to the bottom so we can actually get to the interesting stuff. So fiat token V2. This is basically the USD contract. So they inherit from fiat token V2, and fiat token V2_1, aptly named, is the USDC contract. So they've got some initialized stuff, and it looks like actually what they do is they have blacklisted this address. So they've blacklisted the contract for USDC itself. So right out of the gate on any chain, you're going to have a blacklisted address. But basically what blacklist does is if we find the, actually let me just open this in, they've got a nice VS Code thing. All right, here we go. So I'm going to search for blacklisted. So there's a blacklistable that it inherits from. So somebody has the permission to blacklist people. There's a way to check if an account is blacklisted. You can blacklist an account, so set that mapping to true. You can unblacklist somebody. Let's see. So here's where the blacklist comes into effect. You can't mint. Okay, well, we're not really, if you have the power to mint USDC, then that's pretty cool. But let's go to the transfer. Okay, so transfer from. So when you're transferring from, you can't call this thing if you're blacklisted. You can't transfer from a blacklisted account, and you can't transfer to a blacklisted account. All of these things will revert if you're blacklisted in that mapping. Now, if you transfer, you can't call the transfer function if you're blacklisted, and you can't receive the transfer amount if you're blacklisted. So any interaction with a blacklisted account for USDC will revert. And so that's where we get the idea of we can cause this transaction to fail because we're going to attempt to transfer to a blacklisted account. And that will cause the whole transaction to revert. Does that clear that up?
Yes, thank you. I got it. Thanks.
Okay, cool. And USDC is just probably the most popular token that has a blacklist, but of course, many centralized tokens like that could have a blacklist. All right, cool. Any other questions based on that?
What's the vulnerability that you're most proud of to have found?
Oh, that's a good question. The one that I'm most proud of, it might be on this report. I think it is, let's see. I'm not gonna fully go through that because I don't want to bore you guys. But yeah, this one actually, you know what we could do? We could just watch the video. So there's a video that comes with this one. Great, so this is IPU1. And to first get an understanding of this exploit, we're going to first establish that we have a limit increase for a long, and we're going to set the trigger price to be just 5,000 for Ether. And so, of course, this is going to have, 12 zeros of precision here to get Ether back down to 18 in the system. And that's our trigger price. And we're going to abuse this by providing a size delta USD that is actually just one way less than the trigger price. So what we do is we provide a size delta USD that is actually 4999 followed by 12 zeros. So it is literally one way less than the trigger price. And we're going to denote this as S. And we're going to leverage this to enable a risk-free trade where we can decide when this limit increase is going to be able to be executed. So what we'll do is draw out a timeline here. And so we'll draw our trigger price on the timeline. Looks like this. And then we have our S right up next to it, right up below it. And it is literally one way below the trigger price. And so we have a limit increase long, so for that to get triggered, price action is going to have to look something like this, right? So we know that the only valid range here is some subset of something like this range here to execute this order. And particularly, if we go ahead and look at the set exact order price function, and we come down here to should validate ascending price, the false case, which applies to our limit increase for our long, we're going to set the trigger price as the max price, as the latest price is going down to the latest price is here. So this is our min, and then our trigger price, which is right here, this is our max. So our trigger price is our max. And then when we get the execution price, we are going to use the max price because it is an increase and it is long. We're going to pick the max price, which is going to, of course, be our trigger price. And then we're going to apply price impact from there based off of the trigger price. And then we'll just have a non-restrictive acceptable price that's somewhere up here. And so what we're able to do is we're able to control the direction that price moves from here based on price impact. So of course, negative price impact would move this up, and positive price impact would move this down. So this is positive price impact and this is negative price impact, and it moves from this point right here, which is our trigger price. So one important thing to note is that when we have a size that is literally one way, and I made a slight mistake, these are actually all 9s, a size that is
literally one way less than our trigger price, then if we go ahead and look at increased position utils on this line, number 110, we calculate the size delta in tokens, and will be subject to truncation by the division here by the execution price. And so this value that is literally one way less than the trigger price will get rounded to 0. And our size delta in tokens will of course be 0. And we will set the position size in tokens to be 0. And then when we validate position, we will revert with an empty position error. And so this way, until we are positively price impacted by at least one way, so positively price impacted at all, the order will revert with an empty position error, e.g. the order will not be executed. And so what an attacker can do is they can open such a limit increase in some niche market that has relatively low open interest, not a lot of trading volume, and they could basically control the open interest and easily manipulate it in such a way where when they want this order to not go through, they leave the balance of open interest in such a way where this limit increase is negatively impacted. And then as soon as they want their order to go through, perhaps prices have reached this level here, then they can all of a sudden change the open interest balance in the market in such a way that will positively price impact their limit increase order and move the execution price down at least one way to where it is at least equal to this size delta amount or less than, basically just to the point where this will not get rounded down to 0. And then it will no longer revert with an empty position error when we validate the position. And so an attacker can really leverage this by utilizing the swap path for the increase order and using a very large initial collateral delta amount that could be magnitudes larger than whatever capital was necessary to sort of rig the open interest in the niche, low liquidity, low trading volume market that they chose to manipulate. In this way, a trader can get outdated prices to execute their swap path with their humongous amount of initial collateral delta amount.
And how long did it take for you to find it?
That one, I mean, I guess if you factor in all the months of understanding the code base, a few months, probably 3 months of having looked at the code base before, and then in that specific review, we had to spend a couple of weeks at that point.
Then.
Yeah, that's why I don't really trust any DeFi. All right, yeah. So any questions on any of the findings that we went over just now?
I think I will surely rewatch the recording from some bits and pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully that can be useful to you guys. I think a few of those would be good to, just keep in the back of your mind as if you look into liquidations, you see something, always consider blacklisted tokens. You see, of course, if you see a for loop with an unbounded length, there's an issue there. Rounding issues are probably within the top 3, top 5 most common root causes for a lot of medium, high, and critical findings that personally we uncover at Guardian in a lot of our audit reports, and of course come up in auditing contests and other reports across the industry. So of course it is critically important to understand, first of all, what is the root cause of all of these different sort of rounding issues? And then second of all, how could you take this and sort of spot issues with rounding in code bases as you're doing your own security reviews in the future? So of course, that's why today we're going to cover everything that you need to know exactly about, what the root cause of all of these rounding issues in Solidity is, and then we're going to have a look at a few different findings and see exactly how this can look different from codebase to codebase and finding to finding, and see the different types of ways that rounding issues can cause issues in a system, and then exactly how you can spot those for yourself. All right, so to start off here, we've got our whiteboard of truth and justice pulled up here. And first, what we're going to understand is, why do we have this idea of rounding issues? Why is it so common throughout code bases to have all sorts of different rounding issues? And then, of course, we're going to understand what are some different ways that this often trips people up and results in findings. And then we're going to look at 2 actual findings which show a different, the different sides of the spectrum of, how these rounding issues can arise and sort of turn into actual findings. So first of all, of course, why do rounding issues exist in Solidity, right? So the core reason why we have all these rounding issues is due to truncation, right? So in Solidity, there is no notion of a floating point number, or something that is able to represent a decimal amount, so a non-whole number. So if I were to do perhaps like 9 divided by 10, well, if you do this in Python or any other language, you're going to end up with 0.9, right? But in Solidity, what we're going to end up with is 9 divided by 10 is equal to 0, right? And that is because we have truncation division. And so instead of being able to reach back and leverage some decimals here of precision, there's nothing that we can use to the right of the decimal here to represent fractions of an amount. And so this is, of course, where we get this fundamental idea of ERC20 tokens having a decimal, right? So on every ERC20 token, there's a decimals function that will tell you how many decimals are used to represent a atomic unit of that ERC20 token. And so, of course, we can think of things like wrapped ether, for example, which will have 18 decimals. And so this means that, of course, a 1 followed by 18 zeros, or 1 times 10 to the 18, this is equal to 1 equals 1 wrapped ether, right? And then similarly, of course, we have USDC, which has 6 decimals. And so for USDC, this means that 1 times 10 to the 6th is equal to 1 USDC, right? And so we are artificially creating these decimals to the right of the decimal spot. We're artificially placing the decimal spot at, for wrapped ETH, 10 to the 18 out, so that we technically have all these other integers to the right of it, or, spots that we can use for precision. And so if I were to define some token, let's call like USDF, or some made up token, let's say if I defined it to have 0 decimals, then what we would end up with is I would have 1 times 10 to the 0 is equal to 1 USDF. And then if I want to basically portray what is 0.5 of a USDF, right? What is, if I want to do half a USDF, how do you represent that? Well, you literally can't in Solidity, right? So if I did 1 USDF divided by 2 USDF, or just divided by 2, so basically 1 divided by 2, of course, in Solidity, this just equals 0. So there's no way, if I don't have any of these decimals that we've defined, then there's no way for me to basically represent any fraction of a single atomic USDF. But of course, if we wanted to do this for USDC, for example, if I wanted to represent half of a USDC, we can say, so what is 1 USDC? This is 1 times 10 to the 6th. We will divide that by 2 USDC, so 2 times 10 to the 6th. Well, we're just going to end up with 5 times 10 to the 5th. Right, so which is also, you could think of it like 0.5 times 10 to the 6th, right? And so that is how we represent half a USDC. And the only reason we're able to do this is, of course, because we have defined that an atomic unit of USDC is not 1 like it is here, but it is in fact 1 followed by 6 zeros. So 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That is your one singular USDC. And then just to make it explicitly clear, we have our half of a USDC is 500,000. And that's what half of a USDC looks like. So this is really the fundamental reason we have all these rounding issues, is because, we just have division using truncation. And so oftentimes if a protocol neglects to implement enough decimals for the calculations that it makes, then they're going to end up with some sort of situation where they are rounding off and they're either not expecting to, or they just don't handle it entirely, or perhaps they think it's fine to round off, but in fact it's not. Or maybe they even account for some sort of rounding, but then the logic around them trying to account for the rounding occurring is flawed, because sometimes it gets hard to think about if you have, for example, -9 divided by 10. Well, this also rounds to 0. Now, in one case, this is rounding up because we went from a negative number to 0. This is rounding down because we went from, a positive number to 0. And so a lot of times if you have logic that tries to account for the rounding in a way like this, usually it ends up having some kind of bug related to, if a negative number is rounding up, positive number rounding down. Oftentimes it seems to mess that up. And we'll actually see an example of that here in a few minutes. So this is really the core of why these rounding issues exist. Now let's have a look at just not a critical rounding issue, but a really common issue that you might see in some DeFi protocols. And so here we've got a medium finding pulled up here. It's ORDM9, and it is titled Updated Average Price Always Rounds Down. So of course this is going to be due to the truncation as, the crux root cause of this, but given the context of the system, this is not ideal. So we'll just briefly read through this and then we'll discuss what exactly this means, and then we'll have a look at the code and understand what the remediation for this might be. So the updated average price computed in the increase position function is always rounded down. So what we're dealing with here is we have positions and we have an average price for positions, and then we're going to compute P&L for that position based on their average price. So for instance, we might have a long position, and then the way to compute P&L for a long might be such as this. So it would be the current value of the position minus the entry value of the position. So did the position increase in value, right? If we bring that down to a more granular level, it would be the position's size in tokens times the current market price minus the position's size in tokens times the average price. So this is the average entry price, for the position. So this is how we're calculating P&L for a long. Now, of course, you can also have a short position in this protocol. And so shorts, we're going to calculate P&L in almost the same way, except what we're going to do is we're going to reverse it, right? So the average value of the position, or the entry value of the position, minus the current value of the position. So if I'm shorting, I'm expecting the token, the size in tokens, the index token, whatever we're trading on, to go down in value. And that's how I make profit as a short. So then, of course, if we bring that down to a more granular level, what we have here is the same thing, just reversed, right? So there we go. So right here, what we've got is the calculation for the P&L. So let's understand how we update when we are increasing a position. We need to change the average entry price. And the average entry price is very critical for determining what is the P&L of the position. So let's have a quick look. Okay, so here we are with the increase position function, and the only thing we need to pay attention to here is this computation of the updated average price. So here we're calculating the updated average price based on the existing position's size and the existing position's average price, and we're adding to it the order size and the current execution price. So the amount that we're adding to this position and that sort of value added to what was the position before the value. So we're getting a dollar value here for both of these things. And then we're adding them together and we are dividing them by the position size plus the order size. So the size of the new position after the increase. And then that way we're getting a total dollar value divided by a token size, and we're getting an average price for the position that will remain after the increase position function. So that's all good and fantastic. This makes sense, except we'll notice the deadly division sign here. So of course, whenever you see a division sign in a system, you should start thinking about a few things. Namely, the first of them obviously being rounding errors. The others might be a divide by zero revert or something like this, but we're going to focus on rounding errors. So just like we discussed earlier, we have this issue of truncation. So I know that if this numerator here is not exactly divisible by this denominator, and maybe there's some remainder, that remainder is just going to get left off and not considered in the resulting value. So what does this mean? This means that I could potentially add an order size and an execution price. So add a value, a dollar value to my position size without actually updating the average price, as long as the size that I added ends up ultimately rounding off as a remainder when divided by the new size of the position. And so what we would get then is we would be able to, we would be able to increase the size in tokens, but have the average entry price stay the same, even if I was buying those tokens at a higher price. So it would be almost like if I had previously bought a bunch of tokens when they were priced at $100, and then now when the price is $101, I can buy a ton of tokens at the market price of $101. And if that new addition rounds off, if this order size times execution price is small enough to round off when compared to this denominator here, then it's almost as if I bought all of those new tokens at my previous average price, which is $100. So the net effect here is being able to buy some amount of tokens, a small amount of tokens given, but at $100 rather than at the current actual market price of $101. So that sounds great, but what let's actually walk through it in mathematics, right? So let's have an actual example that we can work through here. So first of all, in the finding, we've got a particular example right here. So when we have a position size, an existing position of 1E18 and an average price of 100E8, so we have this existing position. So we've got position and it has a size. So here's the details of the position. It has a size, an existing size of 100E18, or sorry, 1E18. And then we've got an average price of 100. And the price is, in this particular system, price has 8 decimals. So we've got a price of $100 here denominated with 8 decimals. And then we've got an order size of 1E10. So admittedly, something that is, relatively trivial compared to a size of 1E18, order size of 1E10, and then the execution price, so the price that we are adding this 1E10 at is 101E8. And so we are buying this 1E10 amount of tokens at a market price of $101, right? So let's walk through the updated average price calculation and see what we end up here. with. So first of all, what we do is we do the size, so that the value of the current position. So size times the average price 100E8, that's the size of the current position. And then we're going to add to that the size of what we're adding, so the value of what we're adding, so 1E10 times the execution price of 101E8. Now all of that, we're going to divide this by the total size of the resulting position that will remain after we do this increased position. So we're going to do 1E18 plus 1E10. Okay, great. And this is going to give us our average entry price. So average entry price is equal to, let's see what it is. So we'll pop it into a full precision calculator here, and we can see that we've got .99999, but Solidity don't care about all these nines. Solidity will just give us this 100E8 here. So 100E8 is the resulting average entry price. So I was able to increase the size of my position by 1E10, and the execution price here had increased from $100 to $101, but that literally did not affect the average price of my position. And so, of course, this is a somewhat trivial amount comparatively to what the position had in size, but, you know, given the right token, it could potentially have a material effect on the system, and some malicious actor could be able to leverage this to basically exploit the system and be able to buy tokens at this average price instead of what the current market price actually is. And so the right way to address this is when you have a long, which would benefit from doing this sort of rounding down to decrease and basically make the average price stay the same. When you have a long, instead, round up. So use round up division. And so there are, you know, you can use like the popular Solidity math library, which will have a round up division, which will, instead of rounding down and doing truncation like this, it will round up if there's any remainder. And so this way you're making sure to always be giving the trader the slightly, you know, err on the side of giving them the higher average entry price for a long, so that they will have a lower P&L, and there's no possible way to exploit the system if there is some sort of rounding truncation like this going on. And so, of course, that is our recommendation here. It is to use roundup division when calculating the updated average price for longs, and then use the same truncation round down division when calculating the updated average price for shorts. Because, of course, for shorts, if I'm going to be decreasing my updated average price relative to what it would be, then I'm actually decreasing my P&L. All right, fantastic. So that's one example of how rounding not being accounted for can actually potentially cause issues in a system and potentially lead to some sort of manipulation or gaming of the protocol. Now let's see a different kind of rounding error where the team actually looked to account for rounding and actually control rounding themselves, but actually encountered some logical errors when they're trying to do that. So let's have a quick look at this finding TMAP 2 here, which is titled Incorrect Tick Rounding. So we're going to focus in on this last part, which has to do with the round ahead function. And first of all, to understand what we're doing here, we have to understand this idea of ticks, right? So just to give a brief overview, in this particular protocol, we are using a concentrated liquidity curve. And of course, we know that those have ticks, right? We're going to break up the liquidity curve into discrete tick lengths, and we're going to have all these different ticks. So what this particular function is doing is, for a given position that is either 0 for 1, so if a trader opens a position from this tick to that tick, and if it's 0 for 1, then it trades this way, then we need to be able to round, like let's say if I had some tick that's not an even tick spacing, a tick of 7, well, I need to be able to round that to either 10 or 0. I need to be able to round that to an actual tick that is divisible by our tick spacing. So rounding ahead for a 0 for 1 position goes to the left here. So round ahead should bring this 7 to a 10. However, round ahead for a 1 for 0 position should go this way, and it should round this 7 to a 0. So depending on the position direction, this tick should round to different ticks that are divisible by the tick spacing. And of course, if all of that sounds like gobbledygook and it doesn't make sense, then be sure to go and check out my video on making Uniswap v3 simple as possible, and maybe even go and check out the AMM complete deep dive video that we have on the channel, and hopefully that should help this make a lot more sense. But really the crux of what this function is intended to do is take this 7 and bring it to 10 if it is 0 for 1, and bring it to 0 if it is 1 for 0. So let's go ahead and read part of the description here. So the round ahead function implements incorrect tick rounding where 0 for 1 cases where the rounded tick is negative, it is rounded up twice. First, the magnitude of the negative tick is reduced with rounding, and then it is further adjusted up by the tick spacing. And then on the other hand, positive rounded ticks are rounded down and not adjusted up. So let's have a look at this function and understand what we mean here. So here we've got the round ahead function. We can see we're taking in a tick, which can be an integer, and the tick spacing as well. And we've got 0 for 1 here, so to indicate which direction this position is trading and which way we should ultimately round because of it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to round the tick. And we're actually using Solidity's truncation as a feature here. So we're doing the tick divided by the tick spacing times the tick spacing. So basically what this will do is, if I had 17, for example, 17 divided by 10 as my tick spacing, that is going to equal to 1 times 10 gives us 10. So I've essentially just rounded off this 7, which wasn't it was a remainder when you divide it by 10 due to truncation. So we divide and multiply, get it sort of, snapped on to that divisible rounded tick. And of course, if the rounded tick literally didn't change anything, then we can just straight up return it. So in this case, if the tick that we were given is 10 and we divide it by 10 and then we multiply by 10, this is of course equal to 10, and then there's no extra considerations here. Now where it gets a little bit tough is where we have this situation of 7 is in the middle, right? So let's have a look at what happens. If I were to divide this by 10, then with solidity rounding, I actually get 0. And then I multiply 0 by 10, well, that's still 0. Well, we just rounded backwards, right? But for 0 for 1, we want to round up to 10. So we've got to implement some special logic to do that. So for 0 for 1, if 0 for 1 and the rounded tick is less than 0, then we'll take the rounded tick and add the tick space. Well, you might have already noticed, but that doesn't really solve our issue here. So we have an issue where 7 needs to go to 10. The rounded tick is exactly equal to 0. So what we need to do is we need to add the tick spacing to that result. But of course, this is not going to do that for us because the rounded tick is exactly equal to 0. It's not less than 0. And so let's see, even if let's say we had a tick -7, if we want to round ahead, then we want to go from -7 to 0, right? So let's see what happens here. So our rounded tick is in fact going to be 0, right? So what we have here is -7 divided by 10, that's equal to 0, times 10 equals 0 still. And so in that case, we actually do move to 0 and there's no adjustment necessary. Well, let's try -17. So if -10 is there and -17 is here, let's see what happens. So we've got -17 divided by 10 equals -1 times 10 equals -10. This is not true. So we're going to come here. We are 0 for 1. The rounded tick is negative. So then we add the tick spacing to the rounded tick. So we already went to -10. This was our rounded tick after that first adjustment. Now we're going to add the tick spacing again. So we're going to go from -10 all the way to 0. So we just rounded -17 skipped over the closest full rounded tick and went to 0. So we just increased it up twice. So there's a few logical errors going on here. And we can see this if we go ahead and copy this into a chisel shell. We can go ahead and play around with this. We can see if I want to round ahead, let's say, first of all, let's try 17. And let's say the tick spacing is 10, and let's say it is 0 for 1. So I should go from 17 to 20. That's what I should go. But we actually go from 17 to 10. Now let's see, what if I try 7? So 7 goes to 0. So we're in fact rounding backwards. Now what happens if false? If 0 for 1 false? So I do want 7 to go to 0 here, and it does. But for 0 for 1 true, it doesn't. Let's see what happens with -7. We get 0, and that's actually expected. That's good. But of course, if I say false, so we want it to go to -10, it still goes to 0. And then of course, if I go to 17, this should go to -20, and it goes to -10. But if I say true, this should go to -10, it goes to 0. So there's a lot of different issues going on here with this round ahead function. And so the recommendation here is they need to account for a few different things, right? So first of all, if 0 for 1 and either of these two things are true, then we need to actually move the tick spacing up. So let's copy and paste this in, and we'll have a look and understand what this adjustment is doing. So we're replacing these two cases here with these lines here. So for the 0 for 1 case, if the rounded tick is positive, which means that basically we rounded it down, right? Because if our rounded tick is positive, we came from, for example, we came from 17, we rounded it to the closest nearest thing, so we rounded it back to 10, the magnitude decreased. The magnitude, when you round stuff off, will always decrease. Well, we want to go to the left because it's 0 for 1. So we got to adjust up by the tick spacing. So if this is the case, we got to adjust up by the tick spacing. Or if the rounded tick was 0 and the tick before the rounding was greater than 0, then we got to adjust up. So for example, if we had 7 here, the rounded tick is 0 and the original tick was greater than 0, so we got to adjust up. If it was -7, however, the rounded tick is 0, but the original tick was -7, so we don't have to adjust up an additional time. We just want to go to 0. The same exact logic, just inversed for not 0 for 1. So let's go ahead and let's try out these modifications to our round ahead function. So let's try out round ahead. Let's try out 7 with a tick spacing of 10 and 0 for 1 true. So we expect this to go from 7 to 10, right? And we go to 10. Let's try out 17. So 17 should go to 20. All right, there we go. We're at 20. Let's say 2. 2 should go to 10. Okay, great. So let's try out -2. We don't want to go all the way to 10. We just want to stop at 0, and we get 0. Let's try -7. We get 0. -17 should go to -10. That's great. And then let's try a 0 for 1 false. So -17 should go to -20. There we go. And we go to, from -7 should go to -10 for 0 for 1 false. Let's try 0, something real weird, right? So this should just be 0, right? Because that's a rounded thing. So what does 0 for 1 true say for that? That works as well. Let's try some positive numbers with 0 for 1 false. We go 7. 7 goes to 0. That's good. 17 should go to 10. And there we have it. So this is the exact handling of all the cases that they need to cover just around this very simple rounding here. So you can easily tell that there's a lot of different complex edge cases that come up when you try to account for rounding. You try to build in the logic for truncation like this. So those were 2 examples of completely different findings that had to do with completely different systems that were both affected by this truncation logic and both had to deal with that extra added complexity. So now, of course, when you're doing your own security reviews and you encounter a division symbol ever, you need to think about truncation, right? Are they handling truncation the right way? Are they expecting truncation to occur? What can happen if I provide really small values? Can that get rounded off, and can that affect the system in some negative way or give me some advantage as the user? Or are they just handling, these truncated amounts completely wrong, or things like that? And definitely be sure to think about these edge cases of -7. If there's like some negative number and it gets rounded, it doesn't actually round down in value, it rounds down in magnitude. So it rounds closer to 0 if it's negative, and it rounds closer to 0 if it's positive. All right, so I hope that gave you a few ideas of things that you can start looking for in your own security reviews, and hopefully these findings were something new to you that you didn't see before, and perhaps you'll start to notice these things going forward. All right, fantastic. So we've done our findings deep dive. Now we understand rounding issues and everything like that. Now it's time to dive into cryptography. So we're going to first of all just get a basis of strong fundamentals in Ethereum cryptography, and then we're going to use that, leverage that baseline knowledge to understand signature malleability at a really deep level, and then understand how we can actually apply this to whenever we see EC recover being used. Elliptic curve cryptography. It enables everything we know in the world of Ethereum, and it's notoriously hard to grasp. In this video, I'm going to give you the breakdown that I wish that I had when I was first learning about cryptography and getting into smart contract auditing. But all right, you see we've got our whiteboard pulled up here because we're ready to examine the SECP256K1 elliptic curve. And if you've read Mastering Ethereum, you're probably already well familiar that this is the particular elliptic curve that is used for the cryptography in Ethereum. So we're going to get to know this curve a little bit more intimately and start to sort of understand how it can be used to generate public keys from private keys and why exactly it offers security for Ethereum. So let's start off by just going ahead and basically drawing what this curve generally looks like. So I'm going to start off with a X and Y coordinate plane, and then the elliptic curve, as you've seen, does something like this, if you'll indulge me. So that's my greatest attempt off the fly to basically just draw out generally what SECP256K1 is going to look like. Great, but why on earth does this elliptic curve even look this way, right? So to understand this, let's go up and just have a look at the equation for this particular elliptic curve. So the first thing you'll notice is that the y value is squared here. And that's what's yielding this reflection across the y-axis, right? Because we've squared the y value. Now there is a positive y value that satisfies this particular congruency, and there's also a negative y value that satisfies it as well. And that's what's giving us the reflection that you see across this x-axis here. Okay, and the second thing that you'll notice is that we see a mod p here, right? So this basically just means that the y squared value that we're operating with here is going to be congruent to some x cubed plus 7, which is a residue modulo p, right? And I'm not going to go too far into the modular arithmetic that's going on here, basically without getting too in depth of what this means and how exactly you could compute this and prove this out to yourself. We can basically just say that you'll notice that the curve cuts off right here, and this is going to be the y value where y squared is equal to p over 2. And then what actually happens on the elliptic curve is we can pick up these y values, since it's modular arithmetic here, and we can say that these values, to be clear, the downside of this is everything that will be less than this as well, right? And then everything that would be greater than this value is going to basically pop up on the other side of the elliptic curve, and we're going to see all of the y squared greater than equal to p over 2 values come up on this side of the elliptic curve. And there are even ways to basically visualize this elliptic curve on a sphere to make this sort of more continuous and understandable, since we're doing this modular arithmetic. But we're not going to get too in the weeds here. Basically, the interesting thing about that is just that the numbers will continue. They'll go this way, and then all of a sudden they'll just wrap back around and go like this. Okay, great. So what even is P, right? P is a prime number that is actually characteristic to SECP-256K1, and it is a very large prime number. There are also some other characteristic values of SECP-256K1 that are important to understand, and to basically describe these values, we're going to go very briefly into some high-level group theory. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this as simply as I possibly can in the way that I understand it. But the first thing to understand is that SECP-256K1 is not actually defining a particular curve per se, but actually a group of points that lie on the curve. So what you could really think SECP-256K1 as is a set of points, and these are going to be simply just XY points that lie on said elliptic curve, and the actual coordinates for each of these points are going to be very, very large numbers, as they're eventually modded by a prime number that is extremely large. Now, this being a group, it has several properties, right? So first of all, there is the order of the group, which is n. N is basically the number of points that are defined on the elliptic curve. The points in the elliptic curve are going to be characterized, of course, by this equation, and you can see that these are going to be integers modulo p. So for the group theorists out there, all of these coordinates are going to be inside the field ZP. And it's important to note that the size of this group, or n, is actually prime. I'm not going to go into how n has been calculated by some very smart people, because frankly, it's above my knowledge and we don't have time for that in this particular video. But essentially, because n is prime, we're actually able to define basically an isomorphism between these points on the curve and actually very large numbers. And it's not important to understand exactly what this isomorphism looks like, or even really what an isomorphism is. It's just important to understand that we can map each one of these points that lies on the curve to a number which is relatively prime to n and less than n, which is every number less than n, because n is prime. And this is basically how we're able to represent our private and public keys, which are very big numbers on the elliptic curve, as points on the elliptic curve, or as points in the SECP-256K1 group, which is a group of points on the elliptic curve. Great. I know this sounds very complex right about now, but trust me, we're going to bring it all together and it's going to make sense. Great. So now that we have defined this group here, one of the important aspects of being able to have our group is that we can define operations that act over the group, right? So for instance, for the group of integers, you have defined addition and multiplication over that group, right? Well, what we can do is we can take this group of points on the elliptic curve and we can define addition and multiplication how we please, right? So for this particular group, addition is defined as follows. So we remember that every member of the group is a point on the elliptic curve. So let's take 2 points on the elliptic curve and let's add them together. So we're going to say that I have a point A, and we're going to say A is right here, and that's our point A. And then we're going to say that we have a point B, and B is right here. So these are 2 members of the SECP-256K1 group. Now we're going to add them together. So to add them together, here's what we're going to do. We're going to draw the line that intersects both of these points. Let's just pretend like that actually intersects. And by the characteristic of an elliptic curve is that when you intersect 2 points, you're actually guaranteed to always intersect only one other point on the elliptic curve. So what this gives us is this third point right here. Now you might think, oh, there's our result, right? Well, no, we actually go ahead and take this point and then we will reflect it down. And now this is A plus B on our elliptic curve. Now you can imagine if I wanted to add B again to this A plus B point, what I would do is I would make a dotted line that intersects both of these. And if this was an accurate elliptic curve, it would actually intersect at exactly some point down here. And then I would basically reflect that up here. And then our resulting point would be somewhere right here on the actual elliptic curve. Great, so that is addition on an elliptic curve, but how does multiplication work, right? Well, multiplication is obviously just repeated addition. So if I gave you this point and I said I wanted to multiply it by some integer, I would do this, that integer amount of times until I ended up with some point on the curve that is, say, maybe it's right here, and maybe this is my resulting point. Now, the really interesting and appealing from a cryptographical perspective thing about this is that if I just gave you R, and then I told you that I computed it with some multiplication of A, it would be actually insanely, in fact, insurmountably hard for you to compute the number of times that I multiplied A. So that's actually exactly how Ethereum uses elliptic curves to make very secure private and public keys. Ethereum, and in fact SECP 256K1 in general, has a defined generator point. Let's say A is our generator point, and this is the point that's used to multiply by a private key to produce a public key, which is the resulting product of the private key multiplied by A. And this is the public key that can be shared with anybody, and it is absolutely insurmountable to calculate the private key integer that was multiplied by A to yield this particular public key R. So if we just write that out, if I have some small private key, E, that's your private key, and then I multiplied it by A, that's going to yield R under elliptic curve multiplication, right? Because E is actually isomorphic. It can be translated to a point on the elliptic curve because it's less than n. A is also the generator point, just a common point that everybody uses on the elliptic curve. And then R is a resulting point on the elliptic curve because the SECP 256K1 group is closed under this multiplication that's defined over the whole group. This private key that only the owner of this public key knows can then be used as a mechanism to sign a message and prove that this public key, the person who owns this public key, actually signed that message, right? And essentially in that algorithm, it is very easy to verify that the person has actually signed that message, but it is of course very, very hard. And there's actually an aspect of randomness in there that makes it impossible to backtrack and compute the user's private key. And that's a high-level overview of how Ethereum uses elliptic curve cryptography to provide a cryptographically secure private key and public key system. Signature malleability. You've most likely heard of this exploit, but maybe you don't understand what it is, or maybe you know how to find it in a smart contract, but you don't know exactly why this exploit exists under the hood. In this video, I'm going to change that. This is my best attempt at demystifying the notorious signature malleability exploit. Okay, so as you can see, we're in our trusty whiteboard today. We're going to start off by going over an example of signature malleability in a smart contract in the wild, and then we're going to dive in and explore some basic elliptic curve cryptography to understand exactly how a signature can be malleable. Fantastic. So here is a vulnerable piece of code. Can you spot the attack? Yes, the signature is malleable, of course. The owner provides the V, R, and S components of the signature, but the attacker can then observe these V, R, and S values, craft another signature that also recovers to the same owner address, and essentially execute the owner's message for a second time, double spending from this contract. But why is this actually possible? How can an attacker observe these values and then create a second valid signature? To understand that, we have to break down how message signing works in Ethereum. And to understand that, we need to start off by looking at an elliptic curve. First, for some context on elliptic curves, go ahead and watch my elliptic curves basics video. I'm going to assume that you know all of the basics of elliptic cryptography from a very high level without any of the in-depth mathematics, of course, as I continue to go through this video. Okay, great. So if you'll indulge me, here is a rough sketch of the SECP 256K1 group, which defines a group of points which happen to lie on a elliptic curve that is governed by this equation here. Now, just some high-level important characteristics of this group and this elliptic curve is, of course, the P, which is a very, very large prime number that we are applying the modulo to. And of course, N is the size of this group and essentially the number of points that lie on the elliptic curve. So with that out of the way, let's talk about ECDSA, the elliptic curve digital signature algorithm, and how the V, R, and S values are involved in this. First, when we go to basically sign a transaction in Ethereum, we already have our private key, E, that only we know, and then a public key, capital E, that we're able to share with anybody, right? And because of the basics of how the private key generates the public key on the elliptic curve, which I cover in the elliptic curve basics video, when we share our public key, we can be sure that the private key is safely only knowledgeable to us. But when we create this V, R, and S signature that we're going to basically transmit in our message, we're going to sign it by using our private key. So there actually has to be some confounding random value that makes it impossible for an attacker to observe our V, R, and S signature and then backtrack it and uncover our private key. So what happens when we make a Ethereum transaction is we actually generate a completely cryptographically safe random private key, and then from that random private key that is temporarily just generated for this particular signing, we use our elliptic curve multiplication to generate a public key that corresponds to the temporary private key. So we'll call this temporary private key little k, and the temporary public key will be capital K. So it's important to remember that our private keys and our public keys are isomorphic. They're basically just mappable to any point on the elliptic curve, right? So in ECDSA, what we'll do with this capital K temporary public key is we actually take it, treat it as the elliptic curve point. So we have an X and a Y value that lies on the SECP 256K1 defined elliptic curve. This is a member of that group. And we're going to take the X value, and this is going to be our R value in the V, R, and S digital signature. Then once we've defined our R, we can use this formula to compute the corresponding S value. And then now that we've got our R, we can use this corresponding formula to compute the S value that's associated with that R value. Without getting too stuck in the weeds on this S formula, this basically just shows that with elliptic curve addition and the right S value, you can actually yield the public key that corresponds to the temporary private key. And then we've taken that relation and basically just solved it for S. So now we have our S and our R values. Now to understand the V value, let us first just take a glance back at the R value. So the R value is the X coordinate of the temporary public key. So let's visualize what this public key actually looks like on an elliptic curve. So we know it's an arbitrary point on the elliptic curve. Let's just define it as right here. And it has an X value. But we notice if we draw a dotted line right here on the same X value, that there's actually 2 points on the elliptic curve that correspond with this X value. And there will always be 2 points, since the elliptic curve function has a y squared and it is reflected over the x-axis. So what this means is that just by using our R value, it's ambiguous which of these 2 points we actually used on the elliptic curve. And so this is where our V value comes in. The V value essentially just allows the verification of the ECDSA signature to be a lot quicker. Now when we attempt to recover the signer of this particular signature, we don't have to check both of these public keys. We know exactly which one to use depending on the V value that we get. But actually, the fact that there are 2 valid points on the elliptic curve that have the same R value is exactly what yields our signature malleability. It turns out that an attacker can actually very easily compute the corresponding S value that would work for the opposite temporary public key and provide a second valid signature that also recovers to the same signer. So right now, let's actually just hop into a node shell and we can actually perform this malleability right now. Okay, I'm gonna start off by just importing a few cryptographic packages that we're gonna need. They're gonna help us interact with elliptic curves and perform common elliptic curve addition and multiplication and things like this. Then I'm just gonna get some variables that are characteristic to the SECP256K1 group, such as n, which is, as we know, the order of this group. And then now I'm actually going to define an arbitrary private key that we can use to sign a message. Cool, and now I can get a corresponding public key from our private key, and we're gonna use this in the ECDSA signature. And I can actually check out exactly what the public key looks like. As we can see, this is a point on the elliptic curve. It has an X and a Y, and these are represented as big numbers. These are very large, too large to actually represent as just plain numbers in Node. So now I'm just gonna define an arbitrary message that we're gonna use to sign. So I'll do const message equals 1, and then I'm gonna add an N just so it can be a big number. And this is gonna make it easy for us to just interact with. And now I'm going to actually create the signature of this message. So I'll do ec.key from private, and then we'll do our private key, and we will sign the message. And we can actually look at this particular signature object, and we have an R and we have a corresponding S value. And you can see that these are both very large numbers, but you'll notice that there is no V value. This is because the V value is actually not necessary for the recovery, but it just helps make the recovery more efficient. Now, if we go ahead and try to verify this, we verify our message matches with the signature and the public key, we can see that it recovers to true. And in fact, if I try to go ahead and change the message, let's say I make it 2, it's going to recover and say that it's false, right? Because the signature was not for that message. Now is where the malleability comes in. I'm going to first grab the S value from our signature, and then I'm going to actually sort of tamper with it and find a different R and S that are actually going to be also valid and recover to a valid signature for the same message. Okay, so here is our manipulated signature. You'll notice that all I changed from the old signature is the S value. And specifically what I did is I took N and I subtracted S. Now we'll remember that n is the order of the SECP256K1 group, or the number of points on the elliptic curve. Now, without getting too far into the group theory, into the number theory, into the elliptic curve cryptography, I'll suffice to say that the modular nature of SECP256K1 allows us to have an S value that is greater than n divided by 2, which is valid for one of the R values, and then an S value that corresponds, which is less than n divided by 2, which is valid for the other R value. So if I do n minus S, I'll actually get that other S value that's on the other side of that n divided by 2. And since we're modding by n, no matter which side my original S was on, I'll always get the other S. So I'll go ahead and define this signature here. And if I go ahead and attempt to now verify that this second signature is also valid for the message, we'll see that it recovers to true. So this is a second valid signature that can be created for the same message. In this contract's case from the beginning, we can see that this second combination of VR and S allows an attacker to observe a previous VR and S signature from the owner and trigger another expenditure and essentially double spend from this contract and provide their own tampered VR and S version, which will recover to the same owner address, and then they can essentially double spend from the contract. So what is the solution here? The most widely accepted solution has been to restrict the S value to 1/2 of the range, right? So instead of there being a valid S value that's in the greater side of n divided by 2 and a second valid S value that's in the lesser than side of n divided by 2, now when you bound the range, you say we're only going to accept S values that are greater than or less than n divided by 2. You can see here in the Open Zeppelin ECDSA library that this S value is required to be on the greater side of n divided by 2. So in this case, when an attacker attempts to provide a manipulated signature that uses that S value from the lower side of the n divided by 2 range, the transaction will simply revert. And there it is. That is everything that you need to know about signature malleability. All right, fantastic. So now we completely understand signature malleability at a really deep level, and we understand how we can actually go ahead and apply that when we see EC recover being used or anything like this. Okay, now we can move on to the upgradeability section. So we're going to start off with the upgrade patterns guide. I would recommend that you go ahead and watch this guide before you actually go and dive in and try to do side quest number 2. But then before watching the Upgradeability Vulnerabilities Masterclass, you should complete side quest 2, because in this video we're going to go over all of the answers to side quest number 2. Upgradeability patterns for smart contracts are becoming more and more prevalent, and of course along with that comes a lot more and more different types of vulnerabilities related to smart contract upgrades as well. So in this video we're going to overview 5 different upgradeability patterns and have a look at the potential mishaps and vulnerabilities that can occur with each one, and as well as discuss the upsides of each different upgradeability pattern. All right, like I said, today we're going to examine 5 different standards of smart contract upgradeability, and these are eternal storage, transparent proxies, universally upgradable proxies or UUPS, beacon proxies, and of course, last but certainly not least is the diamond standard. All right, great. So let's just dive in and start talking about eternal storage. So this is the only upgradeability method on this list that doesn't actually use delegate call or any sort of proxy-like implementation. Actually, the idea of the eternal storage pattern is to have a contract that is dedicated to just holding all of the important data of the smart contract application, and then to have the logic contracts implemented around that can basically call functions on the data contract and actually cause manipulations within that contract storage. And so this way we have effectively separated the logic contracts from the contract that houses all of the data. And so if you need to upgrade the logic of the protocol, you can change out one of the logic contracts over here and just deploy a new contract that has the same permissions to talk to this data contract. And so if we were to basically just sort of map out what's going on here, is we have one contract over here, which is responsible for housing all of the data. We'll put a D right there. And then we have, one or more, potentially several contracts that are used for the logic. So I'll put an L right there. And so we could have several of these. If I actually copied everything, we could have several of these logic contracts. I'll just delete this. Several of these logic contracts that all have the permissions to basically talk to this data contract and execute functions on the data contract that will actually change the storage within the data contract. And then also they'll, read from the state of the data contract to get the state of the system. And so these logic contracts don't actually store any important state. They're all deriving the state of the system and writing the state of the system to this data contract. And so if I need an upgrade on a very specific part of the protocol, I can take this logic contract out and I can put in a new one that is just, talking to the data system in the new upgraded way. And so obviously one potential flaw here is if a user has to interact with this logic contract and then we pull this little switcheroo where we take the existing logic contract out and we put a new one in, and so it will have, it will be at a different address, of course. So now if we started using this one and saying like, this is now the logic contract that actually is, the valid most updated logic contract, and this could be at address OXA, and then of course this old one was at OXB. Now if users are, they have been interacting with address OXB, now you have to tell everybody to go and look, now OXA, this is the real contract that is now being used. And so you'd have to tell users to basically migrate to that implementation. But of course you can solve all of this if you just separate the user's transaction. If I basically come and say, if I come and I take this and I say, nope, we don't have the users interacting with the logic contracts directly, but we have instead, we come and we take and we implement, like a router or something like this on top, which basically says that, okay, this is the router, this is the user interface for the system, and then the router will go, and the router goes and it talks to the logic contracts, and the router knows which is the most up-to-date logic contract. And so if we switch a logic contract out here, the router will automatically go to the correct logic contract, and the user can continue to interact with the router at whatever address the router is at. And so of course, a fantastic example of this particular upgradability pattern is implemented in the GMX v2 codebase. So we can see here that they have a data store contract here up at the top, and this is that data contract here. If we go right here, this data contract right here is basically the data store, and we can see we have basically mappings, tons of different mappings for different values. So uint values that are stored in the data store, they map from a bytes 32 object to a uint 256. And we have all different kinds of mappings for Boolean values, string values, more bytes 32 values. And then we implement all of these functions, which are permissioned, that's very important, to set all of these different values in this data contract. And so only the contracts with permission to, set a value in here can actually set that value and change the state of the protocol in this data contract. So of course, each of these logic contracts is going to have that controller permission to be able to actually manipulate the data inside of the data store. And then of course, they have an exchange router up front, which the users are interacting with, which will then take and, sort of send them off to if they need to interact with this logic contract, which implements a logic for increasing a position, or things such as this. And of course, if you're interested in learning more about this pattern, you can check out the GMX Synthetics GMX v2 codebase in the description down below. And so of course, the good things about eternal storage are perhaps its simplicity. You don't have to worry about selector clashing or storage collisions, these things that just come up with the delegate call types of implementations. And of course, you can easily replace contracts in the system by just swapping out, one of these logic contracts. And of course, a common pitfall, common mistake that is, of course, if you don't have, you don't manage access control properly. Of course, if, like one of these functions didn't have a modifier in it and it was just an external function, that would be a critical vulnerability. And then of course, managing access, if there is a logic contract that is found to be malicious and it needs to be upgraded, then we need to make sure that we remove the controller status from that contract. Okay, so that brings us to our first of the delegate call type implementations for upgradeability. And this is of course the transparent proxy. And so first, before we dive into the actual implementation of what a transparent proxy is and what it looks like, let's first talk about just delegate call. So delegate call comes into play when, let's say, we have two different contracts. We have a contract here. This will be our contract A. Actually, let's call this our proxy. And then what we can do is we'll have another contract and let's call it an implementation. All right, so there's our poorly labeled implementation contract. So how delegate call is going to work is, let's say that we want to have the proxy delegate call to the implementation. So when we delegate call, basically what we're going to do is we are delegating control of this smart contract's environment to this implementation contract. So we're going to allow this implementation contract's logic within, the functions inside of the implementation contract to have an effect on the storage in the proxy contract over here. And so basically it's like if I was a user and I come from my EOA over here, and then I call into this proxy contract and I say, I'm going to call XYZ function on this proxy contract. What we're going to say is we're going to maintain all of the state of this current transaction that I'm making, and we're going to say, okay, basically what would this implementation contract do if it was almost like I came and I just called the implementation directly. So what we're going to do is we have this transaction that gets started, and there is a message.sender associated with that. That is my EOA. There is an address this of the current execution environment, and that is the proxy contract. There is, of course, a message.value that would have been provided, as well as a few other things. But basically, we're going to take all of this data within the transaction, so the message sender, address this, message.value, among other things, and we're going to preserve it when we delegate call to the implementation. So it will be as if we called the implementation and it has the exact same thing. So message.sender, when we're within this delegate call execution on the implementation contract, message.sender is going to be this EOA here, and then address this is going to be the actual proxy address, and message.value will be, whatever message.value the EOA sent. And essentially any logic that happens that would store stuff in storage or emit events or anything like that, that is going to happen in this proxy contract. So if I have something in the implementation contract that says store something at storage slot 1, we're going to come and inside of the proxy contract during this execution, we're going to store stuff at storage slot 1. And of course, this is going to lead to a number of different potential hiccups and vulnerabilities that we're going to see with these delegate call type upgradable patterns. So the idea behind the transparent proxy is that on this proxy contract, there is an implementation stored. So we have a storage variable that is the implementation stored somewhere within this proxy contract. And then that storage variable stores an address, and the address is the exact address of the implementation contract that we ought to delegate call to whenever we receive any kind of message from an EOA. And so basically this implementation address here is saying, what is the contents of this contract essentially? What is the logic of this contract? And so by changing the implementation, I'm able to change the actual implementation of the code that is, conceivably being executed on the proxy when you call it. All right, so let's have a look at the implementation for a transparent upgradable proxy. So first of all, we'll note that this inherits from an ERC1967 proxy. And so I'm going to click into this so we can see what this looks like before we move on. So this inherits from a normal, just base proxy. So let's have a look at what a normal base proxy is. And so at its core, this base proxy is just a contract that has this underscore delegate function. And whenever you hit its fallback function, you will just delegate to the implementation, which is received from the invocation of this implementation function. So in this delegate function, which is up here, we can see all we're doing is we're just literally getting all of the call data for the transaction and just copying it entirely into memory. And then what we're doing is we're immediately just delegate calling, forwarding all of the gas to the implementation contract, which was received from the invocation of this implementation function right here. And then so we're basically going to get the call data size. We're going to have, basically just provide from 0 to, however bit large the call data is, just have all of that call data available in the delegate call. And then here we're going to copy the return data into memory so that we can then revert in the case of a revert with all of that return data, or return that actual return data. And so really at a high level, the only thing this function is doing is just delegate calling to the implementation. So we take whatever call data the user provided in their transaction, basically just throw it, give it to the implementation, and then we will, handle the return data, handle success or failure. So then the next interesting thing we need to ask ourselves is, where do we get the implementation, right? So the implementation function is not actually implemented in this base proxy class. So if we go back up a level to the ERC1967 proxy, we can see that the implementation is using this ERC1967utils.getImplementation function. Now, before we look at this function, let's see what is ERC1967. So if we click and we go to the ERC1967 EIP page, we can see that this ERC is specifically just focused on having a consistent location for proxies to store the address of the logic contract, the implementation contract, right? So if we scroll down here, we can see that that particular address, that particular storage slot that this address should be stored at is this right here. It is the bytes 32 value of a hash of this string here, and then with a 1 subtracted from it to make it even more exotic. And so the result of that is, of course, this big 32 byte object here, and then this is the storage slot where the address for the implementation is stored. So when we go into this ERC1967utils function for getting the implementation, we see we're basically just accessing an address slot. So we're just accessing the storage slot that's here, and then we are basically getting that value as an address. And of course, the implementation slot is our hash here. So we can say 3608, 3608, and it ends with BBC, and we've got BBC right there. Okay, fantastic. So at this point, we still haven't even actually talked about specifically a transparent upgradable proxy. This is just an ERC1967 compliant proxy. And so this is the base proxy that the transparent upgradable proxy is building on top of. So we can see it inherits from the ERC1967 proxy, and then it implements a fallback function. So it overrides the fallback function, and then we can see that it also has an internal function here. So what is going on? What makes this implementation, specifically a transparent proxy. So really the key features of a transparent proxy is that this admin here is stored in this proxy, and the admin actually is able to control whether or not a upgrade happens from this proxy contract. So what I mean by that is, of course, we can see with these lines here, this is actually all of the logic that holds basically the logic to go from one implementation contract right here to upgrade and have the proxy point to a different implementation contract. So basically all of the logic to say, hey, this old implementation was bad, now let's go to a new one and have a completely different implementation contract over here, all of that logic lives right here. So let's have a look at it. So if the message.sender happens to be the admin calling this proxy, and the message.signature, the first 4 bytes of the call data, is for this upgrade to and call selector. So essentially if they wanted to call the upgrade to and call function and they are the admin, then we're going to call this internal private function dispatch upgrade to and call. So what this is going to do is it's going to take the message.data, we're going to slice off those first 4 bytes of the selector. We're going to decode 2 things, the address of the new implementation, so that's expected to be called first in the call data, and then some just arbitrary bytes that we want to be invoked on the new implementation when we call it. And so then we're going to upgrade to and call, and we'll see what this does. We're going to set the implementation, so this is where the upgrade is actually happening. Now we're writing to that storage slot, so we can go in here and we can see we're writing to the implementation slot, we're setting the value to the new implementation. And this is exactly where the upgrade is happening. And then after that, of course, if the length of the data is greater than 0, then we're going to, give like an initialization call or whatever you would like to actually call on the new implementation. It can be any of this arbitrary data here. And then if it's not, we have a safety check to make sure that, they didn't accidentally send some message.value along with this upgrade. Okay, so what are the good things about this transparent upgradable proxy? Well, first of all, it's probably the easiest to understand of all of these delegate call type proxies. And of course, it's relatively cheap to just deploy a new transparent upgradable proxy, since it doesn't have to have all of this logic data or anything like that. You can just deploy a new proxy that points to whatever implementation you would like it to for the logic. But of course, what are some downsides of the transparent upgradable proxy? Well, of course, first of all, the admin can't actually interact with the actual implementation, because of course, if the message.sender equals the admin, then we're going to either be able to upgrade or it's just going to revert. And so we're not ever going to be able to enter this else case, which would be for everybody else, in which case we go to the fallback of the ERC1967 proxy, and we would basically do the actual delegating to the implementation. So an admin cannot actually interact with the system because of that. And so on top of that, to basically sort of address that, this admin sort of comes with its own contract. So when they first deploy a new transparent proxy, a new proxy admin is deployed, and that's set to the admin, which is immutable. And so here's the proxy admin contract, just a really simple contract, but it does add complexity to just have another contract that's associated with the system. So some might say unideal. But another thing to potentially have to worry about with all of these delegate call upgrade implementations is, of course, function selector clashing and storage collisions. So what are both of these things? Well, if I am delegate calling to an implementation here, and then let's say the implementation said to write to this implementation slot, then this implementation would actually end up writing to the implementation, right? And changing the contract that it actually delegate calls to. And so this can often get quite complex if you have a former implementation contract that had A, B, C, full 32-byte storage variables. And so then each of these storage variables would be stored in the proxy. And then if I wanted to upgrade to a contract that had variables, let's say you had A, B, DC, well, now what's going to happen is, since solidity basically says, okay, what's the order of the storage variables you've declared, that's the order of, the first one's going to go to slot 0, the second one is going to go to slot 20, and so on and so forth. Then now when we have A, B, C in this proxy contract, now what's going to happen is when we upgrade to this one and this one starts writing stuff, we're going to write A to A, B to B. Now D is going to overwrite C, and then now C is basically going to have a new storage slot. So that is one way that storage collision can occur when we're using this sort of messy delegate call behavior. So then what is function selector clashing? Well, that would essentially be if I wanted to call the function with, let's say it had the same selector as add uint256a, uint256b, and of course it would return uint256. If I wanted to call this function, or a function that had a similar selector, so we can get a selector for this add function, we can go cast sig, and we can put in our function interface there, and we can get this function selector. So if I just so happened to have a function on the implementation contract that I wanted to call that matched this function selector, if we had our OX7 ... if we had that function selector in this implementation contract, then if I wanted to call it and there was this add function in the transparent proxy here, then when I call the proxy, we're actually just going to call the add function that is directly on the transparent upgradable proxy, instead of falling back and going in here and ultimately calling the implementation contract. So normally, if these functions were in the same Solidity contract, then Solidity would detect the function selector collision, and it would change one of the function selectors so that there is no collision. But since we're going across two contracts here, it is very possible for a function selector to collide with something like add or some other function selector, and then in that case the one that is in the contract being called directly would have a higher priority. Okay, fantastic. So that leads us to our third implementation of upgrade strategies, which is the universally upgradable pattern, or UUPS. And essentially, the difference between UUPS and transparent proxies is just that the upgrade and admin logic for the proxy and implementation system lives within the implementation rather than living within the proxy contract. Okay, so let's have a look at the UUPS implementation, and we can see a few functions here. It's a little bit more robust than the transparent proxy implementation, and we will see this upgrade to and call UUPS function, which is called within the upgrade to and call public function. And so this is not the proxy contract, this is the implementation contract. So this is an abstract contract that your implementation contract should inherit from. And then this way, even if you were just using a basic bare bones proxy contract with no actual implementation, then you would still have all of the logic that you need to basically perform the upgrade, set the new implementation, and upgrade to a new UUPS implementation. So what are some good things about this UUPS design? Well, so first of all, obviously now in the proxy contract, we don't have to be storing an admin or anything like this, or have any additional logic for upgrades to happen. And so as a byproduct of that, of course, now the admin can actually use this system. There's no address that has to be basically reserved for doing upgrades. And of course, now when we are falling back, we don't have to specifically check if the message.sender is the admin every single time. So of course, that's going to give you some gas savings right there. But of course, what are some drawbacks to the system? I think probably the number one foot gun of the system is that the authorize upgrade function has to be, you have to manually override it and implement it in the contract that inherits from UUPS upgradable. and you have to make sure that it correctly implements that access control to make sure that only the admin can authorize an upgrade of the system. Otherwise, if you forget to do that, you do that wrong, then you end up having basically a contract that can just be upgraded to an arbitrary implementation, which basically leaves you with pretty much zero security. And of course, another thing is if you end up upgrading to an implementation that just so happens to not have additional upgrade logic, e.g. if it's not UUPS upgradable compliant, then you can't ever upgrade again because there's no longer any logic in the implementation to actually go and set the implementation address in the proxy to a new implementation. So if you're using this with just a bare bones ERC1967 proxy implementation, then basically there's no way to set this ERC1967 implementation slot if you upgrade to something that doesn't have that capability. But of course there are measures in place to basically try and mitigate that, and so they have a sort of like a proxyable UUID function that is basically like a ping to see if this is something that is, presumably compliant with the UUPS standard. So that does reduce the risk of basically ending up stuck in a contract that can no longer be upgraded. But of course, that risk is still there. It doesn't completely mitigate the issue. And then, of course, you have the same issues since we're using delegate call in the system of potential storage collision or function selector clashing. Okay, so that leads us to our fourth pattern for upgradeability, which is the beacon proxy. So the beacon proxy is somewhat aptly named, as there can basically be a bunch of individual proxies that all basically read from this one beacon, and the beacon basically tells them this is the implementation address that we are all using, all of these proxies, and so all of them will then delegate call to that implementation. So let's have a look at the implementation for a beacon proxy. So we'll first notice that this is actually not ERC1967 compliant because this proxy doesn't store the implementation address at all. In fact, it just stores the beacon as an immutable variable. So this actually isn't stored in storage in any storage slot. It's actually just stored in the bytecode of the contract. And so the only thing that this proxy does is whenever you call it, of course, we'll go into the proxy and we will hit the fallback function. We'll call the underscore implementation function, which if we go back, all that does is it gets the beacon address, which is stored in the bytecode of this contract, and then we're going to call it. We call the beacon, we call the implementation function on the beacon, and then that is the implementation function that will ultimately be delegated to. If we go back here, fallback, we delegate to the implementation that gets returned there, and then that's where our delegate call and all of that happens there. So then let's check out the upgradable beacon. So this is the contract that is our beacon that tells exactly what the address of the implementation is. And so we can see that this is literally just setting a storage slot here for the implementation. So two very, very simple contracts here for the beacon upgradeability approach. We can see we literally just have that view function to read what the implementation is. Then we have a only owner function to basically set the implementation storage slot here, which will change the return value of this view function, and that's pretty much it. And so what are the good things about this pattern is, well, first of all, you can just coordinate the upgrade of several proxies at the same exact time by just simply setting this one storage slot in this one contract. So if I had like, a dozen, 100, 1,000 beacon proxies that were all pointing to this beacon address, if I just change that one storage slot in the upgradable beacon, if I just call this upgrade to function, well, automatically for all of these beacons, we're going to update the implementation address that ends up getting called immediately for all of them at the same time. And then of course, in the actual beacon proxy, yet again, we have removed that sort of inefficient check of checking the admin, if the admin is the message.sender, on every single delegate call. We do get that little boost of optimization over the transparent proxy. But of course, what are the potential downsides? Well, like always, we have, any potential function selector issues with delegate call if more things were implemented in this beacon proxy. But then we also have an increased risk, perhaps, of storage collision. If you had, imagine if you had 1,000 different beacon proxies that were all listening to one upgradable beacon contract, and some of them were from, they had been used with previous older implementations, and maybe they had some extra storage slots that were previously used, but then now you have newer ones that have, they've only been used with newer implementations, and they have sort of a different storage layout. So it can get a little bit complex when we're thinking about 1,000 different proxies, which all of them could have different slight iterations of this is what the storage layout looked out in 1.2 or whatever, and they could have leftover things in storage. Some of them might not have the storage variables that others have. So it just adds a layer to think about when we're actually going through the upgrade process, and what that basically like storage migration needs to look like when you go from one implementation contract to another one. And so that brings us to our final fifth approach to smart contract upgradability, which is the diamond standard. And so as we can see here, the implementation for the diamond standard is actually quite a bit more robust than all of the other ones. And so we don't actually have time to go through all of the implementation in this video today. Perhaps there will be a dedicated video for just the diamond standard in the future, but we can just explain really at a high level all the diamond standard is really supposed to do, because at its core it's actually quite simple. Meanwhile, when you actually get to the implementation level, several things are a bit more complex. So really fundamentally, what does the diamond standard aim to do? Well, basically you can have your canonical proxy contract, and in the diamond standard it will just be called a diamond. So we'll put a D here for this is our diamond. And then we have a mapping basically. So if I want to say for function selector OX for a ... just pick your favorite 4 bytes for this particular function selector, what implementation address do I want to use? So it will be a mapping from this 4-byte function selector to this full address here, and this will say basically for this function I want you to delegate call to this address. And so I can have multiple of these. I can have the function selector OXBC ... I can have that basically be programmed to delegate call to a different contract at the address FA7 ... And so this way I can basically engineer essentially unlimited functionality within a single smart contract by just registering these different functions in this diamond proxy contract. And so then essentially what this looks like is like a contract that's literally just like a switch case, which is like you get in call data, you read the message.sig, you say, okay, does the message signature match this? Does it match this? Well, really you would be looking it up in a mapping, and then you would say, okay, so it was, let's say it was this particular message.sig, so the signature for the function we're trying to call. Then what we're going to do is we're going to come over to this specific contract. So we delegate call to this exact contract that was in the corresponding value for that key in the mapping. So this diamond contract is essentially just a registry for saying when users calls this, where are we going to route them to, and where we're going to delegate call the execution for this proxy contract. And so the diamond standard will essentially allow you to easily change the values in this mapping. So if I want to now change OXBC, if I want to change the implementation contract that gets called for that particular function, then all I have to do is change that one single key value pair in this registry mapping. So obviously the good things about this is that I can have sort of small granular control over the upgrades that happen in my system. I can replace literally single functions at a time if that's what I want to do. And also I can manage very, very large, complex logic with many functions potentially in one single diamond contract. And so of course, what are the bad things about the diamond contract? Well, it's extremely controversial because of, we just saw the reference implementation. It is quite dense. There's a lot going on here for just, you would expect it to just be like a mapping that goes from a bytes for signature to an address, but it turns out there's a lot more to it, and a lot of this contains somewhat arguably superfluous optimizations that might not be necessary. And in addition to that, some of the naming conventions could be somewhat confusing, especially when you're coming from these other upgradability patterns. So of course, a diamond is basically the diamond standard's word for a proxy. The diamond standard has this idea of facets, and a facet is essentially just an implementation contract. So of course, a diamond has multiple facets. A proxy can have multiple implementations within the diamond standard. And then there's this idea of a diamond cut. So when you cut, it means you basically change something in the registry. You either add a new key value pair for the function selector to the address, or you change an existing one, or you remove one. That would be called a diamond cut. And then a diamond loop is just a list of delegated functions. So message.sigs that would be delegated on. And so in general, the complexity and the added jargon can just make it a lot harder for new users to onboard to the standard, and in general just enables a lot more things that could potentially go wrong when things are more complex and harder to understand. And of course, you do have to worry about storage collisions especially, and there's a whole system within the diamond standard to specifically address that problem. All right, that is everything. I hope you learned something cool about these 5 different upgradability mechanisms. Beyond that, we had the upgradability stuff. So before we're going to go over basically all the questions there, but does anybody have any questions right off the bat about the upgradability side quest? I'll go ahead and share my screen.
On my side, the most difficult, we work on it with Kenny, was to rank the different patterns regarding the most gas efficient.
Yeah, we'll walk through that today. So let's go ahead. We'll just walk through every question here. So we had some, an introduction to what are the 5 most common upgradability patterns, and then we've got the questions right here. So first of all, protocol plans to have dozens of vault contracts which it wishes to be able to upgrade all at the same time. Which upgradability pattern should they use? Does anybody know the answer to this one?
Yep.
Should it be the beacon?
Yep.
Exactly. It's the beacon proxy pattern. We can just upgrade the implementation once in one contract, and everything that's pointing to that be upgraded in that single transaction. So second one is probably the hardest, which we'll go over now. We'll sort of walk through. And we're going to rank each of the patterns by sort of gas efficiency, specifically on a user just making an interaction with the implementation. So let me just first of all write out, we've got eternal storage. We'll just copy all of these. Transparent. So at the top we'll have most gas efficient, and we'll go ahead and we'll sort of rank these, and we'll have a look and figure out where to put stuff. So let's go straight to the Open Zeppelin. We go ahead and just grab this. Cool. Let's go to contracts. First of all, we've got proxy. So this is like the most basic proxy. Here's our transparent proxy. Here's where we've got beacons. UPS is right here.
And of course, eternal storage is not going to be here. Diamonds is not going to be here. So first of all, let's have a look at transparent proxy. So when we're just calling it as a user trying to interact with the system, we're going to hit this fallback function. And first we're going to check if the message just sender is the proxy admin, and if there's some stuff here. We've got to, basically for a normal user, we've got to make this if check here on every single call. We've got to check if they're the proxy admin, which granted is not a storage variable, so we don't have to S-load anything. It's immutable, so it's a part of the code of this proxy contract. So it's not too expensive to have to read and do this comparison, but it is, something that we have to do every single time before we actually get into this else block and actually do the fallback and delegate call to the implementation. So for that reason, there's this extra overhead for every single call that we make. So we're going to put the transparent proxy right about here. Now next for eternal storage, we're going to basically leave this, sort of on the side for now at least, because, when we're trying to compare these proxy patterns to eternal storage, it's not really a comparison that makes sense. So honestly, for this question, probably it should have been the 4 proxy patterns. So apologies for that confusion, but like the eternal storage is not really as easily comparable. It really depends on what the implementation is, what the interface contract looks like for the user. So we're going to focus on the proxy related stuff. So let's have a look at UUPS. So first of all, what do we know about UUPS? We know that the actual implementation and upgrade logic is implemented on the implementation contract itself, right? So we've got this upgrade to and call function on the actual implementation contract. This is the implementation contract that would be inherited from, right, for your implementation. So it's not going to use the ERC, the transparent upgradable proxy for the proxy. The proxy is going to be this basic proxy, right? And so when we hit this fallback function, we're just going to straight up delegate to the implementation, right? So if we compare this directly to the fallback here, what we were doing is we were doing a check first, and then we were doing that fallback function, right? But now what we're doing is we're just straight up doing this fallback and straight up delegating. So for that reason, UUPS is actually more gas efficient than the transparent proxy pattern. Let's have a look at the beacon. So on the beacon proxy, this is it just inherits from a proxy, right? And underscore implementation is reading from the beacon contract. So, and the beacon is an immutable thing. So what we're doing is we're going to go to the proxy when we need to delegate, we need to get the implementation, right? So we underscore delegate to the implementation. So when we call this implementation function, we're going to hit this right here. Now, for a transparent upgradable proxy, we just hit this implementation, or sorry, for a UUPS or a transparent upgradable, this implementation is stored at the actual implementation slot. So if we go here, we're going to, if for example I want to upgrade and actually change the implementation, we're going to upgrade to and call. And what does this upgrade to and call do? It stores stuff in the implementation slot. So we see upgrade to and call, set implementation. We are setting the address slot of the implementation slot in storage to this new implementation. So this storage slot, this is where the implementation address is stored. So what does that mean? That means that every time that we want to go ahead and actually delegate call, every time a user calls it, trying to call any normal function on the implementation contract, we have to sload from this implementation slot. And that happens when we call underscore implementation, right? Because if we go here, if we find the underscore implementation, we've got get implementation in the utils, and then of course get implementation goes to that storage slot and it reads, it sloads from the implementation slot. So we're going to compare the transparent proxy, their method of getting the implementation address, to how the beacons get it, because that's where we're going to find a difference. So if we go to the beacon, underscore implementation is now, instead of just reading the storage slot of this address, now we are getting the beacon, which is not a thing in storage, it's something in the actual code of this contract. So it's not as expensive as reading from storage. But we're going to call this external function on the beacon contract. We're going to grab the implementation. So we go to the beacon contract, and of course the implementation here is something in storage. So what we have to do to access the implementation, so when we're getting the implementation for transparent proxy and for UUPS, basically just do an sload. For beacon, we do sload, plus there's that overhead to make the external call. And so the beacon is, it doesn't have to make that admin check that the transparent one does. We don't have to do this on the beacon, but we do have to make this additional external call to figure out who is the actual implementation. We've got to make an external call to make that happen. So for that reason, definitely UUPS is still more efficient than the beacon, since we don't have to make the admin check and there's no extra external call. They're just reading from storage to get what is the current implementation. But from a transparent proxy, there's the trade-off of we do have to make the admin check, but we don't have to make an external call. I believe the external call is going to be slightly more expensive than making the admin check. So it makes the beacon just slightly, really these things are about, basically neck and neck, but the beacon will be slightly below the transparent proxy here. And then we go to diamonds. And this one is actually, really hard to rank because there's several implementations, reference implementations of the diamond proxy pattern. But generally what you have to do for a diamond is you've got to look up in a mapping sload. So basically you've got to do an sload to read what is the address of the implementation for this message.sig. So we've still got to do that sload, of course. There's really no way around the sload for getting the actual implementation contract. It's pretty much, it's always got to be stored in storage. But in this one, like I said, it really depends on the implementation. You know, usually it's actually going to be pretty gas intensive. So it's going to be, you know, on the order of like a beacon, or sometimes even, you know, worse. I mean, honestly, it depends on the implementation. I think there is one that is like specifically really gas efficient, in which case it might be higher. But this is generally just the ranking of, you know, how gas efficient these things will be. And it's not, at least for this question, the intention was not to go to like the opcode level and figure out like, oh, well, this is like 47 gas or something like this. But really to understand, okay, in UUPS, in all of these, we've got to do an sload, but in UUPS, we don't have to make an admin check. In transparent proxy, we've got to make an admin check. In beacon, we've got to do an external call. And so these are really the key differences that you want to pay attention to with this one. So you guys have any questions based on that ranking?
I think we kind of went into that direction. So we did well. I'm still curious though, where would you put eternal storage, even though it's not exactly a toxic pattern? I guess it depends on like the amount of storage that's written in it.
Yeah, in terms of the user just being able to call the function, then I mean, really it could be up here, or if, I don't know, it really depends on the implementation, right? But we don't have to sload. So I mean, really it's up here because we don't have to sload what the actual implementation is. You are calling the implementation directly. And you don't have to check if somebody's the admin when they just call the function, right? So a good example of this is the GMX synthetics exchange router. So for example, if I want to call something like create deposit, I can just call that straight up, right? And there doesn't have to be there's no delegate calling, there's no checking are you an admin or not, or anything like this. I don't have to sload. Actually, in this case, yeah, I don't have to sload to get to what is the actual implementation contract. Here, we're actually just reading in, you know, from the code. This is immutable, so we don't have to sload this. And I mean, really, if you wanted to, if your protocol was small enough, all of the logic for this could just go into this function right here. So in the context of, okay, we're just making the user call, what kind of overhead of delegate calling, checking the admin, getting the implementation address, what kind of overhead exists there? Almost none, right? So in technicality, eternal storage is actually at the top here.
Thank you.
All right, cool. My allergy's been acting up. Okay, so that was number 2. Number 3 is how can storage collisions occur when using a proxy? So when we have a proxy, let's say we had, for example, our proxy contract right here. And of course, this is going to point to some implementation. So let's say we have our implementation. that's right here. So anytime a user calls the proxy, we delegate call to the implementation. Implementation dictates what storage slots we write to, what values get written there on the proxy. So let's say we have storage slot 1. Let's just say storage slot 1 or 0. Storage slot 1. Storage slot 3 or 2. And then let's put 3. All right, cool. So we've got 4 storage slots here. Let's say this implementation has been writing values to all 4 of these. Let's say this is the admin. This is the nonce. This is the total balance. This is the total supply. Something like that. Just random variables. So when we do an upgrade, we're going to switch out the implementation contract. So what happens if I take this implementation contract away? It's now no longer being used. And we put a new one in. New implementation contract. Brand new feature is now supported. But now we're writing, and we no longer need to track the total balance. For whatever reason, we don't need the total balance anymore. So now we remove the total balance. Now the total supply is getting read from and written to here. But previously, we had written some values there that were meant for the total balance. So initially, upon making this upgrade, now we're going to be writing, or like denoting, that this storage slot 2 represents the value for the total supply. But previously, there was a total balance value there. So now we're going to be reading something that just totally doesn't even make sense, right? And so this is immediately going to break the logic of the implementation if we're reading the total balance from OX02 and then trying to write the total supply based on that. Let's say the total supply equals the total supply plus mint amount. Well, when we're reading this total supply from OX02, we're going to go to OX02. We're going to read the value that's there. Now, previously, the total balance was there. So we're going to do the total balance plus whatever amount was being minted. And this is going to return a nonsense result, right? In some cases, the decimals of these two things might not even be similar. So really, it's just a managing of storage slots, right? So that's how, that's weird. So that's how storage collisions can occur when using a proxy, right? Not paying attention to which storage slots are currently allocated and what values are denoted to each of these storage slots. Am I going to be reading from a storage slot that was already allocated to some value, or am I going to be overwriting a storage slot that had an important value assigned to it, or something like this? So do storage collisions apply when using the eternal storage upgradeability pattern? Does anybody think that storage collisions don't apply?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're correct. It's because we don't have to do any of this, like, like, let's be honest, doing upgrades like this is kind of jujitsu, but it's just like industry accepted jujitsu, right? So honestly, the eternal storage pattern, it's great because you don't have to really sit down and think about the move that you're going to make in detail and map out storage slots and stuff like this before you do it, right? So that is definitely one bonus to the eternal storage pattern. All right, great. Number 5 here is, what is function selector clashing and how can it cause unexpected issues? So this is almost similar to what we saw with the storage collision. Let's just write out our proxy contract. So here's our proxy. And then we'll get an implementation. What are all these weird things I keep doing? All right, let me just bring this down. So here's our implementation. All right, great. So now I'm going to delegate call to this thing, ideally on every single call, right? I'm going to forward every single call. We're going to hit the underscore fallback, and we're just going to go straight to the implementation. So let's say there is a, let's say this is like a ERC20 token, and I want to be able to read the total supply. Now, we have to understand something about the way that function, like how do I know which function I'm calling on a proxy? Or how do I know which function I'm calling on a contract in general? So for that, we'll just quickly bring up, let me use cast sig. We're going to get the total supply signature. So of course, we already know that this is the hash of this signature here of total supply, and it's just the first 4 bytes of that thing. So that's the signature that denotes, hey, I want to call this total supply function. And how does that signature actually make its way into like being used in the EVM? Well, we provided some call data to this contract when we called it. We're giving it this appended with a bunch of bytes, which is, any arguments we want to include. In this case, there literally aren't any arguments. So this is our call data. We've got call data right here. And then we are calling this contract, the proxy contract, with that call data. This is us. We are the message.sender. The proxy contract gets that and it checks. Every contract you call is basically going to have like effectively a switch case that says, is the first 4 bytes of the call data, or I guess we'll say, does the first 4 bytes of the call data match the function selectors we have in this contract? That's the first question that the contract asks when you call it with some call data. And so there's 2 paths here, yes and no. So if we say yes, then we go ahead and we just call the function with the matching selector.
But if we say no, then we hit the fallback. And in reality, there's another question here that's like, is there message.value? And then that would determine whether or not you're calling the receive function, but we'll just ignore that for now. Let's assume we're gonna assume message.value equals 0, right? Just to keep things simple. So we're gonna hit the fallback function if it doesn't match anything on this proxy. And that's when, if we look at our proxy contract, that's when we hit this actual fallback. In the proxy, we hit this underscore fallback, and then that's when we actually delegate call to our implementation. So for a proxy, you probably always want to be going to the fallback, right? Because if I call this with these bytes for total supply, I don't want to hit the proxy. That's not supposed to be implemented on the proxy. I want to hit the implementation contract. So let's have a look at a particularly malicious case of selector clashing. Selector clashing is when there's, by surprise, a function on the proxy that actually has the same signature as the one that you want to call in the implementation. So let's say signature database. Let's go to the signature database. Let us grab this. We're going to see all of the signatures, or all the signatures that we know correspond to this selector. So total supply, we knew that this signature was this. That's literally how we got it, right? We just got the signature for total supply, but these aren't actually unique. In fact, there's several other currently known signatures that yield this function selector, one of which is this voting var function. If we cast sig voting var address uint int, then we get the same function selector. And similarly, if we do the same for this, we get the same function selector. So I think actually if we can find right here. So let's have a look. Maybe I can make this bigger. Here's a proxy contract. Here's a malicious proxy contract where we're going to call this unsuspectingly. I'm going to try to read the total supply view function. As we know, the function selector for the total supply is this. So in my call data, I'm going to be supplying this. But in reality, this function, if we go back here, all right, this function, this is implemented on the proxy. So we've got this function selector defined on the proxy. We're trying to call this function selector on the implementation. But since our call data has to have this, we're going to give this call data, we're going to ask this question. Does the first 4 bytes of the call data match the function selectors we have in this contract? Match one of the function selectors. So we've got this voting var function, which happens to have that function selector. So indeed, yes, it does match this function. So we actually go down the yes branch here, and we're going to call this function, this voting var function, because we've provided that in the call data. So in this case, the implementation for the voting var function is to delegate call to the implementation and transfer 100 ether, 100 with just 18 decimals, of value to the proxy owner.
So in this proxy, if you call total supply, you're going to just transfer 100 tokens to the proxy owner. Does anybody not understand how this ends up happening, how this function selector occurs, clashing occurs?
I'm just wondering if the best way in that case is to just leave the proxy as clean as possible. So I've seen a few examples where there's only a fallback function, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ideally the proxy contract doesn't have anything other than exactly just a fallback function. That is the ideal. And we can see if we look on the proxy contract here, we've only got a fallback, right? Internal functions, these are not going to be like publicly callable functions, so they're not going to be in that quote unquote switch case when you hit this contract with some call data. And so in the proxy, like the OpenZeppelin based proxy implementation, there is just a fallback function. And so that means for like an upgradable beacon or like a UUPS or something like this, then there is literally just this fallback function. And then for transparent upgradable, we've got only internal functions or private functions here as well. So in fact, all of these just have a fallback function here. Well, actually, this one goes to this ERC 1967 proxy, and then this just has an internal, and then it inherits from proxy. So yeah, just a fallback is, like, if you ever see not just a fallback, that's honestly like at least a informational finding right there, is that there is potential for function selector collision. And one more thing that I'll add on this is that if you happen to have a contract that has, let's say, total supply and voting var in the same contract, well, we can't have two functions with the same exact function selector in the same contract. So what the EVM will automatically do is, when we're deploying that contract, it will automatically change the function selector for one of these things. I don't actually know exactly how it changes it, if it just like adds one to the selector. I actually don't know the details of that, but I know that it will change the function selector so that they are distinct within the same contract. But this becomes a unique issue when we're talking about across multiple contracts here and we're doing this delegate calling. All right, cool. So let's move on to number 6 here. What is the purpose of the safe upgrade gap variable in this contract? So we can see at the bottom we've got safe upgrade gaps. So I mean, the name is kind of giving you a bit of a hint. We can see that this is a mix-in contract. So generally a mix-in is something that's going to be inherited from. Now this gap should always exist when we have contract inheritance and we're trying to have something be upgradable. And in fact, there's an even better way to address this, which we'll talk about in a moment. But let's talk about why these storage gaps are something that is recommended. So let's say I have like a base contract. Maybe it's even abstract. So we know that we want to inherit from it. And then this will be the just the contract. And this thing is intended to be upgradable. And this is for the implementation. All right.
These contracts are getting a little rough. All right, there we go. So the upgradable, this will inherit from this abstract base contract. And as we know, when we have certain storage slots, let's say storage slot 0 will be from this contract, storage slot 01. Then if I have stuff that I define, like a storage variable that I defined in this contract, this is going to go at 0x02, and then the next one's going to go 0x03, and so on and so forth. The issue here is that if in the future, maybe I want to do an upgrade, I want to adjust the implementation of this system here. What if I want to add another storage variable to the base contract, right? Maybe I'm implementing a new strategy that is supposed to inherit from this base contract, but I realize that there's a distinct piece of functionality that could be abstracted out from all of these different strategies and put in the base contract. So I want to make that change, and I want to add a storage variable to the base contract. This is going to go at slot 0x02. Well, now we have an issue because previously we had a value written to 0x02 down here. And so now we're going to get the classic storage collision issue. So instead of doing that and having this set up where there's literally no extra spots, there's nothing in between the end of storage from the base and the beginning of storage in the upgradable. Instead, what we do is we pre-allocate and create sort of like a buffer of X number of storage slots, so that now this will, so let's say if this, let's say I took up to storage slot 5, right? So I wanted to allocate all the way up to 0x05. Then here we'd go at 6 and then 7. And so now I've got these extra things. It's like, hey, in the future, if I want to add more storage slots here, then I can just easily allocate 0x02 and there's no sweat. Don't have to worry about overwriting anything that's been previously allocated over here. And that's exactly what we're doing here with this safe upgrade gap. Is we've got these 1,000, it's an array with 1,000 uint256, so we're allocating the next 1,000 slots here to give a gap right here. And so that is, a commonly accepted practice. Arguably, what I think is a better practice is when you have an abstract base contract that's supposed to be inherited by an upgradable thing, just use a namespaced storage layout for the stuff that you're going to have in your base contract. What does that mean? We can actually have a look at the OpenZeppelin upgradable contracts. Let's look at ownable. Ownable, upgradable. So instead of defining just like an ownable storage variable, what they've done here is they've defined a ownable storage location. So this is quote unquote namespaced to where is the ownable thing going to be stored. And so now we're not just storing things to, okay, what is the first available storage slot? We're saying this variable is specifically storing the owner. So I've got an owner storage slot. And that's a very specific storage slot that you're never going to hit if you're just defining normal storage variables. So for example, this one is this bytes thing. Like you're literally never going to get to this storage slot if you're just allocating normal storage variables. And so now when I read to and write from this, it's perfectly safe from, if I want to add more things to this, then I just add more namespaced storage slots, and I don't have to worry about, potentially writing something here that's going to overwrite something there, because all of these go to a very, very specific storage slot that is like literally not going to get hit by anything else. Does that approach make sense to folks, or does anybody not understand why we want to use namespaced storage?
I think it makes sense.
Awesome.
Yeah, it makes sense. Do you know if I overheard a conversation about some people talking about when they migrate databases, they are kind of doing the same thing with the safe gap. So they're kind of when they're in the process of changing databases, they kind of don't want them to overlap. So they also will leave a really, really large gap between the old and the new. And that really reminded me of this process of safe gap. Do you know if it's from the Web 2 world, or is it like a Web 3, Web 2 thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly it's just a byproduct of the way that the EVM lays out storage, and the way that contracts inherit. But yeah, I think I mean there are a lot of parallels like that you'll probably see just inherently because we're doing things a little bit similar in some ways to how the stuff was in Web 2, but then in the same in the same light, it's also completely different, right? Because it's now a whole decentralized ledger. Now we have a completely different paradigm. So yeah, I mean, I'm actually not familiar with having to have like a gap whenever you do a database migration. I don't know if AWS always just took care of that for me whenever I was having to do a migration, but I wouldn't be surprised if that maybe even was inspired from Web 2. All right, let's see. Number 7 here is what differences are there between transparent and UUPS upgradeability patterns? So we already went over this. We already pretty much went over this, but basically, yeah, the main differences are for transparent. We've got the admin logic right here, and we've kind of got this like annoying side contract that has to be deployed to be the proxy admin. So that's pretty much I would consider to be a slight con, at least, is just the added complexity of having another contract, and then you've got to spend the gas to make this check. Granted, this is a immutable thing, so it's not super expensive. And then you just go to the fallback versus a UUPS, where here all of the upgrade logic and the admin checking logic and everything like that is implemented literally on the UUPS itself. So if you wanted to do an upgrade, you would call upgrade to and call, and that would have all of the authorization happening specifically just if you called that function instead of having to auth people on every single call. And yeah, I mean, I guess you could say a con of the UUPS upgradable pattern is if you did by accident upgrade to something that was not UUPS compliant, then you would be sort of stuck. You wouldn't have any logic left in the proxy to be able to upgrade to yet another implementation, because that logic is in the implementation itself. It's not actually in the proxy itself, since we're just using like a very bare bones proxy with literally just a fallback function and delegate call. And I mean, that could be a pro or a con, to be honest, because what if I specifically had in mind, like, okay, at this point in time, we're going to have the final iteration out, and then when I deploy that, I want it to go from being an upgradable, sort of centralized system to a non-upgradable, immutable, completely decentralized system at that point in time. Once we've battle tested everything, we want to ship the final version or something like that. So it could be a con, could be a pro, but those are the main like differences between UUPS and transparent. All right, and then our favorite one, the diamond standard. So from a high level, what does the diamond standard do? What does it achieve, and how does it achieve it? So this one, really simply put, is, you know, we are basically able to achieve technically almost infinite logic within a single smart contract. And we can do that by having a single proxy contract. They like to call them diamonds. So we have our diamond. Really, this is just a proxy. Don't let them fool you. And depending on what call data we get, right? So if I get a message.sig for total supply, or voting var address unit 256 int 128 int 128, then I'm going to look up in a mapping. I'm going to say mapping, which thing corresponds to this message.sig, which implementation for this message.sig. Mapping is going to tell me you want to go to this implementation contract. Boom, 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 boom. And if I were to provide a different message.sig, so let's say we had A0, 0B, 01, 00. If I call it this message.sig, I'm going to ask the same question, and it might tell me to go to this implementation. So we could have many, many different actual implementation contracts that get called depending on what is the message.sig that goes into this. And so that's what the diamond proxy achieves, is upgradeability at the granular scale of individual function selectors, and also like just completely bypassing the contract size limit in terms of the amount of functionality that I can put into a single contract. I could have an implementation for every single function selector that I wanted to implement.
I have a quick question. In the case of a diamond proxy contract, what if there is a total supply function linked to a facet and a voting var linked to another facet?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let's look at like what the mapping is, right? So we've got a mapping. So we'll say mapping from bytes 4 to address. So if we are first assuming that there's only one single function in the diamond, and that is the fallback function. So really there's no functions, we just hit the fallback function. And then in that fallback function, we consult this mapping. Then the source of truth for this thing is going to be this. So this is the bytes that corresponds to voting var. This is the selector that corresponds to total supply. Whatever is stored in this mapping, that's the address that we delegate call to. But what if we, on the diamond contract itself, we have a voting var function or a total supply function or something like this? Then we're not going to get to that fallback, right? So you end up with the same issue of, if there's something implemented on this contract that has that function selector, we're not going to hit the fallback, and we're going to call that whatever that function is. If it's voting var, we're going to call that right on the diamond itself. We're not going to get to the fallback function. We're not going to consult this, which means we're not going to go to whatever address we had planned to go to. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so with the diamond proxy, it's a good point that you still have to worry about the same function selector clashing issues, right? And really function selector clashing it's a question of, can we get to the fallback function of this or not? It's really just at its core, it's like, does this contract have this function selector? And again, ideally the contract has nothing, no function selectors. And so everything will just go to the fallback, right? So that's the case with literally any function, any proxy that uses delegate call, that's the case. All right, great. Oh, okay, so this was one of the questions that we had here. We literally just looked at this. What is malicious about the following proxy? What risks exist? So first of all, there is this voting var selector clashing. Second of all, in the fallback function, some of you might have noticed, is a sneaky one that maybe could be overlooked if you're not paying very close attention, but the success variable here is not checked for success. So even if this delegate call fails for whatever reason, then we're not going to end up reverting, which could be a huge issue, especially since this is payable, right? So we could end up with Ether getting trapped or something like that. Okay, number 10, this is the fun one. Is this an appropriate implementation of a UUPS compliant implementation contract? Why or why not? I'm interested, what were folks able to find with this?
The authorized upgrade is just left empty. So it would probably allow everyone to upgrade the proxy, the implementation.
Exactly. So right here, really what we should have is, if I'm able to edit this, so here we've got, now I'm editing this, literally adding only owner right there. Actually, I think the override should come before that, but regardless, adding an only owner to the authorize upgrade function, that is what we need. And so even though we've added only owner to this upgrade too, if we go to the UUPS upgradable contract, there is an upgrade to, or actually there's just there's an upgrade to and call, right? And what we're doing here is we are going straight to the underscore upgrade to and call, and we're not overriding this upgrade to and call function, which is also available to be called on this UUPS implementation. And this is actually a critical vulnerability that we found in a real audit recently. So stuff like this, it really does come up even in like reputable brands, just little mistakes like this that could potentially have costed tens of millions of dollars in losses.
All right, fantastic. So now you have mastered all forms of upgradability patterns. You've completed side quest 2, and you also see the types of vulnerabilities that can come up with different upgradability patterns. So first of all, fantastic job on completing side quest 2 and completing this section. Now it's time to move on to audit training. So in this section, we're going to go over some student code walks. So we're actually going to see some vulnerabilities that might come up when you're doing mission number 3, right? So this is going to be students code walking code bases that they reviewed and walking us through the findings that they found, the way that they understood the code base, and it's going to be reviewed. The reviewer of the code base is going to be somebody who hasn't even seen this code base at all before. So you're going to get to see in action, what do some of these implementations look like? What are some of the vulnerabilities? And also, how does a reviewer, somebody who hasn't seen this code base at all, approach this code base and try to understand it, try to find new stuff in it, etc., etc. All right, so let's dive into these student code walks.
All right, cool. So with that out of the way, we'll get into brief code walks. So like we talked about, you guys are going to be just doing a code walk of the code base that you reviewed for the last week. You're going to start off, if you're giving the code walk, you're going to have 3 to 4 minutes just to give a high-level overview of how the system works, what's the high-level design, And then what are maybe some interesting findings that you had? If you didn't have any interesting findings, why was the code base built so great? Or, what are some interesting stuff about the code base? And then we'll hop into, the reviewer will start guiding you and trying to find interesting stuff in the code base or trying to understand the code base themselves and maybe suggesting design changes or potential types of vulnerabilities or stuff like this. So Demo and Poll, have you guys decided who wants to do the code walk of PerpetuX?
Yep, it's going to be me.
Okay, cool. So PerpetuX, that is EVDoc and Kenny's repo. So the reviewer, so I think Nyan, I think you're the only person from Team 1. Are you good to be the reviewer on this one?
Yeah, sure.
All right, great. All right, Demo, take it away whenever you're ready.
Could you just zoom in a little bit? Yeah, perfect.
I'm going to walk you over the PerpetuX contract. Can you hear me well now?
Yep, loud and clear.
Fantastic, good. So from design perspective, the folks went with a single protocol where they combine all the logic from the liquidators, the traders, and also the liquidity providers. They use Oracle, an Oracle library that they use in order to get the price of BTC, of Bitcoin and USD. Basically, the way they structure their protocol is that they accept USDC as collateral and as liquidity, and they allow the traders to open short and long trades in Bitcoin. And they are doing that by having position struct, and this position has a few variables. It shows whether the position is long or short. It shows the total value that was contributed to the position. It shows the size in Bitcoin. It shows the collateral, who owns that position, and the open timestamp, which the guys later use for the borrowing fees. One interesting thing here is that they are allowing currently only one position per trader, meaning that one trader or one address could have either one long or one short position, but no more. It's a similar case for us as well. So far from our looking, we didn't manage to find like amazing errors, to be honest. The guys have structured their protocol quite well. They're using tests on both Anvil and on forking mainnet. And walking from the top, probably a few interesting things is that they keep so one thing that was to me is that they have a few, like, not sure how to call them, like logic duplications, meaning that they have uint to position, which this uint is some kind of a nonce that they use to ID the position, which so far it's not that useful because they only allow one trade per trader. But I guess this will become more beneficial in the future. And they keep the total open interest in two variables, one for short and one for long. And they keep the collateral as a separate mapping. That was interesting to me. They don't keep the collateral only in the position, but they require you to first create a position to first deposit collateral, and then with this collateral to create a position. In terms of some other interesting things, they've created a pretty configurable contract, I could say. They have the notion of an owner that can change more or less all the crucial variables in the contract, like the fees. They could change the maximum leverage and things like that, which our team didn't care of that much. And one thing that was very interesting to me is that they thought of I forgot the name of the attack, but the initial liquidity provider attack or the initial something attack, and they are minting 1,000 pairs before when the contract is being booted up, instead of allowing someone to start off and have all the liquidity in the protocol. They override most of the ERC 4626 vote methods, functions. They override the withdraw, the deposit, the mint, and the redeem, and they do that in a proper way. Something that I found, but I'm not sure I've already validated, is that while redeeming shares, they don't pick for the liquidity utilization. They do that when the user wants to withdraw, but when they use redeem, I think they've missed that. But again, not 100% sure on this issue. In addition to that, they have a function for create close position. I'm just going to go over the interface, create close position, and they have two functions for increasing the size and the collateral, and two functions for decreasing the size and the collateral. Something which we saw that in the requirements was not exactly structured this way. There was a requirement that we are supposed to be able to decrease a collateral and a position at the same time. In here, it would require two calls, which I don't see as a big, like it's a minor issue. They also have the borrowing fees, and they are using the formulas which we discussed in the office hours. They are using these fees when calculating the P&L of a position. Just let me see. I think we had an issue with that as well. One of the issues was, just a second, I think decrease collateral. Yeah, here something that we found regarding the fees is that we are checking for the collateral, and we are checking if the amount which we try to withdraw is zero. The guys did quite some validations, but I think here they missed to take into consideration, while calculating the leverage, to take into consideration the fees. That's something that we managed to find. In addition to that, as mentioned, they are keeping the collateral on both a user level and on a position level, and I think that that allows for a few vulnerabilities, so these attack vectors. For example, over here, when we're trying to increase the collateral, we're increasing the collateral of the position, but they are not updating the collateral of the collateral mapping that I showed you above. And apart from that, I think it's pretty well structured. They had good test infrastructure on both a fork and one longer test on an Anvil network. Something that was interesting to me, or I didn't manage to find, is that I'm not sure how to change the price of from the Oracle on the mainnet test. I think that would be useful, but I didn't manage to figure it out. And yeah, I don't know. Diane, what would you like to learn more about? Your call. They are also, something that I wanted to wrap up is that they are overriding the deposit, withdraw, redeem, and mint functions. They also override the total assets function from the ERC 4626. And something which, again, our team forgot to do, or not forgot, but didn't manage to do, is that they also override the max redeem and I think the max withdraw functions to return actually proper response to the trader.
Oh, that's wonderful. Can you let us know more about the findings you have found?
Yeah, as mentioned, it's not much. One of the things is that we saw that in the increase collateral, the mapping is not updated. We had a lot of like very low severity issues that are simply code styling things regarding unnecessary if checks or duplicated code. But I guess that's because of the way we kind of run the contract. I think something in a few places where it's, for example, over here, that's present in most of their update positions. They are getting the position and they're checking if the, what was that? Not this, but I think they are trying to get the position and then do some check. But if the position is missing, they are throwing an error. And it's weird because, by the way, after accessing the position in the array, if the position is not available, then it's going to throw out of bounds exception or something like that. And I think one of the bigger ones is that the decreased collateral is not considering the borrowing fees. But as mentioned, we are still wrapping it up, so we could sneak a few more, I hope.
Oh, that's it. I understood. Just I was checking, like, is that function calculate user leverage? Can you show that function once?
Yep, here it is. So the calculate user leverage, it's only using the, if I remember correctly, it's only using the P&L. So it gets the price fit, and here it calculates the user P&L. It's only interested into the P&L. It has 3 checks. If the P&L is 0, they calculate the user leverage. By the way, we saw that this piece of the code is basically the same as this one. So the folks could have probably skipped this part because like adding a 0 or something more than a 0, it's basically the same check. And if the user P&L is less than 0, they again calculate the leverage, but subtract the P&L from the user collateral. And they're not updating the position. They're doing that on the fly to just return the user leverage. What else can I show you? They have a function for the max liquidity utilization where they basically check if the total open interest is good enough, and they use it. I saw every time where they are increasing the position size or changing the position or opening position. I think it looks pretty good. Something that initially struck me is that they used a lot of code, but it's a nice looking protocol. I liked it.
Yeah, one thing I think would be helpful to walk through is how is P&L sort of tracked and calculated?
So they use total P&L variable. It's a storage variable that they update whenever they do a change on the position. So they use this variable, for example, when closing the position, they either subtract or add the profit to it. They do the same when increasing the size. They remove the borrowing fees. And they, I think, use it in the total assets afterwards to know exactly what the value of the liquidity provider and what they can extract.
Aha. Ryan, do you see anything interesting about that?
I think it could allow for stepwise jumps, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that might be another finding. We'll have to, of course, there might be something else going on here, but initially that seems like there's going to be a stepwise jump in the P&L storage variable, which means that potentially somebody could sandwich that and extract value based on it. Okay, great. All right, fantastic code walk demo. Thank you for being a reviewer, Nyan. I think we got a good high-level understanding of what these contracts are doing. I think you guys, it is a really well written and thought out, very well thought out. You could tell that they definitely had to think about
this stuff before they went and implemented it. But you guys were still able to, seems like, get a lot of interesting findings, a few maybe higher critical ones, it sounds like, but not too many. So that's honestly pretty impressive for these guys just having 2 weeks to build this thing. So great job, Kenny and Evie Doc.
Yeah, absolutely. Kudos to you guys. I enjoyed reading it a lot.
Yeah, thank you guys. Very good review. And yeah, we will really enjoyed listening to you guys.
All right.
Thanks, guys, for the review.
Fantastic, fantastic. All right, so next we'll move on to Team 2. So Team 2 is going to give their code walk of Team 1's implementation. So that is Kenny or Evie Doc. Have you guys decided which one wants to give the code walk?
I will do the code walk.
So yeah, you'll share your screen, and then Demo or Poll, do either of you guys want to be the reviewer for this one, since you guys haven't looked at this code base?
Can we do both? Like just switching questions?
Yeah. So actually what I'll do, here's what I'll do. I'll get a timer, and so we'll go for the first 10 minutes. We can do 10 minutes and Demo will get started. All right, so take it away.
All right, can you guys see my screen? Or actually, if you can't see, just felt otherwise. So yeah, this is purple, contract purple, and it is divided into 3 different files. So we have the trader, which I'm in right now. It's the main file for the trader to interact with. We do have the price feed, which is a separate oracle, and we also have a liquidity vault for the LPs to interact with the ERC4626. What I liked about this was that it's very well structured into these 3 different files. It's very easy to see. The liquidity vault is for the LPs, the traders.sol is for the traders, and then we have a separate for the price feed. So that was really good. So we can start with the liquidity vault. It basically inherits from the ERC4626. And then after that, it overrides the functionalities in that ERC46 standard. And it's very clean. We have deposit, we have mint, we have redeem, we have withdraw, all of the basic functions. There are some not implemented functionalities like penalty fees, but they are not, it's not implemented, it's not used anywhere in the code. And other than that, the price feed gets the price and gets a conversion rate, and basically this is how our code works as well, and it's a very easy oracle basically that they use. So let's move to the main file, which is the trader.sol. So they have some error. I don't even know what these are called, like error things that shows whenever you revert, and then yes, and then let's go into the files. So yeah, they have all of the files, all of the functionalities, like deposit collateral, increase, like you can open a position, increase position size, decrease position size, close position. We have this internal function that updates collateral and handle fees. It calculates the P&L inside of it. It calculates borrowing fee, and this is a pretty important function that is called in almost all of the other functions. So it's kind of a checker that everything is subtracted or added or changed correctly.
Sorry?
And then
is it changing the position or just calculating it on the fly?
It is changing some variables. So, for example, it is changing position.collateral with the minus the borrowing fee amount. It also, for example, if you change a position size, you get a new P&L, which is used later down to see if you need to subtract anything else from the position collateral. It also calculates a lot of stuff like if there's a new leverage, and then you get a new block timestamp. I think a position fee here as well. So there are a lot of variables that are changed within the position. So this is
every time this is called, they're calculating the borrowing fees and they're just applying it to the position.
Yes, correct. Correct. And like you can see, for example, if you close a position, this will be called. So you call it with this. In this case, the position you want to close, and then with a 0. So that's how you close a position. And lastly, you have a liquidate position that the liquidates position and sends liquidated reward to the liquidator, and then the remaining collateral, if any, to the trader.
So you can, I guess did you manage to find some issues with the blacklisted vector that Owen mentioned? Basically, what assets are we allowed to trade in this contract?
Yes, I should have mentioned that in the beginning. This is a USDC ETH contract. So the collateral is in USDC, and the size is with ETH. So that's the two things that you do. And other than that, you could have, I think you could have several positions, if not mistaken. So there's some functionality that basically you can open a new position, and then it will be incremented with a position ID. It's all stored in a mapping. It's all stored here in a mapping with positions, which takes the user address, and then you get a array of positions. So you could open many positions as a trader.
Are they? So the questions first. Could you walk us over the positions struct and why are they used in each of the fields?
Yes. So the position struct is a mapping from address to position array. So you basically can query the positions variable by the user, and then you would get an array of all the position that user has, and that position is a struct here.
Could you walk us over the struct?
Oh yes. So here's the struct. It takes a position ID, the size, the position type if it's long or short, collateral if it's open or not, and this one is used a lot to make sure that you are not doing anything with a closed position or with a not closed with a position that's not open.
They're never deleting them?
No, not entirely. So for example, when you do a closed position, some field in the position struct get resetted. For example, the position, this one of them, this quiz. See if I can find someone. There's some fields, like mostly it's this one, target position that is open, that turns back to false, and when it is false, some functions will block it basically because it checks that it's open. So it's not deleted in its entirety, even if many key elements or many keys within that struct gets resetted.
Can you how a position is opened?
One more time.
Can you show how a position is opened?
Yes. Here. So do you want me to go over this function?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. So you open a position by sending in the size you want and the position type. So it would be the size in ETH, and then the position type would be either long or short. And then it makes a few checks. So it checks that we have a minimum position size. It makes sure that we are not exceeding the max leverage that we are allowed to have. And then it makes a few more checks here. It makes sure that we actually have the required collateral to open that position. Otherwise, it will revert. And lastly, we just increment, and then we make the position with all of the information that it needs. This is one of the findings we had. I can just mention it, is that this commented out is how they did it with his positions, message sender, and last position ID. But this actually doesn't do anything. It doesn't add a new position to the positions mapping. So you have to push it. So that's what we did for our testing. And then we do some like collaterals calculation, and then we change the total open interest. Yeah.
Could you explain why they're keeping the collateral in a separate mapping?
Like this?
Yeah. What's the sense of having it both in the position and in one central place in the collaterals mapping? So if the way I see it is, if a trader has a few positions, each of those will have collateral, but they will also have the sum of their collateral in a collateral mapping.
Yeah, definitely. It could introduce like a parallel state. I think we had it as well. Like now when you mention it, I perhaps there's no need to have it. Probably not. I mean, you could get this mismatch state, which is not good, of course.
Yeah. What's the finding you're most proud of?
Yeah, sure. We did find a few critical findings. The first one would be this one, that it's at the moment it was this commented out. It's not possible to open a position since this is not adding a new position to the positions mapping. So it will simply revert. So that's one of them. Another one was that we are missing a withdraw collateral or withdraw anything like when you decrease the size or anything that sends back to the trader. So in the moment, it's basically only possible to get back anything by liquidating the position, which is not good.
Are they giving something when they're closing the position?
No, they're not. At the moment, it's... sorry, I'm just scrolling because I'm trying to find close position. Yeah, here. So basically, it's just some variable subtractions and additions. So there's nothing happening here at the moment. Another critical finding would be that you can open a position even if there's no liquidity provided to the protocol in the liquidity vault. So, for example, if you go to the liquidity vault and you look at the withdraw here, we're not checking that to see that we need this liquidity to cover the positions open or the total open interest. So basically, you can just come in here and withdraw all of the liquidity, and the traders that have open a position would not be able to settle them. And a last critical finding would also be here in the liquidate position. There's a slight error in how we are checking this here. So we want to make sure that if a position is over the max leverage, then we liquidate it. But this is doing the opposite. So basically, you are able to liquidate healthy positions as a malicious user or any trader.
Why is that so? The sign should be switched. Is that what you mean?
No. What I mean is that right now it will revert if the effective leverage is bigger than the max leverage.
Yeah. So it should be less than the max leverage. Yep. Then we would like to revert. Yes, I see.
Yes.
You guys would be surprised how often that comes up in in real projects. I think we have a number of findings that are exactly that. So this is a really common thing. Just wanted to step in because Demo, your time is up, and now Paul, are you ready to hop in as a reviewer?
Okay, Owen. I want to know what are the tokens used to open a position store?
One more time, where the token? Yeah, sure. So you deposit a collateral here, and then you basically just transfer from the message sender to this address. Was that what you meant?
Okay, and to how many decimal places are they stored?
At the moment, it will basically just be whatever amount you are sending in. So yeah, I guess that it would be just the amount basically.
Okay. Can you explain the liquidate function to me?
The liquidate function?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So here, so the liquidate function is callable by anyone. You send in the trader and the position of the trader that you want to liquidate. So you first make sure that you have that target position here, which is the trader and position ID. And here is where you do the update collateral handle fees. So, you update and make sure that the protocol gets the borrowing fee. You make sure that they get the position fee. If there's any outstanding losses, those are paid back first. And then we make a small check here to make sure that our position's collateral is not zero. If it is, we just return because there's nothing left to liquidate. And here we are checking the effective leverage, which is basically telling us that is this position liquidatable. And like I've explained before, this should be on the other side because right now we can only liquidate healthy positions, but of course we want to liquidate positions that are over max leverage. But other than that, then we will just calculate a liquidator reward, which is sent directly to the liquidator. So there's some constants here, like a liquidation fee and a divisor. And then finally, if there's any remaining collateral, and sometimes maybe there's not, then we will just send them back to the trader as well. And lastly, we just make sure to update the total open interest variable and make sure to close this position. So basically mark the is open variable as false.
And don't apply borrowing.
Sorry, one more time. The
borrowing don't apply function liquidate.
The borrowing fee?
Yes. After execute function liquidate position, maybe update the borrowing or to the position.
Yes. So they call this one called this internal function.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here is where everything, like a lot of the logic, is handled basically before we get back to the rest of this, which is liquidate the reward and sorting out distributing the remaining collateral. Okay.
Comment on this function, liquidate function. There is another issue in the liquidator reward regarding the decimals. The liquidator reward will always be 0, so there is no incentive for liquidators to liquidate position. It's because of decimals. So this liquidator reward will always be equal to 0, and also to regarding the blacklist of USDC. It was a gift from Owen, of course. If a user is blacklisted, this will always revert, and the position will be non-liquidable and will become insolvent.
Okay. And one more. When a position is increased or closed, does either way check the token's price? Let's see. Yes. So they always do a current price check to the Oracle. So and that is done in order to know if we need to add collateral or not. And I believe they do the same. Privacy.get price. So yes, good question. Okay, thank you. And if you can, you tell me about any vulnerability you found? Yeah, so yeah, I would say the big ones that we found were the ones I mentioned. Missing withdrawal, cannot open a position, liquidate healthy positions. Anything else on the top of my mind? Yes, there was another I mentioned. One other as well is that there's the inflation attack, which is not protected against. So yeah, that you can. That's also a vulnerability that this contract has. Basically, that a user can background the first initial deposit from the liquidity providers. So that's also something else that exists. There's a few problems with truncation as well. EVDoc mentioned one of them, which is the liquidator reward, which will always be 0 in this case here, since the target position collateral has 6 decimals, but the liquidation fee has 18 and the divisor has 36. So since USDC, since this is a USDC ETH contract, this will always be 0 because of that. And I believe there's a few other places that there's a truncation errors, but yeah.
There is another one when calculating the leverage, meaning a user can open a position with a leverage of 20.9, for example, which could be avoided if we use like a decimal adjustment to the leverage instead of leverage at 20, a leverage at 20,000, for example, to handle this case, because a user should not be able to open a position with a leverage of 20.9.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, man, for the explain. But other than that, yeah, I don't know if you have more questions. Feel free to ask them. But I like what I like the most about this protocol is that there was these 3 files. It was pretty well structured. The variable names made sense, so you were always understanding what they were trying to do. But there are a few critical vulnerabilities that would need to be checked, and I think one of the weaknesses as well was lack of testing. So, for example, this open position, that you cannot open a position would have been avoided with a test to open a position. That's also how we found it when we tried to open a position and kind of do it. Yeah.
Yeah, we are right at time then. So that was great, guys. Thanks for the great code walk. I know that was a bit of a long one. We made you talk a lot, Kenny, but that was a fantastic code walk and fantastic review, demo, and poll. I think you guys.
All right, fantastic. So we completed the student code walks, and hopefully you've seen some interesting vulnerabilities that you might have not thought about just based on that. Maybe you've seen some stuff that you know is going to be an issue in your own implementation just from watching that. So now we're ready to head into this section on advanced attacks. So here we're going to dive into the ERC 4626 inflation attack, and we're going to see how the Open Zeppelin implementation of ERC 4626 actually addresses this and makes it, a little bit less viable as an attack, and also gives people the knobs to turn to make it almost entirely not something that is an issue at all. So let's go ahead and dive in and watch the ERC 4626 inflation attack overview here.
All right, great. So I noticed we were talking a little bit, throughout each review, we're talking a little bit about the ERC 4626 vault inflation attack. And so I think before we go into mission 4, I want to cover that a little bit so we can all understand what that is, and then actually why the Open Zeppelin implementation solves for it, and why we don't actually need to directly address it when you implement and inherit from the ERC 4626 Open Zeppelin implementation. So I'm going to share my screen and we'll go over that. So first of all, we'll go to Open Zeppelin. We're going to check out their ERC 4626 page if we can find it on their docs. So 4626. So on the page they've got this whole section dedicated to what's called the inflation attack. So before we understand what their response is and what they're talking about related to the inflation attack here, let's go ahead and understand what the inflation attack is. So I'll hop into the whiteboard. All right, so the core of the inflation attack has to do with decision loss, essentially. So let's say, I didn't even want to draw a chart. I don't want to do that. So let's say that you get a new vault, brand new vault contract gets deployed. And let's say it's, maybe it's one of your perpetuals protocols. And let's say that a liquidity provider comes and they want to be the first depositor. They want to deposit, let's say, 10 ETH. Let's say for whatever reason, or let's just say USDC. I think most of your systems are using USDC. So I've got 10 USDC here. This is, if we actually write this out in decimals, because the decimals will be important, it's 10 followed by 123, 123. That's the actual amount that corresponds to 10 USD. See, because we've got 6 decimals. So this is the first depositor. Now, let's have a look at essentially what the calculation is for a basic ERC 4626 vault. So for like a really basic raw implementation, we're going to have a look at Beefy Finance. So I'm going to try and find their GitHub, and we're going to look at their contract for their vault. So we're going to look for the vault. All right. here we go. Here's the simplest bare bones deposit functionality for what is technically, this is basically the definition of deposit for ERC 4626. We only need to look at these lines right here. All right, well, I forget how to highlight multiple lines, but these 4 lines. So when I deposit, if I'm the first depositor, aka if the total supply is 0, then I'll just get whatever my underscore amount is that I provided. Right, so as this person being the first depositor, they're going to put this much USDC into this contract, and they're going to get exactly that amount of vault tokens, right? So just like you guys were talking about with the representation of what's the exchange ratio between the USDC that we're depositing and the vault token. So this is a 1-to-1 ratio of you put 1 USDC in, you get 1 vault token out, and we can say in this case that vault token decimals are 6, just so they're the same, and then USDC decimals are also 6, of course. So we'll just put that over here. So this is what it looks like on a normal first deposit, right? Put 10 USDC in, get the correct amount of vault tokens out. And if I want to withdraw, and I want to send in my 10 vault tokens, so if I want to do a withdrawal, so let's say after that this guy does a withdrawal, he burns them, so you could think it's like sending them back in, they get burned, and then he gets USDC out, and he gets this amount of USDC. He gets the amount that he sent in, so I'll write this out as a generalized function first. So vault tokens burned, or like the amount that he wants to withdraw of his vault tokens, divided by the total vault tokens in existence, right? So the total supply of the vault tokens times the balance of the vault. And this is in USDC. And we can see that here. So if I were to withdraw, grabbing B, B is the balance of this. Okay, we're going to look at R first. These things are really well named, so there's R and B, of course. So we get the balance of this thing multiplied by the amount of shares divided by the total supply. R is the thing that we have computed here, right? This is the amount that you're going to actually receive. Now, what they're doing here with when B is less than R is, this is an edge case. If we actually don't currently have enough tokens to pay that person out, then we're going to have to change some stuff because something's gone wrong and we don't actually have the money that we ought to have. So we're going to ignore this. This is non-standard. This is the withdrawal logic at its core. When everything is functioning right, we're just going to skip over all of this. This is going to evaluate to false, and then we're just going to send you R. And R is the balance of this contract multiplied by the shares divided by the total supply. So you get a ratio of the value that's in the system at a rate of, whatever vault tokens you're burning, whatever percentage that was of the total supply. So let's put real numbers to this now. We put, so if I'm burning all of my vault tokens, my 10 vault tokens, then that's 10 to 6 decimals. And then of course, that is the total supply. I'm the only person who deposited. So we just multiply that by the balance of the vault, which is the same thing. It's the same amount. This is a USDC amount. So this is vault token amount, USDC amount. We end up with a USDC amount. And of course, 1 times anything is that thing itself. So we get the entire balance. So this is the amount that I successfully withdrew. I put my money in, I took it out, everything's good. And that is as expected. So where does the first depositor inflation attack come in? Well, let's see. Let's walk through this same example. If we just deployed a new vault and somebody front runs us. So I'm going to copy this here. So here I am. I think I'm going to be the first depositor. I make a transaction. Somebody sees this transaction sitting in the mempool, and they actually submit a new transaction with a slightly higher gas premium, and so their transaction gets ordered in the same block just before mine. So they front run me, and they deposit, so they become the actual first depositor. They deposit one singular way. And so this is like 0. I'm going to probably get the number of zeros wrong here, but you know, something like this amount of USDC, right? I think you would need to move it to the left 6 times. You'd need to add 6 zeros, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that would get you there. I might be off by 1. It is what it is. So this is a really small amount of USDC. It's a single way, and they actually get in, they deposit before me. So that fundamentally changes the calculation that occurs during this deposit function, because we've got this if-else. So if the total supply is 0, this is what I would have gotten. I would have gotten exactly 1-to-1 ratio. Else, so now this other person they're becoming the first depositor. So they get to deposit. They put one singular way of USDC in, and they get one singular way of vault tokens out. More importantly though, they set the total supply, so the total supply, it was equal to 1, so it's initially equal to 1 before this deposit happens. We'll bring this down. After their deposit, total supply is now equal to one singular way. So not one USDC, a single way of vault tokens. And remember, our vault tokens have 6 decimals. So this is a tiny amount of vault tokens. And there's actually still a 1-to-1 ratio between USDC and total supply, right? If this person withdraws their singular way of vault tokens, they're going to get a singular way of USDC. So that ratio is still 1-to-1. How can we use this as an attacker to cause grief to this person and potentially profit off of it? So what I can do is I can leverage the fact that I know this person is going to come in here with their 10 USDC, and they're going to have to compute the amount multiplied by the total supply divided by the underscore pool, which is just the balance of the system. So we can say the balance of this contract for our purposes. So what they do is they know that if nothing else happens, then I will get the same computation of, we're going to use this formula. We're going to go ahead and take the vault tokens burned, or sorry, that's for withdrawing. We're going to write a formula for depositing. So this is the deposit formula that gets used. It is the amount that we're depositing multiplied by the total supply of the contract. So amount deposited times, I'm going to write it like this, total supply divided by the balance of the pool, so the balance of the contract. So when I come in as a second depositor, I'm depositing 10 USDC, and I'm multiplying that by the total supply, one single way divided by the balance of the contract, which is also one single way. And this is fine, I end up with the same result. I still get 10 with 6 decimals of vault tokens. So I put in 10 USDC, I get 10 vault tokens out. So that's fine. This is, even if you front run me and you deposit only a single way, there's no issue. But there's an extra step here that the attacker can take to cause some really nasty precision loss with this formula. So really how this looks is we're multiplying these two things together first in solidity, and then we're dividing by this thing. So what if I can get this numerator here to be as small as possible, but get the denominator to be as large as possible? Well, then we're going to have some rounding error, and that rounding error is going to reduce the amount of vault tokens that you get, but you're still going to be depositing vault tokens into the system, or USDC into the system. You're just going to get less vault tokens. And when you get less vault tokens for the amount that you put in, the person who was there before you gets to suck up that value. Since you didn't get the vault tokens, then the other person who already had vault tokens gets that value sort of distributed amongst them. So let's walk through like what that actually means and what that actually looks like. So if I were to front run this initial first deposit with not one, but two different actions, so depositing a singular way into the vault, and then also sending, let's see if I can get this right. I think exactly 10 USDC, I think this will do it. So we're going to send exactly 10 USDC. Or 10 with 6 decimals directly to the vault. And this could just be, and so to be clear, we're not calling deposit, we are calling USDC.transfer. So we're going around any of the logic that lives in the vault, we are directly transferring it into the system, and we're just manipulating the balance of the contract without having to let the system account for any amount deposited or change the total supply. We're just making the divisor a lot bigger so that we can hopefully cause some precision loss. So let's walk through now. So after that, let me just go ahead and move this down again. The total supply is 10 with 6 decimals plus a single way, right? So we increased the balance of the contract by 10 USDC. So now here's the total supply. Let's see, or sorry, the total supply is still a single way. This is the total balance of the contract. Okay, why is that? What just happened there? Well, we just did a USDC.transfer. Total supply is something that's updated in the deposit function. We didn't call the deposit function. So nothing was minted, the total supply didn't get updated. The balance is what we changed, right? We changed this thing, not this thing. Okay, great. So we've got these two things. This is the state of the system. before our deposit here. So here we go. Let's compute what our deposit is now. So we're still putting 10 USDC in. We are multiplying this by 1 for the total supply. Remember, that's still the same. And we're dividing this. And remember, we're going to have these things. That's going to happen first. And then we're dividing this by the balance of the contract, which we just made to be 10,000,001. So here what happened is, does anybody know what this equals in solidity?
Zero.
Exactly, it equals 0. So this person got 0 vault shares, but they still deposited 10 USDC. So now when they go to withdraw, they have 0 vault shares to withdraw. So all of their USDC is lost. Now the attacker is the only person who has vault tokens. So they own 100% of the vault. They can just withdraw all of the USDC. So does anybody have any questions on just the attack? And then we'll see how OpenZeppelin addresses it. All right, great. Yeah, this might be old news to some of you. So we'll move on to the OpenZeppelin implementation and what they're talking about with concern to the inflation attack. So they give some background here. In exchange for assets deposited into ERC 4626 Vault, the user receives shares. The shares can later be burned to redeem the corresponding underlying assets. We know this. And the number of shares the user gets depends on the amount of assets they put in and on the exchange rate of the vault, right? And it's defined by the current amount of tokens in the vault. So whatever amount you're putting in, we're going to take into account whatever amount the vault has. That's the sort of ratio that you can end up getting. So they sort of plotted out different exchange rates here. This is all like the expected behavior, depending on the balances of the vault, the exchange rate between your deposits and the vault token will be different. So here, this is like a 1-to-1. This is what it looks like when you deposit 1 USDC, you get 1 USDC out. Here's what it looks like when you deposit 1 USDC and you get half of a share. And here's what it looks like when you deposit 1 USDC and you get 2 shares. And then you can plot them on a log scale and they look like that. Got a lot of things here. And now the attack. So they're basically talking about at each of these different exchange rates, the effects that the rounding can have on the percentage of your deposit that can be lost here. So the number of shares a user gets is rounded towards 0. This rounding takes away value from the user in favor of the vault. So distributing to the current vault shareholders, this is what we saw with the malicious actor who had the vault tokens getting the value that was deposited. And so oftentimes, like the rounding occurs in everyday use of the vault. It's only becomes like a real big problem if it's able to be manipulated very widely, and you can do that specifically when you're the first depositor, because you can make the shares very small, and then if the numerator here is small, you can manipulate the balance of the contract to be able to get rounding precision error there. So So if you deposit 1E9 shares worth of tokens, the rounding will have you lose at most, some fraction of your deposit. However, if you deposit 10 shares worth of tokens, you could lose 10% of your deposit. And if you deposit, an even smaller share, like less than even a single share, then you can get 0 shares. And you don't get any of that. So right there, they're just talking about if you deposit different amounts of, assets, you're going to be subject to a different amount of rounding loss. So really just a function of making this numerator here smaller. The smaller this is, the more subject you are to getting precision loss here. All right, so they're just covering the basics, basically. Similar, okay, so now they're actually talking about the attack. So we've already talked about this. So let's talk about how they're defending. So first of all, they use an offset between the precision of the representation of shares and assets. So they use more decimal places to represent the shares than the underlying token does to represent the assets. So more decimal places for the total supply than there are decimal places for the balance of the contract. So that will mean that ultimately the denominator cannot be, it would be much more cost, it would cost the attacker a lot more to pull this off, because you have to make up for that token decimal gap. Okay, let's look at the second thing. Include virtual shares and virtual assets in the exchange rate computation. These virtual assets enforce the conversion rate when the vault is empty. So this is more akin to the solution that Team 2, I think, had in their constructor, where they were burning some initial amount of tokens. The ERC 4626 implementation by OpenZeppelin actually does this to a degree out of the box. And so we'll look at that. I think if we just get our eyes on it, it will be easier to walk through than some of the stuff that they have written here. So we'll go ahead and actually look at the 4626 implementation. Okay, so first of all, they've got a whole big comment here on this. So this implementation uses virtual assets and shares to mitigate that risk, the risk being the inflation attack. The decimal offset corresponds to an offset in the decimal representation between the underlying assets decimals and the vault decimals. So let's just have a look. Let's find this function. It is initially by default 0. So if you wish to turn this on and cause there to be a disparity between the decimals of the vault tokens and the decimals of the asset tokens, you can override that and you can make that non-zero. However, you don't have to override that for the attack to be somewhat addressed. So we'll see how it is partially addressed by default out of the box without changing anything. So, talking about the offset, we're not interested in the offset, default offset. Okay, virtual shares. Okay, so while not fully preventing the attack, analysis shows that the default offset of 0, so no offset, is non-profitable. This is a result of the value being captured by the virtual shares out of the attacker's donation, matching the attacker's expected gains. With a larger offset, the attack becomes orders of magnitude more expensive than it is profitable. So there's a few things going on there. Let's just have a look at what the virtual shares are, and then we'll see exactly how they make the attack non-profitable, like they're talking about. So let's look at their deposit function. So they've got, some stuff here. Then the important thing is they're going to preview deposits. So we want to see this preview deposits function. So they're going to convert to shares. We're going to go there. And they're going to do the classic ERC 4626 calculation that we just saw here, right here, but with a slight adjustment. So here we've got amount times total supply divided by the pool value. Here we've got total supply, we're going to ignore decimal offset, multiplied by the total assets, and then there's rounding. We're gonna ignore rounding. So, sorry, the assets, which is the same as the amount, times the total supply, same here, divided by the total assets, which is the same as the balance. So this is fundamentally the same thing. We've got just something interesting here added on. So first of all, there's the decimal offset. We already know that this is 0. It's defined to be 0, so we get the total supply plus 10 to the 0 divided by the total assets plus 1. So let's write out this equation. So we've got this. This is the canonical equation. Here's the Open Zeppelin adjusted equation. So it's still amount deposited times total supply, but we're adding 10 to the 0. So this is just 1. And then we're adding 1 down here. So I claim that this makes the inflation attack non-profitable. Let's walk through the numbers and see how. So with our user's deposit here, what we're going to see is still the amount deposited, so still 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 times total supply plus 1, so this is 2-way, divided by the balance of the contract, which is 10 and 1-way. All right, so let's have a look. What does this equal in solidity? Tricky question.
Did you ask what does what?
Yeah, what does this
Okay.
equal in solidity?
1.
Yeah, it's one, a single way. All right, so before we got rounded to 0, now we got rounded to 1. So let's see exactly what happened. So the attacker put in aggregate, they put in 10 USDC in 1 way. Our user put in 10 USDC. So now when these guys withdraw, this guy has 1 vault token. This guy also has 1 vault token. So 50% belongs to the user, 50% belongs to the attacker. So actually in this scenario, they're roughly equal. So nobody's really lost any value here. In fact, the attacker, they might just get this 1 way rounded off. So technically the attacker would almost lose value in this. So what the attacker has to do now, since there's that total supply plus 1, they've got to make this denominator even bigger to be able to get any sort of like real rounding loss if they want to try like, okay, I see that they added 1, so they're going to multiply this by 2. Well, I'm just going to give 20 USDC. Okay, so that's what the attacker tries. Well, of course, that will equal 0. Let's see what happens here, though. Yes, when the attacker, so this is the amount that the attacker put in. Here's the key detail. So the attacker put in this 20 USDC amount. Let's see what happens if they wanted to withdraw, right? So in this case, this guy has 1 vault token and this guy has 0 vault tokens. So when the attacker goes to withdraw, they're going to use the withdrawal formula. Vault tokens burned is 1. Total supply of the vault tokens is 2, because it's total supply plus 1 times the balance in the vault. This is 30 and 1 way. So they end up with something like 15 USDC. So this is what they mean when they say unprofitable. So what's happened here is, yes, the attacker has caused the user to basically lose all their money. So they're getting no vault tokens. So this 10 USDC just gets deposited to the vault, essentially. However, when the attacker withdraws, this is the amount that they'll be able to withdraw, even though they caused the user to lose that. And this is because of the virtual shares. So they only deposited enough to get 1 vault token, and then the rest of that they directly USDC.transferred to the contract. And so when they did that, they split that USDC transfer, so that 10 USDC, half of it basically went to them, the other half went to that virtual vault share, because they at this point had 1 out of 2 of the total supply. So right there, they lost immediately that 10 USDC, or in this case, we made them transfer 20. So 10 USDC went to the virtual share, and 10 USDC was ultimately transferred there. And so this is them getting 10 USDC, half of their 20 transfer, plus 5 USDC from the user's 10 token transfer. And so the attackers lost money here, but they were still able to cause the user to lose all of their money as well. But now there's just no way to make a profit off of this, whereas before the attacker could have walked away with all of the money in the vault. All right, so does anybody have any questions based on how it's just at least unprofitable at this point?
So is the conclusion from OpenZeppelin that, I mean, you cannot benefit the same way as the other, but still kind of do a griefing attack?
Yes, exactly. So without overriding anything in the vault, straight out of the box, the inflation attack is at least non-profitable. However, it's a good idea to override their decimal offset and have something greater than 0. And so in this case, if the decimal offset was, like, for example, let's say 1, then this would be plus 10. So we can see in the convert to shares function, total supply plus 10 to the decimal offset, so 10 to the 1. So that would make this numerator an order of magnitude larger than the balance of the contract. And so that would mean instead of depositing 20 USDC to get this outcome, the attacker would have to deposit 200 USDC. And that would basically magnify the amount of losses that the attacker has to take on to be able to even pull this off and cause the user to lose a fraction of or even his entire deposit. And so, of course, if you made the decimal offset even larger, then it just becomes like literally impossible to do that.
All right, fantastic. So now you understand a pretty complex attack here. You understand the ERC-4626 inflation attack and even the Open Zeppelin solution to this. And now it's time to dive into AMMs, right? So we've got 3 different sections here lined up for you. First of all, we're going to cover everything there is to know about the AMM math, the basic, the constant product formula, liquidity, etc., etc. We're going to cover all of that in this AMMs complete guide. And then we're going to use that knowledge and we're going to dive into a Uniswap v3 deep dive. So we're going to understand exactly what concentrated liquidity is, what it looks like, mathematically, if you draw it out, how does this work? And then we're going to understand how that applies to Uniswap v3. And then, leveraging all of that knowledge, we're going to dive into oracle manipulation, right, as it pertains to on-chain AMMs, and then also just different systems in general. What does oracle manipulation look like? How can you basically discern when it's possible, and then how can you use that to exploit systems, right? And so we can prevent oracle manipulation, which is the #1 most common DeFi exploit, from happening nearly as much, right? So let's dive into this AMMs and price manipulation section. As you progress in your journey as a smart contract auditor, it is essential to have a deep understanding of popular DeFi primitives. And perhaps the most common and important DeFi primitive is what's known as the automated market maker, or the AMM. AMMs enable permissionless trading on-chain 24/7 to anybody in the world, and it is absolutely the bedrock of DeFi. In this video, we're going to explore everything that you need to know about constant product AMMs so you can get up to speed on this DeFi primitive as fast as possible. All right, so first of all, there are many kinds of different automated market makers. For example, you have a constant mean market maker, or a constant sum market maker, or even hybrid function automated market makers, or dynamic automated market makers. But today we're going to dive into the most famous and the most commonly adopted AMM, which is the constant product AMM. So what even is a constant product AMM? It's essentially an equation, and the equation is just based on the supply of 2 tokens in a market. The equation is as follows: the amount of token X times the amount of token Y equals K, where K is simply a measure of the pool's liquidity. Now, of course, this constant product AMM was most famously implemented by Uniswap, but let's just walk through a swap to see exactly how this formula works. So we're going to begin with this exact X times Y equals K curve drawn out here, and we have a particular point on this curve where you can see we have 5 of the x-axis token, which is Ether in this case, and we have 25,000 of the y-axis token, which is DAI in this case. And then you can see at this point on the X times Y equals K curve, we have a price of 25,000 DAI right here, 25,000 DAI for 5 Ether. And so that's a price of 5,000 DAI per Ether. And if we were to calculate the K value for this particular curve, for this X times Y equals K curve, we could use this particular point and plug in these values, right? So for X, we will plug in 5, and then we'll plug in 25,000 for the amount of token Y. And this yields us a K of 125,000. Now let's go ahead and envision what happens when a trader actually comes in and swaps on this curve, right? So we have another graph here where you can see we have our original point where the supply was 5 ether in the pool and 25,000 DAI in the pool. And now what we've got is we've got somebody came in and they swapped, they put in 5,000 DAI, and they shifted the point on the curve to the left to this new point. So this change in y, this dy, is this 5,000 value. And then there's a corresponding change in x, this dx, which is the amount that we moved to the left, which is the amount that the pool decreased the balance of this token x, which is ether, which is essentially the balance that the trader got out after they put their 5,000 DAI in. So what we can do is we can actually use the x times y equals k formula to compute this dx that was the amount of ether that the trader got out for supplying this 5,000 DAI in. And so since we know this is on the x times y equals k curve, and we know that k is not changing in this case, k is constant, we can basically plug in these values. So right here, I know that y is immediately going to be 25,000 plus the 5,000 that the trader just swapped in. And then our x, our amount of token x, is going to be 5 plus this mystery dx that we want to figure out. And then of course this is going to be equal to the same k value that we calculated here. This is essentially where we get the name constant product, right? So while people are trading, this k value doesn't change, but the supply of each of the tokens does. And this is where we get the notion of price. Okay, so in my chicken scratch here, we've got 125,000 on the right, and we're going to basically solve this equation to be able to figure out what dx is, right? So what we'll do is we'll take 125,000 and we're going to divide it by the total supply of token y, which is 30,000 after the trader has swapped in their 5,000 DAI. And so if we get our trusty graphing calculator, we can see that this is roughly 4.1666 repeating, which is going to imply that dx is roughly equivalent to 833. That's a rough 8. Okay, so I got 0.833 ether out of the swap when I put in 5,000 DAI. So we can actually take this and figure out exactly the price of the ether that I experienced during my swap. So we can say just relating 5,000 DAI per the 0.833 ether that I got out. This is the rate at which I put in DAI to get out X amount of ether. So, and that rate, which is price, is roughly 6,000. We're going to say roughly 6,000. So this is 6,000, about 6,000 DAI per ether. So this is the price at which I experienced during my swap from DAI to ether. So now let's examine the other side of what an AMM does from a liquidity provider's perspective. So as you'll remember, during a swap, the K value did not change. It was just the amount of token X and the amount of token Y that changed when the trader was swapping from one token to another. So during a trade, the K value cannot change, but when somebody is providing liquidity, that's when the K value increases. And it makes sense, right? Because the K value is a product of the supply of each token in the pool. So if we increase the supply of each token, then we're going to have a larger K value. And I'm stipulating that when the K value is larger, the swapper will experience less price impact, and so they'll get a better price execution for their swap. And we'll actually go through and prove this to ourselves in just a minute. So first of all, let's just walk through the process of what it looks like when we're providing liquidity and how we get LP tokens, right? And how that accounting side of things works. So first of all, let's continue with our example, and let's say that first there's a balance of 5 Ether in the pool, and then there's, on the other side, there's a balance of 25,000 DAI in the pool. So the price of Ether is 5,000 DAI per Ether currently in this pool. And so if I'm a liquidity provider and I want to come in and provide more liquidity for this pool, I have to deposit at the same rate that each token is in the pool, at the same balance between 1 Ether equals 5,000 DAI. So for every Ether I provide to the pool, I need to provide a mirroring of 5,000 DAI so that I am not changing the ratio of the supply in the pool, and therefore I'm not changing the price when I provide liquidity. So let's say I want to provide an additional 5 Ether, and I have to match that up with 25,000 DAI. And let's say that the total supply, the total amount of LP tokens in circulation are 5 here. Okay, so the way that we can calculate the amount of LP tokens that we'll receive is by comparing the token amounts that we deposited relative to the token amounts that was already in the pool multiplied by the total supply of LP tokens. So we can do this with examining Ether. So there was 5 Ether that I'm depositing into the pool, and there was 5 Ether already in the pool, and then there are 5 LP tokens. So we have 5 LP tokens, and this is going to equal, of course, 5 LP tokens that get minted to me. And we can do the same exact calculation with DAI. It will give us the same answer if we have 25,000 DAI. This is what we're depositing into the pool. The pool already had 25,000 DAI. And then we multiply this by the total supply of 5 LP tokens. And this is going to give us the same answer, which is that we are going to get minted 5 LP tokens for depositing 5 Ether and 25,000 DAI into this pool. So now the 5 LP tokens get minted to me, and the total supply of LP tokens becomes 10 LP tokens. So I own 50%, I own 5 out of 10 of the total circulating LP tokens, and the pool has 10 Ether and 50,000 DAI in it. So if I burn my 50% of the LP tokens, I'll get 50% of what's in the pool, which happens to be the 5 Ether I put in and the 25,000 DAI that I put in. Okay, so let's examine the state of the pool and look at what happens now when somebody swaps in the pool after we've essentially doubled the supply of each token. So now the pool has 10 Ether after our deposit, and it has 50,000 DAI. Okay, great. So our x times y equals k calculation is now 10 times 50,000, which is of course 500,000. And so essentially we just saw our k get 4x, right? Because we doubled the amount of token x, which is Ether, and we doubled the amount of token y, which is DAI. And so now I'm claiming when somebody comes in and executes a swap that they're going to get better price execution because this K value is larger, because there's more liquidity of each token. So let's go ahead and walk through the math behind this swap right now. So first of all, we have 10 minus some dx. This is the amount that the trader gets out. And then we'll have 50,000 plus the 5,000 DAI that the trader's putting in. And of course, this has to equal our constant 500,000 K value, which stays constant during the swap. Okay, so we'll end up with 10 minus dx is going to be equal to 500,000 divided by 55,000. which is the new balance of DAI in the pool after the trader swaps in their 5,000 DAI. And so using our graphing calculator, this is roughly 9.09, and this is going to imply dx is going to be roughly 0.909, a little bit more than 0.9. And so this is the amount that the trader gets out of the swap, right? So before, we'll notice that our dx value was actually 0.833. So when the trader swapped in their 5,000 DAI, they got 0.833 roughly ether out of that swap. And now when they do the swap after increasing the K, the trader's getting roughly 0.9 ether. And so now we can calculate the price, the exact price that the trader experienced during the swap. Say they put in 5,000 DAI, they got out roughly 0.9 ether. And so this is going to give a rough price of roughly about 5,500 DAI per ether. So we experienced a much better price, 5,500, after adding more liquidity rather than the $6,000 execution price that we received before. So when you go and provide liquidity, you're providing a service to people swapping using that pool so that they don't get nearly as negatively price impacted because you've added more liquidity to the pool, you've increased that K value. So this is basically a passive way to provide value to the DeFi ecosystem and reap fees and rewards in return for doing so. However, there are some risks associated with being a liquidity provider. So first of all, in addition to just having exposure to the assets you're providing liquidity to, there is the classic risk of impermanent loss. And impermanent loss just refers to the relative loss that a liquidity provider experiences when the supplies of each of the two tokens in the pool diverges. And you've probably heard of impermanent loss before, and you've probably even heard that description, but you might not see exactly where it's coming from and exactly how the numbers work out so that an LPer actually does experience such impermanent loss. Right now, we're going to examine exactly how the numbers work out and exactly what impermanent loss is and how you can calculate it using our running example. So let's go ahead and start out. We've got our 10 ether on one side in the pool, and we have our 50,000 DAI. And remember, I deposited 5 ether and 25,000 DAI, and I received 5 LP tokens, which is 50% of the total of 10 LP tokens. So I own 50% of the assets in this pool. Now let's consider one large trader, or you could think about it as, many smaller traders or arbitrageurs that are coming in and swapping ether to DAI. But let's just say that over the course of time, 5 ether are swapped to DAI, right? So after all the math works out, we end up with 15 ether and 33,000 DAI. And I encourage you to go back and work through this on your own and see that you can get these numbers. Okay, so after all of the swap math works out, we'll end up with a pool balance of 15 ether and 33,333 DAI. And I encourage you to go back and look at how we're computing swaps and compute this result for yourself. But essentially, this works out to mean that the price of ether is corresponding to 33,333 divided by 15. We're going to say the price of ether is roughly $2,222. And so this means that if I now take my 5 LP tokens, my 50% ownership of the token X and token Y deposited into this pool, I will end up with 7.5 Ethereum, which is now worth 2,222 DAI, plus I'll get half of this 33,000 DAI in here. This is going to be 16,666 or so. We'll just call it roughly that. And so this is going to give us a total USD value of roughly, we'll just call it, since we rounded here, we'll just call it roughly 33,333. So this makes sense because, as you can see, this is equal to the amount of DAI that was in the pool here, and we want each side to be split 50% on this side, 50% on that side. So it makes sense that if I withdrew 50% of the pool value, I would have the value equal to one of the sides, or value equal to both of the sides. But when we put it in DAI, it is already in USD. So 33,333 is this side for DAI, and that's the value, the USD value that we withdraw when we withdraw 50% of the total LP. And so this is the amount that we get after we provide liquidity, Ether trades in this direction, and then we withdraw. But what if we had just stuck to holding our 5 Ether, which is now, of course, worth 2,222 at the current market rate that this particular market has been arbitraged to, or what have you. And then we also have our original 25,000 DAI that we had deposited into the pool. This is going to leave us with 5 times 2,222 plus 25,000, roughly $36,110 of value. And so this delta right here is called our impermanent loss. It is the loss that we experienced because we deposited into the pool, and as swappers or arbitrageurs swapped in the pool, we as the liquidity providers ended up with more of the token that decreased in value, right? You can see in this example, we ended up with 7.5 ETH versus having less ETH and more DAI was more profitable. So when people swap their ETH to DAI, we end up with ETH, and ETH is sort of the losing token in this scenario because it is trading down. And so we can calculate the exact amount of impermanent loss that we experienced by just doing 33,333 subtracted 36,110, and this will get us an exact value of the impermanent loss that we experienced, and it's going to be, with all the rounding that we've done, roughly 2777. And so we have lost essentially $2,777 by LPing rather than simply having these two assets, the 5 Ether and 25,000 DAI, and just holding them. And that's essentially all you need to know about impermanent loss. As the pool trades in either direction, no matter what, the LPers will always end up with the losing token. And so no matter if the price of Ether goes up or the price of Ether goes down, there will always be some impermanent loss experienced, as just in general, the supplies of each token diverge. All right, that's all there is to the constant product AMM. Go ahead and watch this video back a few times and work through some of the examples on your own and make sure that you can get the same answers and really understand each step. And then you'll have a very fundamental, solid base that you can then hop off of to understand more complex DeFi primitives, which are built off of the constant product AMM, like Uniswap v3. Uniswap v3 is perhaps one of the most notoriously difficult to understand and complex DeFi protocols there is. So you might have understood their V2 model with a constant product AMM quite easily, but maybe all this talk of range-bound liquidity and ticks is a little complicated and you just don't grasp it yet, and that's exactly what this video is for. Today we're going to cover exactly why range-bound liquidity was implemented in Uniswap and exactly how it's implemented and how it works when you are creating positions and even swapping within the pool. Okay, so first of all, this video from here on out is going to operate based on the assumption that you have a working understanding of the constant product AMM and Uniswap V2. So if you don't have a good solid basis of understanding for what an AMM is and how a constant product AMM works, then go ahead and watch my video on the guide to AMMs in the description below. Okay, so first of all, we need to discuss why range-bound liquidity was even introduced, right? Range-bound liquidity has a number of benefits for traders, liquidity providers, and Uniswap as a protocol as a whole. First of all, it allows liquidity providers to earn more fees on their capital by only providing liquidity in the ranges where traders are actively trading. So previously in Uniswap V2, liquidity providers had to provide liquidity across this entire x times y equals k curve. They had to essentially support every price on this curve. But now with Uniswap V3, you can specify a specific range. Let's say that the tokens will trade in that you are specifically providing liquidity for. And now to capture the volatility within this range of price action, you only need to supply enough liquidity to give the same amount of liquidity to just this range, rather than having to provide that amount of liquidity across the entire range in order to capture even just the swaps that are happening here. So the net result here is that you can earn the same amount of fees while providing a lot smaller amount of capital for liquidity. And finally, of course, range-bound liquidity helps to increase the overall efficiency of Uniswap. Since liquidity providers can take the same amount of capital and concentrate it on a single range of price action, more liquidity is going to be available for swappers, and so they're going to end up getting price impacted less and end up getting a much better price on their swap, which means that Uniswap is going to have a lot more value to capture, and they're going to be able to increase the amount of, first of all, volume that is going to be directed to the exchange, and then also the amount of fees that they can charge since there's no longer so much price impact. All right, so we understand at a high level all of the great benefits of a range-bound liquidity system, but how exactly is something like this actually implemented, right? So to first understand that, we have to understand the notion of ticks. So each tick is sort of like exactly what I've drawn here. They're simply tick marks, for lack of a better term, that we use to discretely divide up this range into individual prices that you're able to select where you want your position to begin and where you want your position to end. So how do we decide what the ticks are on this curve here? Well, every tick abides by this formula here, which essentially states that each tick is corresponding to the power that you have to raise 1 basis point to receive the price here P, an arbitrary price. So for any arbitrary price, there is a tick value that we can use to raise 1 basis point to receive that output price. And so this could be rewritten as the price is equal to 1 basis point raised to the tick. So going off of this formula, we are dividing this x times y equals k curve up into all of these individual ticks, where the distance between each of these ticks is exactly that 1 basis point percentage difference, right? So this tick multiplied by 1 and 1 basis point. And so is this one compared to this one, and this one compared to this one, and so on. Okay, so if we wanted to get the price that corresponds to a tick, all we have to do is raise 1 and 1 basis point to that tick. So let's actually go and do this on the Smart Contract Explorer on Etherscan right now. We're looking at the Uniswap V3 pool for USDC and Ether. And we can see the latest tick that this pool is on is 200,787. So when we do this calculation, when we do 1.1 and 1 basis point to this tick here, it's going to give us the price of 1 USDC in terms of Ether. Since in this pool, we can see that token 0 is USDC. And so what we have to do is take this price of 1 USDC in terms of Ether and then invert it so that we can get the price of Ether in terms of USDC. So first of all, this is an Ether value, so we're going to divide it by 1E18. And then we're going to invert it. And then we're going to divide this by 1E6, because that's the number of decimals for USDC. And we'll get that Ether's at 1900. It's been doing quite well recently. So Ether's at 1900. We can check CoinMarketCap, and we're at 1900. Okay, so you'll also notice that we have another variable here, the square root price x96. And so this is the actual price that the pool is on that is in between whatever tick range we are currently sitting in, right? So if that tick 200,787 just so happened to be this tick right here, the price is usually not going to be exactly on one of these discrete multiples of basis points here. It's going to be somewhere often in between these ranges here. So let's say this is that current square root price x96. So this is where the price is. And so let's try to get the actual price of Ether from this square root price x96 variable, right? So this doesn't look anything like the price we're looking for, but the name of this variable tells us exactly what we need to do. So what this variable is, we'll call it S, and S is essentially equal to the square root of the price, and it is bit shifted to the left by 96, so we multiply it by 2 to the 96. Okay, great. So we're going to use this to calculate the price, and this is of course going to give us the price of token 0 in terms of token 1. So we're going to get the price of USDC in terms of Ether. So here I'm going to copy this value, and first we're going to bit shift it to the right 96 to undo that. So we're going to divide by 2 to the 96, and we get this number. Now we need to square this number to undo the square root, and we get this. And if we compare this, this is our price of USDC. We can see this is 524,392, 600.99. We could see already that that's somewhat different from what we had here, as the price of USDC that we grabbed off of the tick, and that's exactly because it's not exactly the tick price, it's some intermediate price. And so if we use this to get the actual price of Ethereum in terms of USDC, we're going to once again divide by 1E18, because this is an Ether value. We're going to get the reciprocal of this, and when we get the reciprocal, we're going to divide that by 1E6 to get the final price, which is 1906.9 now. And we can see that the price of Ethereum has been going slightly down since we did that initial calculation. Okay, so we've gone over what ticks are and how we can compute the prices that correspond to individual ticks. Now let's examine how liquidity provisioning actually works within these tick ranges. Okay, so let's say I come and create a position over this tick range here. Let's say this is my lower tick and this is my upper tick. And so all of the liquidity that I provide is going to be basically split up across all of these individual tick ranges here. And so we'll have the same liquidity amount in each of these tick buckets. And now, so when swappers basically move the price in the pool up this way and it crosses into the threshold of my position, that liquidity is now going to become active. And so for each subsequent tick that the price moves inside of my position, my liquidity is able to get used in that tick. And then of course, when we cross out of my position and then we exit my position, my liquidity becomes deactivated and it gets subtracted from the active liquidity. And so it's worth noting that as we move, as the price of the pool moves throughout this range, my position goes from being entirely in token 0. So this is token 0 on the x-axis and token 1 on the y-axis. As the position enters, I trade into token 1 as swappers come in and use up the token 0 that I'm providing as liquidity. So at this point at the beginning of my position, I am entirely in token 0, and then at this point at the end of my position, I end up entirely with token 1. And so we can easily visualize this by translating this curve to the left. So this is just the liquidity that's pertaining to my position over this tick range here. And we can easily see that at this point on the graph, my position is entirely in token 0, right? It's entirely made up of this x here. There's no y. Y is equal to 0 at this point. And then as it trades along and as we exit my position, this point is entirely made up of a y coordinate and there is no x on this point. X is 0. This shifted version of the curve here is actually known as the real reserves. And so this is the corresponding formula for this real reserves curve. And you'll see it is reminiscent of the classic x times y equals k, except we have some modifications here. First of all, where L is equal to the square root of k, so L is the measure of liquidity that's provided on the curve. And so if we look at PA being the beginning of our position and PB being the end of our position over here, if we stretch PA down to 0 and we stretch PB up to infinity, we actually end up with L times 0 over here, and this cancels out, and L divided by infinity right here, and so this will be 0 as well. And so we actually end up with x times y equals k for this formula. So what this formula has done is it's taken the x times y equals k formula and made it specific to a specific price range that you provide. And so this is how we're able to calculate the liquidity provided by a position over a discrete range from PA to PB. And one final note about this liquidity provision and creating a liquidity position on Uniswap v3 is that you could actually create essentially a limit order on Uniswap v3. Let's say if I created a position that literally started right here and it ended right here, and let's say I wanted to have a limit order that swapped from token 0 to token 1 as soon as price crossed these ticks here, then that's exactly what would happen. Is as the pool trades this way, my position is immediately swapped at this tick as we cross over this tick range here. my entire position gets swapped into token 1 as we trade up. And so if price continues to go this way, then I have successfully filled my quote-unquote makeshift Uniswap v3 limit order. But unfortunately, if the pool actually ends up trading in the other direction, then my liquidity is a candidate to become reactivated as we come back down and actually trade the other way and essentially reverse my limit order, which is not ideal for a limit order. But we do have protocols such as Poolshark, which are tackling this and actually giving an on-chain limit order like this that actually only trades one way, which is exciting. Okay, so we understand how liquidity gets provisioned in the pool, but how does swapping work to actually use that liquidity? So when I create my position, I initialize 2 ticks here, and this is the range that my position has provided liquidity over. And so as long as there are no other ticks that have been initialized in the pool and no other positions that are essentially overlapping with mine, then within this tick range from this tick to this tick, let's call it tick A to tick B, we're essentially able to treat it as a normal constant product AMM because there's no liquidity that needs to get kicked in or kicked out halfway through or anything like this. However, let's say that there was actually a tick C that belonged to somebody else's position. Let's say this was their end tick and maybe their beginning tick is somewhere off to the right here. But now if I wanted to do a swap that would end up placing the resulting pool price here and we started from tick A, what we'd have to do is we'd have to do a classic swap from tick A here to the target tick of C and then calculate the amount out and everything based on that, and then kick out this person's liquidity after we cross over this tick so that we can compute the rest of the swap, the remaining amount of the swap that needs to happen to go from C to the resulting price right here of X. And so this is exactly how it's implemented in the V3 code base. Is they have a while loop that looks for the next initialized tick, and they'll do exactly this. They'll process the amount in and amount out for the tick range from this initialized tick to the very next initialized tick. And then if the next range is enough to end up filling up the rest of the swap, then the swap will just end at exactly whatever the resulting pool price is. All right, and that's everything you need to know to get a high-level, solid understanding of Uniswap's V3 range-bound liquidity implementation. The most common exploit in DeFi has got to be Oracle manipulation attacks. And this is even backed up by the literature. A recent study titled Decentralized Finance Attacks that was conducted by 6 different institutions, including UC Berkeley, ETH Zurich, and the Imperial College of London, concluded that indeed price Oracle manipulations were actually the #1 most common DeFi exploit of exploits that have occurred in the past. And so today, of course, we have to deep dive and understand all of the different ways in which these different Oracle manipulations can come about. What is the most canonical example? How does this happen canonically? And then can we understand what are some more advanced types of price manipulation? All right, so we've got the whiteboard pulled up here, and we're going to start off by going through what is the very crux of an Oracle manipulation attack, and we're going to understand exactly how that can come about, and then we're going to see some more complex examples of Oracle manipulation, as it's not always just this super basic example. It can actually get very interesting when we start to get some, complex integrations going on with DeFi protocols. And then we're going to understand how, people like Uniswap have tried to address this issue of Oracle manipulation. And then we're going to understand how, maybe it's not so much of a good idea. Maybe it's not a foolproof fix. And then maybe we'll do a short ad for Chainlink at the end. And of course, if you want to go a step further and actually apply the knowledge that we're talking about today, and you want to work with me personally to take you from where you are now to become a senior level auditor, then you can get my proven formula to become a senior auditor in 6 months below in the description. All right, with that out of the way, let's talk about what is the basis. At the most basic level, what is Oracle manipulation, right? So let's talk about just a simple DeFi protocol that needs to get the price of an asset, right? So let's say we have our smart contract here. This is our smart contract. It's a nice little rectangle, and it needs to get the price of, let's say, wrapped ether. So what we're going to do is we're going to call another contract, right? We're going to call an Oracle contract. Basically, just a contract that is going to give us the price of an asset, in this case, wrapped ether. So we're going to call a function from our system to the Oracle contract. We're going to call get price or something to that extent, right? So we're going to get price from the Oracle. And if this is, for example, just a chain link Oracle, then prices have been aggregated here to this contract from off-chain, and when we get the price, we're just going to get the latest aggregate price. However, if this is, for example, like a Uniswap pool, and in that case, if we wanted to get the price, we would be calling slot 0, and we can look more into this in a few minutes. We're going to be calling slot 0 and reading what is the current square root price, what is the current price that is stored in Uniswap right now. Okay, great. And then we're going to get that response back, and we're going to be able to actually use that price in our DeFi protocol and decide like, okay, this is what somebody's collateral is worth. So based on that, we're willing to lend you out X number of stable coins or something like this. So that's all great. The only issue that comes in when we're using an Oracle that is computing price on chain is that it is susceptible to be manipulated during the transaction that you are interacting with this protocol in. So what does that look like? That might look like if I was going to, let's say, open a position where I have to deposit some collateral. So let's say I'm going to like borrow some funds. Let's say this is a lending borrowing contract, and I'm going to put down some collateral. Now, based on what this collateral is, I'm going to get some amount, some size of a loan, right? So I'm going to get some borrowed amount based on how much collateral I put down. There's a certain range of valid borrowed amounts that I can take out. For example, if we say I want to have a 150% collateralization ratio, this means that if I put down $150 of wrapped ETH, then what I'm going to get as a borrowed amount, the maximum I can borrow and have a 150% collateralization ratio is 100, let's say, DAI, right? So I'm putting down $150 and I'm borrowing $100 worth of DAI. And how do we determine how much value of ETH you deposited as your collateral? Well, we need to get the price, right? So we need to know the price of ETH. So where do we get the price from? We get it from our Oracle contract, right? We get it from wherever we're calling to get the price. Now, the only issue with this is if somebody else is able to interact with the Oracle contract and say, do some sort of a swap on Uniswap to change what the reported price is in slot 0 before we read it, then they're going to be able to manipulate what the price is and what the value is of this collateral before they interact with this system. So what somebody can do is they can swap on Uniswap, which is our Oracle, that's where we're reading from, and then we can come and based on some inflated price, so let's say that originally ETH was at $1,000 per ETH, and then I do my swap, and then now let's say it was a huge swap, and we can talk about flash loans in a second. And now the price of ETH goes to $2,000 per ETH. Now, while the price is $2,000 per ETH in this Oracle contract, then I can come over here and I can now, after executing that swap, do a big borrow. So now, instead of this, my wrapped ETH being worth $150, so the amount of wrapped ETH here was 0.15. So instead of this 0.15 wrapped ETH being worth $150, actually what we end up with is 1.15 times $2,000. So actually my wrapped ETH is worth $300 if we're just reading this Oracle, which has been manipulated. So here, instead of taking out 100 DAI based on this, I'm able to take out 200 DAI. So what I've done here is I've taken 200 DAI, but I've only provided 0.15 wrapped ETH as collateral. And as we know, the actual market price of ETH, this is what, Ether is worth in the real world on, centralized exchanges, on other dexes, and if you're going to barter ETH with your friend, the going rate for ETH is $1,000. But since the Oracle is our whole world for pricing Ether from the context of this contract, we think that the real world price of ETH is $2,000. So in fact, what we've done as a protocol is we've allowed a position to be opened with $150 real value of collateral, and we gave $200 of DAI. So as an attacker, what I want to do is I would just walk away with this money, right? I'll just walk away with the $50 delta. So I have no incentive to pay back my loan, as it's immediately unhealthy. And so what an attacker would do afterwards is they would take this $50 profit, they would go ahead and pay back, they would swap the other direction to send the price back to $1,000 per ETH. So they would swap it back to be able to capture that rise in price. And then, so the pool price would go back at the end of the transaction, and the attacker would be able to walk away with their 200 DAI. And then the protocol realizes that actually the collateralization ratio is less than 100%. In fact, it is 150 divided by 200, which is 3/4, which is 75%. So this is an unhealthy position immediately, and it needs to be liquidated, but it's insolvent at this point. All right, so let's have a quick look at what a system that could get exploited this way actually looks like. So we'll see it in practice. So here we've got a very, very simple lending contract where we're accepting Ether as collateral, and then we are lending out DAI. So we've got a collateralization ratio of 120% required. So basically what we're doing is we're saying that, hey, all positions on this lending protocol, they need to be over collateralized by 120%. Meaning, if I put down $1.2 of wrapped ETH or of Ether, then I can borrow $1 of DAI. And if I ever go below that ratio of collateral to borrowed amount in my position, then you'll get liquidated, your position will be closed, and that barrier from 100%, which is, you are exactly solvent, but if you go any lower, you'll be insolvent and you won't be able to pay back and cover your borrowed amount. That delta from 100% to 120%, that's kind of like the buffer for the protocol to be able to still close your position in a healthy state where we're able to cover your borrowed amount and then still have, you know, some breathing room so that the liquidations can, you know, they can still happen within, you know, a certain range of blocks, and you're not going to go immediately insolvent. So that's just what we specified as like a protocol configuration. And we can see here we've got a borrow function. We've got a way to check if a position is healthy. And of course, as a part of that, we need to get the collateral price. So let's see what happens. Let's just read through the borrowing function here. So we're going to load in the position into memory. The position is you're able to borrow an additional amount. That amount is going to be sent to you at the end of the transaction. And then your collateral is increased by the message.value. So whatever amount that you are sending to this contract, to this payable function. Before we end the transaction, we need to check if the position is healthy after making these modifications, right? So we want to make sure that we are over this 120% collateralization ratio. Otherwise, we're going to go insolvent, and the protocol is going to end up with bad debt. They're not going to be able to pay back the borrowed amount. So if we look at this is position healthy function, we've got the collateral price here, and we'll look into how we're getting that in a second. And what we're doing is we're computing the health factor, basically. So we're doing the collateral divided by the borrow amount. And then, you know, we have to deal with some decimal stuff, but we're going to ignore decimals for now. So with this right here, we're just replicating exactly what we did here to compute the health factor is the amount of collateral divided by the amount of borrowed amount. So the value of collateral divided by the value of the borrowed amount is exactly what we're doing here. We're making an assumption here that the borrow amount, which is in DAI, is equal to $1. That's a bad thing. We're just doing it here for simplicity. But the interesting thing here is we're getting the collateral price. So this is where we need to use an oracle. And the oracle that we're choosing to use, which is a poor choice, is this Uniswap v3 pool. Now what we're doing is we're reading directly from slot 0. And if you don't know what slot 0 is, then go ahead and watch my Uniswap v3 Made Easy video, where we go and we go through the whole Uniswap v3 protocol and understand, you know, exactly what is slot 0 and how you can derive the price from slot 0. Now we're not going to dive into, you know, exactly why we have to do these things to calculate the actual price here that's going to be used, but the important thing here is that we're reading from slot 0. Now slot 0 just holds what is the current price in the Uniswap pool. So if we draw out a x times y equals k curve here, and let's say that, you know, slot 0 says that the price is right here. That's where the current price is. Then that's where we're going to read, and we're going to basically convert that into whatever price we need to use within our system. So of course, like we said, the issue with this is that somebody can come and swap. They can swap on Uniswap and manipulate this returned square root price x96 value from slot 0. So if that is saying that price is here, and we're saying that originally this is like $1,000 or something like this, then if somebody swaps up, which I think in this case, token 0 is DAI and token 1 is wrapped ETH. So in fact, increasing the price of wrapped ETH will be swapping this way, because we're going to have less wrapped ether as you swap here. The Y value is getting smaller, so the price of wrapped ETH actually increases as we swap this way. Just to be clear, this token 1 is wrapped ether, and then token 0 is DAI, and then they would basically inflate the price, make it look like it's at $2,000, like we did here, and then right when the price has been moved to $2,000, that's when they call the borrow function, and they borrow when their message.value, let's say they send some number of ETH, when that ETH is going to get valued at $2,000. So our is position healthy check is going to value their collateral at the current collateral price, which is our inflated $2,000 amount. And then we're going to say, oh, well, they're only borrowing 200 DAI or something like this. And so their health factor is fine. But really, if we were to value this at the accurate $1,000 price, then this position would totally not be fine. It would be below the required 120% health factor, and in fact, it can be insolvent. And so we can even look at this example to actually work through the numbers here. We've got initially, let's say market price in the real world, ETH is worth $5,000. Let's get a little bullish here. That's the real price of ETH. And in our Uniswap pool, we'll just make things really simple and ignore concentrated liquidity and everything like this. With our, let's assume it's, distributed on the full x times y equals k curve, what we have is we'll just have 10 ETH and 50,000 DAI. That would give us a k constant of 500,000. And we could do a normal swap, or we could do a flash loan where we actually don't even have to have the amount of DAI up front to cause this to happen. And we basically would swap so that I take 5 Ether out of the pool, and then I would have to put 50,000 DAI into the pool to make that swap. Or if I wanted to do a flash loan, then I could just flash loan this out and then pay the flash loan back at the end of the transaction. But what we've done here is we have increased the price of Ether to $20,000. So let's say we moved that square root price x96 variable to a tick or a price that is $20,000. And now we start interacting with our lending protocol. Let's say I put in 5 ETH as collateral. That's going to look like it's worth $100,000 if you're just reading this value of 20,000 as the price. Then I can take a loan at a 150% collateralization ratio. So it seems perfectly healthy given that I have $100,000 of value in collateral. So that is going to allow me to take out about $67,000 worth of DAI and be totally healthy with a 150% collateralization ratio. Now, in actuality, this position is under collateralized. My collateral is only worth $25,000 at the current market price of ETH, but the system is reading the manipulated price. So what we do is we want to take the $66,666 and we use it to buy up ETH elsewhere, where ETH is the real current price of ETH, which is $5,000. We end up with about 13 1/3 ETH, and then I can use 5 of these ETH to just swap the pool back to the original price. So, sell that 5 ETH at the current price of ETH and then send it back to this original state. And then I'll have 8.33 ETH left over, and I'll have the 50,000 DAI that came out of this swap back. And then I can repay the flash loan if I took a flash loan, and then just walk away with those 8.33 ETH that was left over, which is at the current market price about a $40,000 profit. So of course we're ignoring fees and a lot of things like that, but this is very clearly how you can manipulate a system that is attempting to read from something like slot 0 on a Uniswap pool. So really, alarm bells should be going off in your head anytime you see a protocol trying to read from, of course, slot 0, or when they're really just trying to derive any price from something that is on chain. And so it doesn't always look exactly like this. This is, of course, the canonical example, but there can be many different ways that this actually comes about. And so, for example, the Cream Finance exploit, which relied on YUSD as a critical piece of this exploit, was an example of one such manipulation. And it didn't look like what we've gone through here. It's not because they're reading from a Uniswap pool. It has to do with the way that their oracles valued YUSD. Okay, so the price of YUSD was derived by the balance of YCRV in the Yearn contract divided by the total supply of YUSD, right? So just a canonical way to derive what is the value of a single share of this thing that holds basically a fractional share of all the YCRV that's deposited into the system. So essentially what the attacker did is they artificially inflated this price of YUSD by just inflating the balance of YCRV in this Yearn contract. And so this was just a small piece of the exploit as a whole. It's actually a rather complex exploit, but this was a key part of actually pulling this exploit off, was being able to inflate the price of YUSD because this value was derived from something that was on chain, and it could be manipulated in that singular transaction. So the attacker made the price of YUSD go up, and of course Cream Finance accepted YUSD as collateral, so they could make this collateral look a whole lot more valuable than it actually is. And essentially they were able to open an insolvent position, a position that didn't have enough collateral. It literally had less collateral than it had borrowed amount. And then so they just walked away with the extra borrowed amount. And that extra borrowed amount was to the tune of something like $500 million. And so they're able to just basically drain the entire protocol of, I think, something like $120 million. So moral of the story is, you see some price that gets derived from values that are entirely on chain, you need to dig deeper and see if there's some sort of manipulation attack that could be possible there. And likely there often is. Now, of course, Uniswap has come up with a partial solution for this problem, to be able to actually have on-chain oracles. So what you can do is you can add time to the equation. So as we saw with our lending example, and then of course with this Cream Finance exploit, the issue was time, right? So in a single block, I was able to manipulate the price that this oracle was giving. I was able to manipulate the price of YUSD within a single transaction. So what Uniswap does is they say, okay, well, instead of just allowing the price to be manipulated on a single block in a single transaction, we're going to expose what is called a TWAP, a time-weighted average price. So the TWAP here is basically saying, okay, we're not going to just use the current price. We're going to use, let's say, we're going to use this, which is the price from last block. We're going to use the price from 4 blocks ago. We're going to use the price of 8 blocks ago, and we're gonna basically aggregate all of these things, and we're going to give an average price over the last 30 minutes or something like this. So over the last 30 minutes, Ether was worth 1547 or something like this. And so if I wanted to manipulate this TWAP, I can't just flash loan and manipulate the pool in this transaction, because that actually won't even affect the TWAP, because this current price, whatever the current value of slot 0 is right now, is not even factored into the TWAP. It's not even become an observation that's included, which is, one of these little ticks here. And this does effectively negate any kind of flash loan or manipulation like this that happens in a singular transaction. So in that sense, this is a good solution. However, there are some other considerations for manipulation, of course. These are just a lot more capital intensive, since you do actually have to veritably change the price on the Uniswap pool for a period of blocks. So that price does actually have to be literally changed in the state of the blockchain for a number of blocks to be able to actually affect the price that this TWAP is giving you. Okay, so how would you actually still manipulate the TWAP here? What we would do is you want to manipulate the price for as many blocks as you can possibly do so, right? So if I want to increase the price of Ether, if I could control the next 30 blocks, and I could say that, okay, from block, let's say this is block 100 to block 130 over here, I am going to, on block 100, swap the pool up to a price of, let's say, like, you would want to, and you'd have to make it something significant, something like $5,000, which would require a good deal of capital to do so. Swap it up to $5,000, and you can't do a flash loan or anything like this because you actually have to pay the flash loan back, and let this transaction get recorded. Then for these 30 blocks, I want to make sure that nobody arbitrages me, right? Because I've just made a terrible swap, right? I've moved the price of Ether up to $5,000 when in fact the real current price of Ether is about $1,500. So every single arbitrageur and their mother, their cousin, their dog, they want to come and sell Ether for $5,000 in this pool. But what you have to do, this is the really, really hard part, is to, figure out a way to have the pool literally inaccessible for 30 blocks. So nobody can do this and come and steal your lunch before you, 30 blocks later, come and you swap the pool back to 1547. And so by way of doing this, you have now added an observation that is 30 blocks long to the TWAP. And in reality, it would have to be something even higher than this to really cause a really noticeable inflation. But now these 30 blocks are going to be factored into the 30-minute window that this TWAP is using. And now the TWAP, instead of saying 1547, it might say 1736 or something like this, right? And so we have effectively manipulated this TWAP to be artificially increased by some amount. And now I've got a system, so now I could do the same thing where I go to a borrow lending protocol, deposit wrapped Ether, it gets valued at $1,700 when in fact it's only actually worth $1,500. And then at that point, it may be possible to exploit the borrow lending protocol and walk away with some additional more money that you borrowed than you actually put down. So in a proof of work network, it is extremely unlikely that you would be able to get enough hashing power to be able to control the network for these 30 blocks here. That's extremely, extremely unlikely and cost prohibitive. However, ETH has recently switched to, of course, proof of stake with ETH 2.0. And that actually makes this kind of manipulation a little bit more interesting and perhaps a little bit more capital efficient, if you would say. So it could actually be something that might be able to be pulled off depending on the pool, depending on what resources you have at your disposal. And Uniswap has actually done some research on exactly what it would take to manipulate a Uniswap pool by a certain percentage. So here they're talking about a 2-block 20% manipulation. If I could add to the TWAP basically one time and just have 2 blocks next to each other. So if I wanted to go from this block to this block, let's say this is block 135 and then followed by block 136. If in block 135 I swap the price up and then I make sure that nobody in the rest of that block is swapping in Uniswap, and then I want to be the very first in the next block to swap it down, I want to cause an update of an observation to get that inflated price written there. And so this can be done if you were a block proposer and you knew that you were going to have 2 blocks in a row that you would get to propose. So we've got a table here to look at these 2-block 20% manipulations. So if I wanted to manipulate the 30-minute TWAP up by 20%, here's how much capital it would require. So I can swap either, I think this is 700 billion, so almost $1 trillion to swap token 0 on USDC wrapped ETH. So I think that's USDC. So if you had almost $1 trillion of USDC, then you could perform a 2-block Oracle manipulation, and you could manipulate the TWAP up by 20%. So unfortunately, there's not many exploits on chain. In fact, there are none that will yield you $2 billion or $1 trillion of actual capital. So that is obviously not really realistic. We can see the cheapest manipulation here is on the scale of 27 billion, which is on the Uni wrapped ETH pool. But of course, what if we could control more blocks, right? What if we could, instead of just having this one block or 2 blocks in a row, what if we could do 3 blocks in a row? They actually pull some data here, and they say that on average, we can expect a block proposal with around 1% share to be assigned to propose 3 blocks in a row about 0.2 times per month. So once every 5 months, a block proposer with a share of 1% will be able to propose 3 blocks in a row 1 time every 5 months. And so if I control those 5 blocks here, or those 3 blocks here, then the cost actually goes significantly down. So from the manipulation length of 2 blocks to 3 blocks, the cost goes from almost $1 trillion to just under $1 billion, and in some cases, even 300 million. And this is even the USDC wrapped ETH pool. So if we looked at a pool like the Uni wrapped ETH pool, or even lower liquidity pools, then this might be even more susceptible to this kind of manipulation. And then, of course, if you were able to control 4 blocks, 5 blocks, 6 blocks, 7 blocks, it becomes even more potentially possible to pull off a profitable manipulation like this, though still probably unlikely. All right, so what is the takeaway after looking at all these different kinds of price oracle manipulation attacks? Well, honestly, the takeaway might be to just go ahead and use Chainlink every single time, right? This is not an issue that you have to worry about with Chainlink. Of course, you are sort of, you're putting trust in the consensus mechanism for the price of the Chainlink feeds. But if you're going to trust that the large entities like, Coinbase and Lido and these people who have large stakes as block proposers, basically, if you're using a TWAP, you're essentially, at least in some portion, putting trust in those entities to not manipulate the TWAP price because they control, X number of blocks in a row on the network. So honestly, in my opinion, Chainlink is just a better solution, at least in this point in time. We'll see what kind of solutions come out in the near future for these on-chain oracles. But between it being the most common exploit and just, the number of exploits that we've seen and what we looked at today, Chainlink is probably still the best way to go for your oracle needs. All right, so fantastic. I hope that after watching this video, you understand, what does oracle manipulation look like? What are the different kinds of oracle manipulation? I hope you understand that it's not just the canonical example of reading from slot 0. It can be expanded to just manipulating the price of anything that is derived on chain. And I hope you have some interesting exploit ideas. And of course, whenever you see something that is using a price that is derived from on-chain values, then alarms should go off. And of course, if you do want to go a step further, you want to work with me personally to take your auditing game from where you are now to being a senior level auditor, then of course you can go in the description below. You can get my proven formula to become a senior auditor in 6 months. All right, amazing. So we have completed the AMMs and price manipulation section, and now it's time to head into another audit training session. So here we're going to be mob auditing, and we are going to be mob auditing my implementation, as we mentioned. And so if in mission number 3, you chose to review my implementation and try to find any bugs and vulnerabilities that I missed or I left basically in my code base, then basically make sure that you finish up mission number 3, you complete all of the assignments, all the heuristics and everything like that before heading into this, because we are going to be mob auditing my implementation and actually finding a handful of pretty much critical vulnerabilities that I wrote in this section. So at this point, finish mission number 3 and dive into mob auditing. We're going to see exactly what the heck is mob auditing in just a second. All right, so let's dive in. For today's session, what we're going to do is we're actually going to do a mob auditing. So has anybody, who here has done pair programming before? Has anybody done pair programming? Okay, great. I'm actually interested. What do you guys think of pair programming?
I love it. I think it has a good return on investment, but in the longer term.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 100%. Have you guys ever heard of or done mob programming?
Yeah.
Haven't heard of the term, actually.
Okay, so I mean, actually, I'm interested. Kenny, what did you think of mob programming?
So mob programming was the choice of development at the bootcamp I was in. So for 13 weeks, we did that. We had one driver that would just drive and not say anything and just type the code, and then the 4 people would think about it. Now, I would say at this stage, when I have developed a bit more and I'm more familiar with, different syntaxes and stuff, I think it's great. Back in the day, not so much. And the reason was that we did not even have the foundation or basics to kind of be productive or discuss something productive. Yeah, but at this stage, I think it's good, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think it's interesting it was used in a bootcamp. I do think it's really powerful for teaching people and having people learn, especially when it comes to a new code base. And it's sort of like pair programming at scale. So basically what mob programming is, just like Kenny said, is it's pretty much like pair programming, except at least in my experience, there's a bunch of other people, right? The mob or whatever, which is kind of they're just either waiting their turn to either become the driver or the dictator, and we'll learn a bit more about what both of those roles are. And if they, if the current driver or dictator are currently stuck on something, if somebody in the mob knows or they have an idea, then you just kind of shout it out. My experience with mob programming, we actually did it a little bit when I was working as a software engineer in a SaaS company. I actually think it's kind of wasteful of company resources because we had I think 6 engineers, some of them, half of them were senior engineers on a call, and at any given time, only one person was actually writing code. So I actually think that in a company setting where you're trying to actually ship product, if you're using 6 engineers with a good amount of senior engineers, I think it's actually probably not the most ideal. But with that being said, I think for learning and having people learn together and sort of break through barriers, I think it is pretty effective. I will say that being in a mob session with a bunch of other senior engineers, you definitely tend to learn a lot. You learn everybody's different little tricks and their ways of working through things. So there's definitely value to it. If you start a startup, I wouldn't recommend that you use all your engineers to do it, but we're gonna try it for auditing. So I've done it a few times in the past when we were auditing the GMX v2 code base. What we would do is, after we were already pretty deep into the code base, we needed to get a new perspective. So we just wanted to try a different approach. So what we did is we all hopped in Discord. At any given time, one person was basically they were driving, they were sharing their screen and walking through the code base and sort of describing lines as they go. And then the person who is the dictator, who is kind of almost like the reviewer for our code walks, that person was thinking of edge cases, thinking of interesting places to go, good questions to ask, things like this, right? And then if anybody in the mob thought of an edge case or a potential bug or vulnerability, of course they would shout it out. And then roles would basically rotate every like 10 to 15 minutes or something like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually try this out. We're going to see how this works. And we're going to have you guys mob audit my implementation of this perpetuals protocol. And you guys are probably going to find a few bugs and vulnerabilities that I errantly wrote while I was doing the same missions as you guys did alongside you guys. So, does anybody have any questions about that before we get started?
Nope.
Did you leave those vulnerabilities on purpose, or are you just guessing that there are?
Yeah, I don't think I wrote any on purpose, but given the amount of time that I had to spend on it, I'm sure there's definitely a few.
Oh, all right, gotcha.
But we will find out. I think there would definitely at least be some interesting things to point out. Yeah, I haven't laid any vulnerabilities on purpose for you guys to find, so it's not like a trick test or something like that. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and share my screen to start. So we've got this mob timer here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this in the chat. There's going to be a link to this. So if you guys click that, I think you should be able to see this. What we're going to do is I'm not going to be in the rotation since I wrote the code base, but I'm here to answer questions that come up or blockers. We're going to put everybody in a rotation. So I'm going to start with demo, then we'll do Kenny, we've got EVDoc, we've got Diane, Latricia, Paul. So there's everybody. The first two folks here, so we've got the driver and the navigator. The driver is the person who's going to be sharing their screen and walking through. Navigator is going to be the person who's, kind of like asking the interesting questions, leading them down a path, like, oh, how is P&L tracked, stuff like this. And then, so we're going to set it to every 10 minutes, we're going to switch roles. So I think Kenny will rotate to be the navigator, EVDoc will rotate to be the driver, and then everybody else rotates to be one ahead. And I think what will happen is we will, once we hit start, then it will just get going. So you guys should be able to see that if you're able to click on that link. Definitely let me know if you can't.
So I just have a few questions. So as the driver of this mob auditing session, am I just supposed to basically show the code and scroll, and or like am I also part of the review team or reviewing?
Yeah. So a little bit different than regular mob programming, where like I think the driver is literally not supposed to say anything. I think your job as a driver will be a little bit more like you're not trying to think of edge cases and things like that actively, but you're going through each line and kind of like dictating each line. Like, okay, if I'm looking at, a function, the first thing there is a require statement. What is it validating? You're basically just doing a code walk and you're saying this is what each line does. Does that make a little bit of sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and there's no exact science to it, obviously, so we'll kind of see how it evolves. So what I've done is I've just made my perpetuals implementation public, so you guys should be able to check that out and clone it. So when you're the driver, you'll just clone this and open it up in your favorite IDE and then have that shared. All right, so let's see, based on the mob timer. So the first driver is, like we said, it's Kenny, and then Demo will be the navigator. So Kenny, let me know if you're able to clone that.
Yes.
So we're just gonna jump in, we're gonna see how this goes. So Kenny, go ahead and share your screen if you can, and we can go ahead and start to walk through it.
And I guess I'll set some goals, so some high-level goals. So the first goal would be understand how we can open a position, understand how P&L is tracked, understand how we can close a position and realize profits, understand how losses are realized, understand how liquidity is deposited, how liquidity is enforced. All right, so we've got some initial goals. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the mob timer, and you guys can feel free to start having a look at the source code and trying to figure out how this code base works.
How much time are we going to have?
Yeah, so it's gonna be 10 minutes, and then we're gonna switch roles. And we can make it longer if it needs to be, but I'm gonna start right now.
So let's, the first thing that I would look at is how it keeping the
the contract.
The position, like basically the struct behind the position and in what kind of data structure he holds it.
Yeah.
So it's size in USD, collateral amount, last updated at. Okay, so if this is the size in USD and in tokens, how would he open? Yeah, let's see how the position is open, and then I'm interested with this data, how he would derive the P&L.
Alright.
It should be like open, create, or basically search for when the struct is initiated. It should be only when the position is open. Just search for the new, I guess, keyword. I lied. Is there any possibility it's not here? No, it should be one contract.
Yeah, this is the only, there's a oracle and errors and calculations, but
total assets, increase position. Okay, probably we can see when he accesses or where he accesses the mapping from address to position. Surely he'll have to put it there after he creates it.
Yes. What do you want to see from here?
I think basically from the top we can see the mapping which Owen uses in order to keep the position. Let's see which one makes sense. Long. Oh, okay. Let's do long positions and see where he adds to it. Not here. Increase position now. Is position liquidatable? Again, not liquidate. Oh, I think there won't be any vulnerabilities if he doesn't open positions. Is that right, Owen?
Yeah, definitely. If we can't open position, then there can't be any loss of funds, right?
Yeah. So I think he just uses increase position in order to create a position. Isn't that it?
Yeah, it seems that way. So
if it's there and he's loading it from the memory.
this is interesting. I've never seen this mapping used
Yeah.
like this.
Same.
So I guess what is that loading? Yeah, either the long position that we saw
Okay.
and the short position.
Okay, and then he loads the position in memory, and then he basically starts updating it directly.
Yep.
Sorry. Okay, he gets the index price of the token and index token delta. What is a delta? If it's long, size delta in USD.
The delta is the difference between two sizes, basically.
So he would like to see the price change over here.
That is a good guess.
Okay, then we add the collateral data size delta and the index token. type delta, okay. In that increased position, is he allowing the trader to basically increase everything? Like the collateral size? Can you scroll to the to the function signature?
The function signature, you say?
Yep. Delta collateral. No, I don't think this is the place where he creates position. I don't think it looks like that. Perhaps that. What do you think, Kenny?
What was your question, if he does?
Yeah, so my initial feeling is to just see how he opens the position, basically how he populates the structure, the position structure, and then to see how it changes in the different modifying positions.
For sure.
And unfortunately, I don't think we're at it at the moment. So can we look for the other functions, just team over them and see which one looks like opening a position? Okay, so decrease position. No, that's regarding the liquidation of the position. So again, no. Liquidate, no. Decrease, doesn't look like it.
Maybe we could look at the test, see if how he does it.
Yep, good idea. Let's do that. I saw he read quite some tests. There's deposit. Can you scroll to the top of the increase? Because surely you have to have a position before that. So he approved the contract for 200 T6, then deposited, then the vote balance. Okay, the net balance, start rank, 2. Yeah, so I think that's the way he does it. Just uses increased position.
Yeah, so that's like the proxy for doing both, I guess, open a position and
increasing. Yeah.
Yep. That's why he looks at the size delta, because the delta will always be from nothing to something or from something to something.
So size in dollars. Sorry, Ken, I just wanted to go over the comment. So size in dollars, 100, okay. The size in tokens is okay, and the collateral is 50. Does he deposit the collateral beforehand?
That's
no. He's just minting the collateral to Bob basically with USDC.mint, and then adding the collateral is only being tracked in the position. So the position. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So he has the position, and then he does some checks, but it's basically showing that the position was initialized correctly. And the vote balance, it's increased to 250. Why is that? 150 USD in total.
Are you talking about the tokens or this one? 50.
I was looking a bit down when on line 144 he is asserting that the vote balance is equal to 250 E6.
I see.
I'm trying to understand now how he keeps the fund in the vote.
Right.
Meaning, how is he separating the funds from the traders and the liquidity providers?
All right.
And I'm not sure where this 250 comes from. Could it be from the setup? Like he would bootstrap the...
So I think it's deposited by Alice, the user Alice first.
So she's the liquidity provider?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he deposits 50 more, isn't it?
Yes, and that's from Bob, the trader.
Okay. So the vote balance will be 250, so we know how this happens, and yeah, of course, it makes sense. Okay, and can we go now to the contract to see like internally, he would have to know which part is bots and basically the traders and which part is from the liquidity providers. Let's go to the increased position. Okay, so he transfers it directly if the collateral is bigger. Okay, by the way, this is something that's always interesting to me. Oh no, I was thinking whether we cannot just create a numerous amount of positions with little to no collateral, but I think he's preventing that by just allowing us to have one long position and one short position.
So you were thinking that you could open a position without collateral or something like that?
No, he's checking for that, but basically having 4,000 positions with one way and filling up the storage, but I don't think that's possible because okay, let's have that as a hint and continue forward to just see what happens when the position is created.
All right, great. That is
Getting
the rotation time. So great job getting an initial understanding of increase. We're going to rotate now, and let's see. So Kenny's going to be the navigator, and EVDoc's going to be the driver. Do you guys think 10 minutes was the right time length, by the way?
Yeah, I thought
keeping in mind that we're 6 people, I think it enough, probably.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, so EVDoc, let me know if you're able to clone that.
Yep.
All right, great. And you should have permission to share your screen. Let me know if that works.
Can you see my screen?
Awesome. I can see it.
Yes, looks good.
All right, take it away, guys.
All right. I kind of want to first get a good overview of the contract. We did a bit with demo before, but I kind of want to just have this really. Oh, yeah, perfect. So yeah, we have these long positions, short positions. Okay, we have a few. If you scroll up a little bit for. So, okay, so the max utilization ratio is 50%, meaning that the protocol should not be able to use more than 50%.
Yeah.
We have a leverage that is in E30, I guess, for decimal truncation things. Liquidation fee BP, is it basis points? Liquidation fee basis points. So yes, and then we have a basis points. Okay, interesting. Borrowing share per second is 0 since it just initialized. And then we have a max borrowing rate, which is a long number, 10% per year. Okay.
1 E30 divided by the seconds in a year, multiplied by 10, I guess, should be the result of this.
Yeah. Could you write a comment there so we kind of it's because it's a weird number. So yeah, what you said there just now basically. Yeah, that's perfect.
I think this is the formula.
Yeah, we can just that's a hypothesis at least. All right, and then we have a few. Let's see. Yeah, let's start with constructor. Name symbol, I guess that's just for the token. We have the index token, which is WBTC, collateral token, USDC, I think it's 6 decimals, Oracle, and then here is where we decide the borrowing per share per second. Okay, we're initializing ERC20, and then we're setting the index token Oracle. Okay, fine. If you scroll down a bit, yes, and then we have we have one only owner setting the borrowing per second, and then an internal function. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're making sure that we're not going above the borrowing rate, otherwise we revert, or otherwise we set it. Okay, And then this is for just getting the position, just a getter. Okay, okay. Look at the net P&L. It's long. So basically what it does is that if it's long, you take all the interest token times the index price minus open interest long minus interest open interest long.
Right. Open interest long. Index price minus.
Is this how we calculated it as well?
No, we use the price. If it's long, we use the current price minus the entry price, and we multiplied it by the size in tokens in order to get the PNL for a long position.
Right. Well, so maybe just a comment here to kind of double check that the PNL here is calculated correctly. I'm probably does, but yeah, just for us. So just like check afterwards, something like this. Yeah. Okay, and then we have a total assets. You just initialize.
Yeah, it's overriding the ERC4626 function. But it does different from the ERC4626.
This is interesting. Okay, getting a trader PNL long, false, and then the index price. So here's where we use to get PNL. And then we get a net trader PNL in collateral. I think something interesting about this protocol is that it's one and the same vault as we saw in the test. So something that's going to be interesting to see a bit is how we kind of separate, the liquidator LP's deposits and the trader's deposit. But okay.
This is the liquidity. No, not sure about it.
No, yeah, we can just kind of gloss over it. I kind of want to just see all of the functions. Increased position we looked at before with demo, so let's scroll past that. Basically increasing a few stuff and then increasing a few variables, it seems like. So yeah, you have all of this collateral amount plus the collateral delta, size in USD, size in tokens, pending borrowing fees. Yes, okay. Validate non-empty position comes there as well. Some kind of, so we don't get like garbage, I guess. And then we have a decreased position. I think that internal is more interesting if you click on that one. Yeah. Yeah, this one, yeah. Okay, so here we do the same thing. We fetch the position and we get the collateral price. I guess there's a function, collateral token price, and some Oracle function. We calculate the realized P&L, so we don't have any outstanding losses. We calculate the borrowing fees, same thing there. And then we do a lot of minus on the position. Pending borrowing fees is bigger than the positional collateral amount and is liquidation, meaning that if the borrowing fees is bigger than the collateral amount and it can be liquidated, I guess, then we we use the collateral to pay all of the borrowing fees.
The whole collateral.
Yeah, well, we basically say that, yeah, whatever you have, that's the borrowing fees. Set that as 0, and then we take the total deposits plus equal pending borrowing fees. Yes, okay.
This is tracking the deposits.
Yeah, exactly.
This represents the liquidity.
Sorry, it will.
This represents the liquidity, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing. Yes, I think so. Yeah, exactly. That's the protocol's liquidity. Yeah. All right. Else, if the collateral amount is less the depending borrowing fees, then we just revert. So, one interesting question here, maybe we can write something, is so what happens if like, so you know,
a user would like to decrease his position,
right?
And he must be liquidated. He cannot decrease.
Yeah, exactly. That's, I think, is one good information to think about. And I think when I scrolled fast with demo, I didn't see a close position either. So I think this decrease position is basically how you close a position as well. So so you cannot close a position if you cannot pay back the borrowing fee. Is one like one preliminary observation, because it will revert, and so that's interesting. So it has to be liquidated, I guess. Okay. So otherwise, it will just take the collateral amount and minus. Okay. And then we go down a bit. Is long, open interest long, interest tokens. Okay, this just making some calculations.
To keep track of the liquidity when opening position or increasing size of a position, I think this open interest tokens long and open interest long.
Yeah.
Open short and yeah.
Seems clear.
All right, guys. I hate to interrupt. That was fantastic. It's now time to rotate.
Yep, I can see the if statement if is liquidation.
Yeah.
So which function is it? This is it the function is position liquidatable?
Yeah, if the position is liquidatable, so like thinking about the that is going to be saying the collateral margin, right? It's here.
Okay,
In
so
the liquidation.
transfer to the message that's under, and the message sender is the liquidator in this case, so he is receiving the liquidation fee amount. Okay, and what about the user? Is there any logic to store the remaining collateral in a variable, or is he sending the remaining collateral to the user? Position loss in collateral, subtraction collateral amount.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, decreasing the collateral, where is remaining collateral going? Yeah, if the position is, and this will be okay. Okay, he's calling decrease position in the function. So
yeah, because there is no close position function.
Yeah.
The decrease position internal function is the only way to close a position.
Understood.
And the first argument is the trader address. Lateral delta. Output amount. Position that collateral amount. Position collateral amount is 0. Total deposits and the increment total deposit by the pending borrowing fees. We already saw it. Total deposit incrementing. Okay, and decrease it from the collateral amount. If it's long, open interest long minus size delta USD. open interest tokens long minus size delta tokens. Okay. Scroll a little bit down to see the rest of the function. So if is liquidation fee amount. So here position collateral amount times liquidation fee basic point divided by basis point. Okay. What's the decimals of basis points? I don't remember it. It's
10,000.
Yeah. 10,000. Collateral amount is USDC and liquidation fee. What about decimals of liquidation fee? So he will never be this. It's impossible for him to do this mistake, I think. So we need to find something else. We won't find anything in decimal side. So let's check the leverage calculation. Is there any function to compute the leverage of a user when, for example, he is trying to increase the size of a position? Let's check this function. The function to increase size of a position. It's increase position.
Yeah, but it's not checking the leverage because the borrowing. So like.
Can you show me the Oracle contract? I would like to see the decimals of the price. There is a function get index price. I would like to see how he handles the decimals in the Oracle contract. Oracle, that's all.
I think the stream is stuck.
Yep.
Yeah, it might be stuck again.
It's Oracle.sol, guys.
Oh, there we go. Just
Okay.
updated. Yeah, we got another frame.
Token price. Getting the token. You win 8 brand ID. Okay, there is no multiplier or decimal adjuster. Price feed factor. So the get token price return adjusted price. Adjusted price is the price to you in 256 times the config price feed factor. Okay, can you show me this config that price feed factor? Where is it? Where can we find this config that price feed factor?
It's. Let's see.
That price feed latest wrong data.
Are you talking about the update price feed config? Is that what you're talking about?
Maybe, yeah. Token to config. So there is an interface in this Oracle, iOracle interface. Okay, let's go back to the main contract.
Yeah.
To be easier to try to find something in the main contract. Let's see the withdraw function.
There is no withdrawal function.
should find an internal one used to withdraw. The one from the ERC 4626 maybe, in order to keep.
Alright guys, that is time for this one. We'll rotate. You guys you're getting close to something. You made me realize there's an issue here. You guys were getting really close to it.
Really?
Yeah. I bet you guys are gonna find it. Alright, so next up is Nyan is now the navigator, and then Latricia will be the driver.
Let me rejoin again. I can't see the screen. Yeah, it's visible. So yeah, let's go from withdraw function. Yeah. Now, can you show me the there was a one function like validate empty positions. Can you go through it?
You said valid. What you said?
Yeah. Empty positions, like for empty positions.
What was the function? I'm sorry.
Empty positions.
Empty positions?
Yeah. All of that one language. Okay, non-empty, yeah.
Did you want it right here or?
Can it go through the function?
Are you trying to look at increased position, or which position are you trying to look at? I'm sorry.
That function, validate non-empty positions.
Validate. Tell me when to stop. You said this function here?
Yeah. So size 0 with tokens of 0 and reward. And if when we are opening the increase position, like we are opening the position in itself, like increase position function. So like we are calling this at the end. Go on the increase position once. We are calling it at the end, and also we are not checking the leverage before cutting down the borrowing fees.
Calculating the leverage. So you're saying here, this is before?
Can you move it upward?
Sure.
Yeah. Wait. See, can I comment on like checking of leverage first?
Before.
Also,
Right here? What? You should check in leverage.
if you're already increasing the position, then why we are validating again? That's okay. Scroll down a bit.
No?
Decrease position directly. Wait. We are opening positions and then the key collateral tokens are PNL. Directly calculate PNL. But is it checking in the profit and loss function? Like if collateral is okay, go to calculate realized PNL first.
Let me see.
Okay, wait.
Oops, sorry. You said borrowing fees? I'm sorry, calculating borrowing fees, or what did you say?
No, PNL.
Oh, where's the PNL?
No, this is a position liquidatable function. Calculating the PNL.
Where is that located? I'm sorry.
No, just search.
P&L, right? Like, let me see.
Start with
Which function is that though?
net PNL.
Oh, net P&L. Net P&L.
Realize. Calculate the realized PNL. Is it is it storing the current price, like not the current price, but entry price of the position, like for long positions, it's like current price minus entry price, right? And he has mentioned open interest long. Like, is he storing it? He must be storing it in increased position itself.
Yeah, you want to go back? Is there let's see if there's a mapping for that up there. It's the index token. So they're being stored here, right? Here.
It must be all the long positions. Many positions actually, not the open interest. Where is it? Where is it storing? It must be in the increased position itself. They are opening the position. I have a doubt in decreased position actually. Where is it storing the entry prices?
That I don't know.
Is it checking the timestamps? Okay, wait.
No.
Okay, okay. Yeah, he is checking like position is updated. Yeah.
There.
And then he is validating the whether position is empty or not. Why? I don't think it's necessary here. In the empty position itself. Okay, scroll down. Wait. Yeah, actually, yes. He's storing. See, the position is long and he's actually storing here.
The position is in here in the. Oh, I see. Mm-hmm.
In the first clause actually. Yes, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, scroll down a bit in decrease positions.
Position is.
He is not. Oh god. He's not checking whether the position is healthy or not also. Okay, before position is liquidatable.
True. There's no,
position size.
you're right. There's no health factor, huh?
Yeah, before applying the power of face also, like he checking collateral value. Yeah, calculating collateral and checking if the position size is not 0. But what about if the position is, where is the leverage factor? Oh, no. He actually didn't check the leverage factor also before calculating the borrowing phase. Can you add it there? Before applying borrowing phase, like whether.
You see it right here? Right here?
Yeah, about that one only. The leverage factor is missing in liquidatable also and in opening the position also, like while increasing the position.
So leverage.
Not taking the leverage.
So you said here is the leverage factor. Oops.
Yeah. But
Alright, great. That is 10 minutes. So great job, guys. I think you pointed out one thing that is an issue in the increased position function. There's no validation that the position is over the max leverage. So I think I can open a position that has like 1000x leverage or something, and then it would just get liquidated.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got one critical issue so far. Let's go ahead and rotate. Now, Latricia, you're going to be the navigator, and Pol, you're going to be the driver.
Okay. I'll stop sharing.
Okay, I started sharing my screen.
Yep.
I guess, we found that one. Let's check. I guess we can look at the, can you scroll back to the top for me? Yeah, you're already at the top. Just make my screen a little bit bigger.
And here?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect. Thank you. Total deposits. Can we see, let's check the, let's go back to like I think like the withdrawal function. Let's check how this ER 4626 is implemented and if there's any issues with that.
Withdraw function.
I think it's the withdraw and deposit functions.
Okay, withdraw. Yes, this one.
Yeah.
It's override.
Overridden. Yeah, he overrode those. Isn't that supposed to be the same for the redeem too, though, right? Redeem and all that is supposed to be.
Redeem. No. I think so. Don't have redeem. No.
That means we still have access to it then, right? Is that right? I think. All right, well, we know that we overrid those. And then let's scroll back up a little bit. Let's see the calculate the realized P&L.
Okay.
Yeah, position, memory position, bool, long, kernel, realize that current position value equals position size of tokens. Total P&L is long, not the current position value minus position size. Position size, size delta, calculate round up division. Size delta, position size. Can I just see where this is called again? This calculate realized P&L.
Yes.
Yeah, where it's
For
called.
example, this one and decrease position, and also is position liquidity table. Do you want to see anyone? Or check?
We can look at. we can look right here. His position is liquidable. It's fine. Position and collateral amount, the collateral price, fees, calculate borrowing fees, if collateral return true, else, and then calculate realized P&L. Just long position size USD. If it's less than equal to 0, position loss. What is position P&L ABS? What is that?
Position P&L?
And then .ABS, what does that mean?
Position P&L.
Oh, collateral plus equal.
No. ABS. Okay, I think so. It's from library. I think so. ABS is from library.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think so. It's Signal Math.
Okay.
I can check. I don't know why. No. I think so. It's from Signal Math.
Fine, math. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Where we were at? We were in the liquidable function.
Yes.
Then if collateral, so that's position loss. If collateral value turn true, collateral value minus position, else collateral value, return position size times that So 30 divided by collateral value. We have a liquidate function too. Can I see that too, please?
Sorry?
I think we have a liquidate function, right? Or is it just, yeah, the liquidate function?
Function liquidate.
Yeah, go down just a little bit. I think it was right after where we were at after. Yeah.
This one. Okay.
If his position liquid trader is long. Mapping address, storage, short positions, position memory. Yeah. Let me see. Can we look at the? Can we look at the Oracle real quickly? The other function. Other contract.
That one?
The Oracle contract, please.
Yes. That one.
Yeah.
We all have this one interface, and after the contract Oracle.
Yeah. We got the interface, struct, price feed, price. We have a heartbeat duration. Can you scroll down some?
Yes.
Update price feed, config, and then price feed converter for the heartbeat duration. Scroll down some more, please. If price is less than equal to 0, revert invalid price feed address. Okay, 5%. That heartbeat duration, revert errors, timestamp. So where is this checked in? Adjusted price. This is get token price. I'm just trying to figure out how this is checked in the contract itself, or in the minimum contract itself.
The price?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
if it's
I
right here, like if its position is liquid, I can't even say the word. Hold on. The price position, no, its position is revert. Mapping storage positions. Straight as the price position, and then position. Scroll up one more time for me. I'm sorry, just a little bit.
No.
Yeah, is liquidatable function. I think that's what it's called. It's liquidatable. I'm in the wrong one. Yeah, to the where's that function? I think it's in the. Can you go to the decrease position? Sorry.
Decrease position, yes.
Yeah, let me see. Decrease position, that position. Pending more, calculate borrowing fees. Okay, right. If position collateral amount is revert, insufficient collateral for borrowing fees. Open. Borrowing fees, total deposits plus equal pending borrowing fees. Scroll down just a little bit. It shows if the liquidation is higher priority than the LP. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's liquidation fee amount equals position at collateral amount times liquidation fee divided by basis point. Transfer to the liquidation transfer minus liquidation fee amount. If realized P&L collateral token price, if its liquidation position is collateral amount, insolvent liquidation.
All right, that is 10 minutes. Great job there, guys. Got through a lot of functions. All right, so we're almost back around to the start of the lineup. There's one particular vulnerability that you guys have gotten close to. I think EVDoc was starting to hint at it. So we'll go until that vulnerability is uncovered. How about that? So the next navigator is poll and the driver is demo.
Yeah, and by the way, Owen, did we agree on the missing utilization check in the redeem function that is still accessible from the vault?
Yeah, so the redeem functions, those don't need to be overridden because I didn't override the external deposit and withdraw function. I overrode the internal deposit and withdraw function, which are called from both the redeem function and the withdraw function.
I see.
So that's the reason there. It's a good thing to check for. All right, so I'll get the 10 minutes started and take it away, poll.
Okay, perfect. You can show me where is the function for open the position?
Here it is. It's basically using the increased position for that.
Okay, if collateral. Perfect. Mapping index, get index price. Okay. Can check the get index price.
Check what?
The get index price. If you can check.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Here it is. It's getting it from the Oracle. Would you like to go there?
Okay. Yes. Get token price.
Yeah, get token price. Sorry. Here it is.
Okay. Okay, have return adjusted price is equal to price to config price factor. Okay, and you can show me that's config. Config it's okay. Price fit config memory config. Okay, it's token to config and put token. Okay, yes, I see. I can see. Price fit config is struct. Okay. Price fit duration. Okay. And here see the decimal of tokens. Okay, perfect. You can change the contract and put the minimum perps. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And the same function, the open position.
There it is. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. You can show me a calculate borrowing fees.
Yep.
And then borrow. Say use develop that. Per seconds and the what is the okay 150. Okay. Okay. And you can show me again the increase position, please.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Save a position. Collateral delta and collateral delta. You know if collateral delta save with any decimals?
No, I'm not sure.
Collateral delta.
He's adding it to the collateral amount, so it should be the same as the collateral.
Maybe we can check in the test.
You would like me to go to the test?
Yes, please.
Yep.
And the test, for example, for open the position, increase position.
By the looks of it should be 30?
Yes. 30, okay. Collateral delta divided, okay. And size USD, and size delta USD, you can check and yeah, is there?
No, just a second. So the collateral delta is with 6, and the size in USD is with 30.
Okay. Size, okay. Because size delta USD save with 30, no? Okay. Yes. And size delta USD, you know, if save has some variables of mapping.
If could you repeat that?
If the size delta USD, where to store mapping or struct or.
I think we are just passing it to the function to know how much we would like to increase the position with.
But not to store, for example, upgrade. Let me check. Position state. No. Total deposit. No. Okay. Position size. Okay. You can show me position point size USD. Position. No. Yes.
In the strict or in the increase position function?
Whatever part of of the contract.
In whatever part of what?
Of the contract. Of use the contract. Can you deposit? Okay, each position, okay. Equals perfect. Okay. And you can show me of total assets. Total deposit. Okay. And get you can show me get need pay NL. Okay. Explain interest. I wanna see open interest tokens long. Tokens long. Okay.
I think he's just keeping the values of the shorts and the longs in both type and in token to then calculate the P&L. So it's two variables per position type.
Okay, sure. And I think so. Stay the same variable and decrease position. Decrease position is. Yeah, you can check this one. Okay, thank you. Decrease. You can down, please. Yes, interest. Okay, yes. If it's long, less size delta is there. Okay. Is liquidation fee amount, position collateral amount, application feed. Basis points. And you can show me basis points, please. Basis points is okay. It's like a 10%, I think so.
Okay. This is the only place where it's used to calculate the fee.
Finish. Safe transfer. Message sender. Liquidation fee amount. Okay.
All right, that is 10 minutes. All right, great job, guys. All right, EVDoc says he found it, so we'll see. All right, so Kenny's ready. All right, so we'll start the 10 minutes then. And Dimo, you are now the navigator.
All right, I saw that EVDoc said that the withdraw function is not following the take effect interactions pattern. Okay, let's go over that. Withdraw. So we're moving from the total deposits, and then so the check is at the end. Does that mean that we can re-enter it?
I'm thinking it's the check is done wrong, maybe in the wrong order.
So we are removing the assets from the total deposit, okay, and then we're validating the max utilization. Color, shares, the owner, the asset. Okay, can we go to the validate max utilization? So it's get index size, the button type, a reserve for short, okay, reserve for long, and the total reserve, okay, the value of deposit. So probably, is that an issue that he is first subtracting and then checking for the maximum utilization? Should not be. I think it's all right looking. Hey, can you go again to the withdrawal? Total deposits withdrawal. EVDoc, are we missing something on this one?
Not on withdrawal.
Yeah. Okay, now looks all right. Deposit. Good. Can you? Yeah, let's go to one of the bigger functions. That's probably where I would lead. Probably the decrease position. I would be curious.
Decrease position.
Yeah, I saw that he's also passing the is liquidatable, I think, flag.
Right.
So this should allow you to remove collateral, remove size, and also it should be used for liquidation. So perhaps everything should remain the same. And if the position is trying to be liquidated, we should also send liquidation fee. Is that the only difference though? Can you check that if? Yeah, with the liquidation, we are setting the collateral and the pending borrowing fees. We're adding them to the total deposit. That's basically how we transfer it to the liquidity providers. I think that's basically it. And if it's long, we remove size delta in USD and size delta in token. So, and below we are checking if it's a liquidation. We're calculating the divided by basic coin. Liquidation fee, BP, that's, I think it was a lot. From the
200, right?
Mm. Yeah, it's looking all right. The position is less than the color. Okay, do we have any incentive for the position to be liquidated if it with negative plot?
Yeah, so I guess this if statement is to make sure that we can liquidate it whenever. The incentive, yeah, I guess I would say no, actually.
Okay, let's keep that. Okay, I'm interested if I remember that he talked about the stepwise jumps. Just curious how he stops it in this.
Come again? You're curious about
the stepwise jumps, how he is calculating the trader, the liquidity provider's P&L or the asset.
Okay. You want to see the total deposits or any function?
Yeah, let's check the total deposits. Where are we changing it?
All right.
When depositing, when withdrawing, that's clear.
That makes sense.
We're using it to calculate the max utilization. That's also understandable. Visualizing in total assets.
Yep.
Why is he keeping it in a new variable? So we are getting the index.
Do you want to continue?
I know. Let's check this. It's trader P&L exceeds deposit. When would we ever like to revert the total asset?
If the net trader P&L in collateral is greater than total deposits.
Returning. Okay, the total deposit minus the P&L. So every time he's taking the total asset, he's calculating it. Okay. I'm not sure where to go next. I'm not sure if we follow through for the liquidation and to check if we can somehow make it revert.
All right.
I don't remember if something came up from that.
Liquidates. Here is that.
Is liquidatable, mapping is long. Okay, let's go to the decrease. Let's say we would like to liquidate the position.
Yep.
We're getting the position, getting the top. Yeah, it's right below.
Up.
Go down, calculate realized P&L, borrowing fees. Realized, okay, calculate borrowing fees. When we're calculating, we're not applying anything, we're just getting the number, right? Can you check that quickly?
Which one of these? Calculate borrowing fees?
Calculate. Let's do both. Okay. We should just return a number, I hope. Realized P&L. Present tokens, total P&L. Rounded division. Okay, let's check the other one. It was the borrowing fee. Both tested minus. Okay, let's. Can we? We are surely Is there a possibility to multiply by 0 by the position last updated at? When is it? Yeah. I guess we took care of that, but yeah, let's assume that a baby wrote this contract. Can we go back to the decrease position?
Yeah.
Okay, so we get two numbers from those. Doesn't look like it could revert at the moment. Then we are calculating the size of the token in USD and collateral amount, which doesn't make much sense for the liquidation. But if we're trying to liquidate it, we are setting that the collateral amount is 0, adding the pending borrowing fees, and down the line we should transfer the remaining collateral to the. Yeah, but I think not sure. Yeah, sorry. Can you go to the bit to the top to the first stage transfer? It should revert, right? If the focus is blocked.
If the
Yeah, but this is the message sender, and that doesn't make much sense.
So this one, I am assuming that the liquidator will call, and then it will send to the liquidator and get a liquidation fee amount. Is there are you thinking about a way to revert this, or?
Sorry guys, I'll have to step off for a moment. Someone replace me, please.
That's perfect. You're right at 10 minutes, so that's perfect timing. All right, so you guys are so close. You guys are right there. So I'm pretty sure EVDoc's gonna get it as soon as he hops in. So now, yeah, Kenny, you'll be the navigator, and then EVDoc, you be the driver. So go ahead now. I'll start 10 minutes right now.
Okay, very close, he says.
Of your eyes, bro.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, the decrease position, that function is interesting because, like Owen said, it seems like an awful lot of jujutsu. Like there's a lot of ifs and buts and else and whatever. So that is probably something to worth like going down a bit more in the rabbit hole. If output amount is more than we transfer, otherwise. Oh, that's interesting. Give me a sec. Let me think about this. So it will revert if the output amount would be 0, right? Can it be 0?
Think of the asset.
Asset is USDC. Oh, are you just talking about the blacklisting?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's definitely one, and that would revert. Yeah, just make a comment about that thing. So, that is interesting. So basically, if you use this blacklist. So what I actually want to look at a bit more this time is if the max utilization function is enforced in places where we are taking up more of the taking up more positions. So I know, So I know, for example, that it exists in like the withdraw, but how are they? Are they present in when we increase a position, for example?
There is a function for that, I think.
Yeah.
Which
So
function?
do we check that invariant? Yep. Yeah, we do that. Validate max utilization at the end.
Yep.
Okay. And I think Nayan found the one where we don't check leverage before. So any other way we could try and break that invariant? I'm guessing opening and so
withdrawing liquidity maybe.
yeah, withdraw liquidity, but I know that that is blocked by withdrawing liquidity and then increasing and opening a position. I think that those are it, right? Are there any other times where we could break that invariant if we wanted to? I don't think so, because when we withdraw, we will lessen the So what times do, okay, another question. So when do the protocol pay back the trader? Or pay back anyone at all? I think when it liquidates, that's one time.
Yep, and decrease position also, I think.
Decrease position, okay. So because that's also something that is interesting, right? Because, okay, that means if you decrease your position, it will pay you back, which means that there's less liquidity in the protocol. Could that also be misused with the invariants? So if you go back to that decreased position,
but I think in this the user should get his profits. I think it's one case where we can break the invariant because the user is it's more important than the invariant, I think.
Right. So if you, I get what you mean. If you go back down to, let's see, that one, the output amount, I guess. No, you're at the right place. The if
So this one,
yeah.
It should allow the user to withdraw the remaining collateral, the USDC tokens, on their own after the liquidation process is complete. Because, as you said, this one could revert if the user is blacklisted by USDC contract.
Right. But I'm just thinking that, maybe this is not right at all, but I'm just thinking that there's, max utilization rate will, no, I don't think it's something. Okay, that's interesting. How about the max leverage? Is there any other way to, so where do we check the max leverage? Maybe that's a good question to start with. So if you do a search for max leverage, like that. So let's see how often it is checked. So it is checked when we want to check if our position is liquidatable.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. And that's the only time we check it, right?
Yeah, let's check this one. So when we liquidate, when we decrease position, also it is checked. And there is another one. Liquidate, decrease position, and that's all. And is position liquidable.
So increase position it doesn't, but we already know that. And I don't think that there are more places. I mean, this contract is basically increase position, which is open and increase, decrease position, which is decrease and liquidate, right? That's the only 4 ones. And then we have a few like calculate P&L, calculate borrowing fee, and so on. So those, that's the entirety of the protocol.
Check fees if there is a way to round it to 0. Borrowing fees would be.
I mean, I know that there is one, but it's a minor issue. It is if you go to the yeah, like on line 244. Yeah, I think that amount, because the collateral, the liquidation fee BP is a constant and the basis point is a constant. So you can definitely have so if you make a comment on line 240 there, so the liquidation fee is 200 exactly, and then the basis point is 10,000. So you could have something, the collateral amount times 200, which if it's less than 10,000, the liquidation fee will be 0, basically.
Yeah.
I think that's a small finding because it's not a lot of collateral amount. How much is it? It's 200, let's say 10,000 divided by 200. It's nothing. It's like 500, 499. Yeah, you can have 499 and you will pay liquidation fee amount, which is 0. But okay, one other thing, like the inflation attack, is that protected?
Yeah, because it's everything from ES626. I don't think he's overriding the offset, but
But if you go, okay, start with looking at the constructor. Did he do something like we did, for example, where he minted a few things? No, but he did override the deposit function. So if you go down to the deposit for the LPs, it's like an underscore deposit. So that is actually not happening.
But
right?
I think it's already addressed in the ERC4626. It's non-profitable for an attacker to do it. You don't need to mint dead shares.
Mm.
It is needed if you are not implementing ERC4626.
Okay.
All right, guys, that is 10 minutes on the dot.
All
right, fantastic job. Yeah, the last thing was that blacklisted thing that EVDoc was kind of he was basically sniffing out originally, but I don't think you guys actually went to that line directly. So, yep, that's an issue. And then I think you also pointed out that minor rounding thing. That's a good low finding. And then yeah, I think also the inflation attack, that would probably still be a good medium or low finding, just because at this point it's non-profitable, exactly like EVDoc said, but there's still that griefing attack. So I think overriding the decimal offset and then upping that to 1 or more would be probably a good decision. So yeah, that's a good thing to point out. All right, so you guys just audited for like an hour and a half.
It was fun, especially since we've done a lot of perpetual contracts. Now I feel like really warm in my clothes to do that.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. You guys got, in the matter of an hour and a half, you guys got, I think, 2 criticals and maybe a handful of mediums and lows. So that's pretty impressive, guys. Great job. What do you guys think of my implementation?
It's like a baby wrote it.
In 2 days, it's
I'm just
well implemented.
That's perfect.
I think it was very efficient. I'm very we think a lot about like open position and increased position and whatnot, but yeah, everything was kind of just 2 big functions, for better or worse. I don't know.
Yeah, I think in the spec, I guess I wasn't really clear that you can decide, like, you don't necessarily have to have a distinct open position function or anything like that. But yeah, there's pros and cons to having one big function that handles opening and increasing and stuff like this. So yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of potential issues that occur when you have like borrowing fees and stuff like that. So that is it for mob auditing. Great job, guys. All right, fantastic. So if you decided to review my code base as a part of mission number 3, maybe hopefully you found all those things. If you didn't, then you see, there's some direct feedback of stuff that you should be looking for in the future. And now we're ready to head into this section on advanced verification methods. So we talked about fuzzing a little bit in part 1. Now we're going to really deep dive on fuzzing and understand exactly what it looks like in a real code base with Foundry fuzzing. And then we're going to even have a look at, what it looks like with Echidna on a more complex, more involved code base. And we're actually going to step through and we're going to literally in real time, we're going to uncover vulnerabilities in a code base with fuzzing. And we're going to go through the process of what it actually looks like to do that. So we're going to see everything involved with that in this first session here. And then we're going to get an intro to formal verification, which is technically an even more powerful form of verification as it actually mathematically proves invariants to hold true beyond a shadow of a doubt. So we're going to cover fuzzing, and then we're going to get an intro to formal verification, and that is everything for this advanced verification methods section. There's fuzzing tests, and then there's, at least in Foundry's notion of fuzzing, we also have invariant tests. And so invariant tests are there. This is more close to what you saw earlier on in the first week when we showed, the testing harness that we created for pool sharks, where we had it do tons of different tests. And I think we even have still the stuff that we wrote out. We had it do, stuff where we would call things in order, and they would actually all be in the same test case run, right? So the difference between fuzzing and invariant testing is that once we run the thing, it is just a single transaction with randomized inputs. So you're going to run that singular fuzz test, and it's just going to fuzz test that singular transaction. But in invariant tests, you're going to basically define invariants / asserts. You're going to assign target contracts. Then for X number of runs, the invariant will be asserted after all runs are completed. So where this one is calling deposit and then fuzzing some stuff based on that, trying to check some invariants there. And then this is calling deposit, then open position, then decrease position, then withdraw, and on, right? So we're calling things in sequence. And this is, of course, a more powerful, if I have an assertion in the deposit function, or let's say probably more interestingly in the decrease position function, it's going to be a lot more powerful for me to have tested it with randomized orderings of things if I decrease position before I open it or something like this, versus if I just have an assertion and we're just testing the deposit function on its own. So this is more like a generalized unit test almost. Of course, it depends on, like a generalized integration test. This is mixing and matching, generalizing, just situations in general. Right, so these are, yes, like you said, definitely more powerful. So when it comes to actually writing these invariant tests, I think you guys probably ran into issues with writing a handler, is that right?
Yep, we had to write a handler because we had a lot of reverts, and our goal was to reduce these reverts.
Yeah, and so I think, so by default, the invariant tests will actually they'll not revert on like require statements or something like this. So what were the reverts that you guys were getting?
It was like if the invariant try to withdraw from an address before depositing, for example. If someone never deposited before and try to withdraw liquidity, this is counted as a revert in the invariant test.
So I can go ahead and I'll show you what my setup was. I actually just did an example invariant with Foundry for my implementation. All right, so here, let's have a look at, here's my invariant testing contract. So we've got standard invariant, we're inheriting from that in this fuzzing test. And then here's like an example, here's a good one that we would want to prove over a set of different interactions, right? So the open interest is not overutilized, or I guess more aptly it should be like the liquidity not overutilized, but whatever. So here the invariant is my net open interest should be less than or equal to the deposited liquidity, the value of the deposits divided by 2. That's just that's the configured, like utilization ratio is 1/2, and then when that is configured to 1/2, which is just what it's configured at for my system right now, then this invariant should hold, right? Or you could even think of like for Uniswap, they should always have x times y equals k. You know, invariants like this that should always, no matter what interactions happen, they should always hold for the system. So here's one of them, and here's what I had to do to get this to work with my perpetuals protocol. So we've got the normal setup, which you guys already have, you know, basically a whole setup. I don't know if you guys assign target contracts, but what I did is I made, first of all, of course, the perps contract, that's a target contract, and then the handler contract, that's a target contract. And then, so the subset of functions in both of those contracts, that's what will be fuzzed. And why do we need a handler? Well, of course, like you guys had, we need to be able to mint and approve before somebody deposits. So if I'm saying that the message.sender is triggering a deposit into minimum perps, well then this handler contract is going to be the one creating that. So we need to mint whatever assets are necessary, USDC in this case, to this address, and then we need to approve the minimum perps contract for that USDC so that when we call deposit, there's actually enough money and enough approval to create that deposit. And then I also did a similar thing for increased position because we need to transfer in collateral, right? So we're doing the same thing here, and then we're increasing the position. And that's all I had for my handler. And then once I, you know, just added basically just wrappers for those two things, then that is essentially all that was needed to basically verify this. And one thing I did change is that you'll see I have a minimum perps fuzzed contract and a minimum perps contract. So the minimum perps, that's the actual original implementation. What we do sometimes is we will make, you know, just like a copy, just to, in this case, I just made a quick copy because I had to change one thing. When I was increasing positions, and this is a problem that you'll usually have to solve for when you make infrastructure like this, is that you're going to have like a handler contract, right? And that's the contract that's going to be the message.sender when we increase position. Well, I want the person who actually calls the increase position function on the handler to be the person who actually gets the position. So what I do is I added an additional argument in this modified version, where in this modified version of the protocol, you can just accept an increase for,
and then that will basically open a position for that address that was provided. And so this way we can sort of, get around that and still allocate positions to the people that we actually want to open them, instead of those positions belonging to the actual handler contract. And so I'm interacting with the fuzzed version of minimum perps. And so we just make minor changes like that are, just to allow this to be easier to use with the handler. And then that's really all that is necessary. And then we can run this, and then that actually gets verified. So this is the type of assertion that is probably more valuable for an invariant test, right? So now I can be like confident that if somebody withdraws and then opens a position and then closes a position and then deposits and then withdraws and all this stuff, this is still going to be true. Now, granted, something I didn't add into this was something to change the price of the oracle, right? So maybe that could have been another handler thing that I added, was like set price. And then that would have been a lot more interesting because we would have actually been able to simulate P&L going up and down, but I didn't go ahead and do that because it's just a simple invariant implementation. So this is like a basic version of this. You guys already had this, but do you guys have any questions based on that?
Just a small one, and it's a little bit of a dumb question. The handler, why do you want that? What does it do?
Yeah. So the handler here, what we need is, if we're gonna call, so actually, let's just walk through and look at what happens when we don't have a handler. So I'm removing that as a target contract. So we can even just remove it from here, just to be very clear. So what we'll do is we'll do forge test. Now, let's say that I want to just check and see. So I'm seeing that, okay, there's a lot of reverts. I'm actually not even sure if we're being able to increase a position or anything like that. So I want to check if we're able to even deposit liquidity into the system, right? I don't even know if that is working out right now. So what I can do is, when we deposit, so in this deposit function, I could do a really cheap sort of like, what we'll do is we'll do bool deposit succeeded. Assert deposit succeeded. Assert not deposit succeeded. Not minimum perps dot deposit succeeded. And I need to make this public. Okay, great. All right, let's see. So it looks like we actually were able to, and we're giving it 0. So I am able to deposit if it's 0. Now, what if we go to boom, 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 if we go to the fuzzed version, and then I say, I don't want to allow 0 deposits. Assets greater than 0. Okay, so now it's passing, which means I never set deposit succeeded equal to true. So this assertion is never failing, or else we would get a counterexample here. So we need this handler contract because it is currently failing, because when we call the deposit function or the mint function directly on the minimum perps contract, there's no USDC that is in the caller's account, and they haven't approved the contract. So when we attempt to transfer from, it's going to fail. So we just made this quick wrapper to mint to this address and then approve the minimum perps before we call deposit. And so now if we run this, we should get a counterexample because deposit succeeded is set to true. And I need to set this as a target contract. So now we're going to be actually using the handler for a fraction of these fuzz runs. So now we're getting an actual assertion violation. So now if I go ahead and remove this assertion, my invariant is passing, and I know that we're actually able to reach deposits now. And you could do the same thing for open position, and you could see that now that we're using the handler, people are able to actually increase their positions. So that's why we need the handler, just to be able to handle stuff like this.
So is it like, so I think one way we did it was to kind of just go through the flow. So we, I think what we did was that we, let the liquidators liquidity providers deposit some liquidity and all of that beforehand. So is this like another way of doing the setup, kind of?
Yeah, so it depends how much you want to be randomized, right? So if you put that in your setup, then that's always hard-coded, right, as like an initial situation. But if you want that stuff to be, completely like randomized, then you just put all that stuff on your handler and then you let that happen randomly, right? But it would actually probably improve the amount of fuzz runs that you're able to get through if you do, like, let's say most transactions, they need to have a nominal amount of liquidity in the vault to actually work. So I think in that case, it is valuable to have like an initial deposit in the vault, because then your subsequent fuzz runs are, a lot more of them are actually going to be valid things. And you're going to get this revert number to go down.
This is very interesting, and it's a very good trick to modify the contract, like you did for the address of the message that's under to deposit.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing you have to be careful of when you do that is that you don't accidentally trick yourself into thinking there's a critical bug that you uncovered when it, in fact, is actually stemming from an addition that you made. Sometimes that has happened to us where we're like, oh yeah, we found this critical bug and we spend like hours debugging it and we can't figure out why it's happening, and it's because of something that you changed in the contract. So you do have to be mindful of, oh, is that going to break something? But in this case, it's actually fine.
So here is our handler. So in order to avoid reverts, we had to approve in this deposit function.
Yep.
And make deposit first. To avoid the reverts, if in the sequence of invariant test there is a withdrawal, for example. And I noticed, I'm not sure it's correct, but I noticed we had less reverts by doing it. So I guess it's because it wasn't set up in the handler. Is it the case?
Yeah. So, right, you're seeing the reverts. The reverts count is really high, right? That's what you're seeing. Is it that every transaction is reverting, or is it that it's like 50% or something like that?
Like 50%.
Okay, yeah. So that's actually like pretty much expected, just on the fact that like they're going to try to call some functions like close position before a position even exists. So like having a certain percentage of those actually revert is like that's going to be unavoidable. You can definitely pare it down by like making a handler very effective at trying to solve that. But as long as you're getting some that are actually going through and working, then that's good. We're actually fuzzing stuff.
So the best way to do it would be to do another like function open position in order to avoid this reverse.
Yeah, to be clear, are you guys able to fuzz open position at all, or is it just reverting every single time it calls open position?
I don't think we tested that, and I think that also ties into one of the other questions we had, if how you do it with like an oracle, because we tried to do some other fuzzing with like max leverage and stuff for that, but we didn't have time to figure out how to, like, I don't know if we didn't mock it properly or some other stuff happened. It just was a bit confusing, so we ended up doing like fuzzing on some like easier invariants.
Yeah. No, that's a great thing to check. So on the handler, what you can do is you could add a function here that's like set price or something like that, right? And that can talk to the oracle and just call the oracle function like whatever your oracle set price function was or set latest answer.
Jida, maybe you can try. Do you remember we had one function that we commented out because we got like EVM reverts on that one?
It was in this file, right? In the invariant test.
Yeah, I think I saw it up there. Something max leverage. I think it's the I think the one below that test files position should not be over max leverage.
Yeah, you're right.
That one is gonna do something with the oracle because we want it to kind of give us a lot of different sizes and collaterals. And I think if you try to run this one, it will revert, but it will revert because of EVM revert. So there's something going on with how we talk to the oracle or don't talk to the oracle.
Okay, can you see my terminal?
Yeah, I can see that now.
All right. So here is the revert, EVM revert.
Okay,
And it
cool.
was because of the mock-v3 aggregator when trying to get the price.
So yeah, let's have a look at the constructor here. Yeah, so let's see. So it's failing when we're calling open position. So I guess let's go to the open position function. All right, and then when we're trying to get the price here, so it's happening right there. So the price feed, when we create the trader.sol contract, when that gets deployed, what do we provide as the price feed?
Okay, for the mock-v3 aggregator, for this invariant test, I set up a price with 8 decimals and two thousands for the price.
Okay, yeah, so in the trader contract constructor, I see that we take 2 price feeds, it looks like, right?
It takes the address of the price feed contract and the address of the USD price feed.
Okay, yeah, so it's a mock v3 aggregator, but that needs to be a price feed contract.
Yeah, you're right. It should be the price feed contract with mock v3 aggregator as an argument for the get price feed function.
Yeah, exactly. So we just need to deploy a price feed contract, and then that's what that is.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So in here, just deploying the price feed contract and it should work.
Oh, you know what? You guys already have it. So actually on line 73, you can just put price feed contract.
Oh, this is great. Now I think we get some real...
Yeah, good. That's the issue. Thank you, Owen. This setup are so complex.
Yeah, that was a little confusing. I could definitely understand why you guys got wrapped up on that. But yeah, and then for this failure here, it looks like we just need to restrict that in the, probably in the hand, oh, that's a test fuzz, so that's not an invariant test. So yeah, we just need to vm.assume to get around that. Yeah, so you can, at the start of a, so this, yeah, we can vm.assume that the collateral is going to be less than the balance Or what you could do, actually instead, you could also choose to, it looks like you need to just mint that amount of collateral to the person who's going to be depositing collateral. So for the user, I think that's what you need to do.
I can do it in the setup or in the fuzz.
Yeah, you could do it literally right there. So when we get the underscore collateral, what we need to do is we need to do USDC.mint, or however you guys have your mock ERC20.mint user underscore collateral. All right, we're getting progressively a little bit more and more runs. Yeah, so there, if you wanted to get that one's probably gonna have to be a VM.assume. So that will just have to be like, we need to, yeah, so we kind of, I mean, it's almost kind of like assuming what you're asserting at the end there, but we're just assuming the size divided by the collateral, like the underscore size divided by the underscore collateral is within the max leverage. I think you might have to deal with some decimal things there.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the decimals.
So, what's like a successful result of fuzzing? Like, because I'm guessing now when we have it like this, all kinds of values will be inserted into this function within the assume ranges. So what's like, what do you want to see basically?
Yeah, so ideally what happens is you do all the assumptions correct, and so that only the inputs that are actually interesting come through, where for our case, somebody is sending a size and a collateral that makes sense. Like if I'm sending, $10,000 worth of size, I'm also sending $5,000 worth of collateral, so it's within that range. It's not like I'm giving one singular way of collateral and then like $1 million of size. That's clearly going to result in something over the max leverage. And interesting, like the result that we would ideally want to find is we get a valid size and collateral as inputs based on what we assume, and then somehow when we call open position, after that, the size divided by collateral of the position that's been opened now is somehow invalid, even though we opened something up that was, with our constraints, our defined constraints on the inputs, that was valid. And then really what the process is like, okay, well now we've got a counterexample. Let's go and dig in and find out exactly why this didn't pass the assertion, right? And a lot of times, like we're seeing here, that reason might be because our VM.assume, our assumptions were off, but ideally, the root cause is not in our test, like our fuzzing test code, it's actually in somewhere, something in the actual implementation is allowing for that assertion to be broken.
I got you. So, for example, now in the terminal, we would see the revert message from the open position, but ideally we would like, that means that they've done a good job protecting against that. So we would want to only assume the values that we know that is not going to be reverted by their function already, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you do see that revert that they have, that means that your assumptions are probably off, right? Because you're just passing a value that should be reverting. Or, interestingly, you could be passing a value that is actually valid and they are reverting, but they shouldn't be reverting. And so that's something that, you could dig in and you can find, oh, they're actually reverting. Maybe they're, off by 1 or something like this, and they have some kind of error like that, where they're reverting when they actually shouldn't be reverting. I think probably the most interesting would be if you didn't get a revert from their validation, but this assertion on line 120 failed. And then there's probably an issue in the implementation there, if you ever got that.
That's cool. So is a way to do this to actually just look at the code, look at the, what they revert on, and make those assumptions. So for example, there's probably like a max leverage or leverage exceeded, and you kind of just assume those values inside your fuzz test and then see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. The checks, so I mean, usually the checks will be at the beginning of a function. Sometimes they're at the end in the case of max leverage. But the checks are a great way to just like look at the function I'm calling, look at the validations that are performed, and that's them basically saying this is the valid range of inputs. Then you can almost copy paste those and just translate those into vm.assumes, and then fuzz your invariance based off of that, and that will basically define the range of valid inputs exactly.
All right. Yeah, that's very good to know. Maybe we can do the last assume, Rena, with the max leverage exceeded and see if we get some interesting examples.
Yeah, let's try that.
Yeah. So maybe we can see, like, if you go to their file, their trader.sol, and then go to the open position, and yeah, we're interested in the size divided by collaterals is bigger than max. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I wonder if I think this, I guess, should be okay, or what do you think, Owen? So they haven't done like a handling of decimals here, and I guess that's also what we should test with them.
Yeah, let's see if this works. Okay, so what did we get here? We got an arithmetic over/underflow. Right, so yeah, they're gonna give you a counterexample if it just reverts based on literally these numbers being huge. So let's see, when we're trying to mint, we're getting in over underflow for the mock ERC20. Okay, and that's for that address. We're minting that huge number. So what we could do is we'll just vm.assume that the underscore collateral is less than like 1E60, which is like a ridiculously large number already, because we know that nobody's going to have 1E60 of USDC. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, 16 works as well. I forgot that with USDC we only have 6 decimals.
And why not bound the collateral?
Yeah,
instead of to assume, can we use bound in this case, for example?
Yeah, you can use bound, since I see you want to make sure it's greater than 0. Although I would say having your collateral 0, that's an interesting case, but I assume that their system reverts on that. Let's see what we got. Okay, we got an assertion violation. So that's interesting. So it didn't revert, but we got an assertion violation. So let's look at what their validation is in the contract for the max leverage. Okay, size divided by collaterals is greater than the max leverage. And is the max leverage, that's just 20? Okay, so it's just 20. The size, do you guys know what decimals the size has?
So what does that mean, assertion violation?
That means that at the end of your fuzz test, that assert that you had at the end is failing. I think it's that one, unless you guys have other ones.
Maybe it's a decimal issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So the size here, what is the minimum position size?
0. There's not. It's not set.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what the decimals are for the system. Let's have a look at one of the tests. Okay, so E6. So I guess they're both the same decimals. Collateral is E6 and size is E6. That means if we go to our fuzz test, that means first of all that vm.assume that we have should be fine. Oh, I think what we might have found here is your guys's, no, I was gonna say maybe we found that rounding down case that you guys had as a finding, where you could have like 20.9, but actually I don't think so. So if we go back to the terminal, let's see. So what we're doing at the bottom there is we're getting, okay, collaterals is 383, and then I'm assuming size is, let's see,
size should be that 8353. So it looks like the call data was 8353 for the size and 800 for the collateral. So there's a few interesting things. So we deposited collateral, we deposited 800, but then I'm seeing when we call trader contract dot collaterals for our trader, we're getting 383 as a response. So let's go back to the fuzz test again. Okay, great. So the collaterals is only 300. Do you know what that? Actually, that's because I remember they have some logic. When you open a position, it actually deducts from your collateral. Oh, I know why this is. I know why this is happening then. So the reason that we're getting a counter example is because in our invariant test, at the bottom, the thing that we're asserting is not actually checking the leverage of the position. So that collaterals, that is the user's sort of like in their implementation, that is how much collateral is sitting in this, like it's like a checking account, right? And then like it's not actually, it doesn't belong to any position. So that collateral is not, it's basically not for that position. So actually the positions, when we call trader contract anvil.positions, and then we spread out that tuple of things. So one thing we're getting is the size, but another thing is going to be the actual collateral for the position. So if we go to the trader contract and we have a look at that positions mapping, or the position struct, yeah, right there. So the 1, 2, 3, fourth thing is the collateral for the position. So we need to get the fourth thing in that tuple in the invariant test, in the fuzz test.
Okay, so but to get this one, but not this one, right?
Yeah,
Because this one
exactly.
is for the position. Okay.
Exactly.
Why is that, Owen? Like they also have like this collaterals, and wouldn't it be the same?
Yeah, so their collaterals, what gets deducted from their collateral goes to the position. So in their collateral, they have like 353 or something like that. So 800 minus 353 is like, let's just say it's 447. So it's 447. So the collateral of their position is 447. It's not 353. And so when we do the size divided by 353, it gives a higher number than if we do the size divided by 447.
All right.
So let's see if this passes now, or we get a hopefully at least a different error.
Yep, different error.
All right, division by 0. These are fun. Okay, so now I think you guys had a different finding that was related to the collateral and the position not getting updated. Is that correct? Or something like this?
Yeah, because this means we are dividing by a collateral that it's set to 0.
Yeah. So I mean, so that's so we've just run a fuzz test and we found an actual bug as a result of the fuzz test, right? So let's look at the open position function. All right, great. So we create a position. I see required collateral. Required collateral equals size divided by max leverage. So it should not be 0. We have to figure out, okay, so we need to figure out why we're getting 0 for that thing. Because it should be there, right? We see it being assigned on line 126.
Yeah, so where is it? So do you mean like if required collateral is 0?
Yeah, it seems like that's 0 because if we go to the fuzz test that Rita wrote, we're getting a divide by 0 error. I think, and this is what Rita said, is because collateral underscore 2 is actually 0. And actually, let's go to the terminal. We can just confirm this by looking at the trace. Right, so when we call positions, oh, now we're getting, okay, so our case here is that we have a position that has a size of a single way, is it? Or,
Yeah, the first one is size, the other one is position enum type.
yeah, so somehow we were able to create a position
Right, right. Okay, I see what's happening. So if we go to the trader contract, sorry for jerking you around everywhere, Rita. So right here, what's happening is the required collateral calculation on line 114, that is using round down division. So when the size is less than 20, so if it's 19, if it's 1, or anything like this, the required collateral is actually 0. And so we're able to actually make a position that has 0 collateral, but it actually does have size in tokens. And so
Yeah.
that's probably that. I mean, that seems like it could potentially be a big issue, but at the very least, that's a medium.
That's interesting. I had one that I set as low or medium with the minimum position size is 0. So that one is also leading to this one, like the size being 1 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Or something that is lower than max leverage. That is interesting. Yeah, if I dug deeper, maybe, yeah, interesting vulnerability.
Yeah, definitely. If there was a minimum position size, if that did get configured, then this would probably not be an issue, but it's an interesting edge case for sure. And it goes to show, like with fuzzing, stuff that, yeah, you might have caught that by manual analysis, but if you just write the fuzz test, you're guaranteed to find it.
Yeah, with fuzz test, you can find it in 20 minutes. With manual review, could take you 3 days to find this kind of issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is interesting as well, because you can pass all the checks even as your required collateral is 0, because collateral's message sender could also be 0.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah. Well, actually, I think if the collateral is 0, we'll get a divide by 0 revert on line 107.
Yeah.
And the way to address this issue is simply to set a minimum size, right? To avoid this kind of rounding down to 0.
Yeah, and what we can do in our fuzz test to do this is we could just vm.assume or bound or whatever on the size. Actually, we can just change line 105, just assume that size is greater than like 1 USDC or something like 1E6. And then let's see if we get any other interesting cases.
This is great. I'm learning a lot. Fuzzing is so very interesting.
Yeah, it's very powerful for sure. All right, let's see. So insufficient collateral. Okay, so let's see where that is raised in the contracts. Okay, yeah. So the collateral is less than the required collateral. Interesting. So let's see what the flow is. If we go back to the terminal, how did we end up there? All right, great. So first of all, we are depositing, that's the liquidity provider, and then the trader's coming in and they're depositing like 5E10. What is that? Is that 5,000 collateral? Basically 5,000 USDC, something like that. And then we're opening a position. What is the second variable for open position? The second parameter?
It's the enum for position type.
I see.
So it's 0 or 1.
Okay, great. So that's long or short. And the position size is really large, but it's not that much larger. So let's see. So
that one 0 is long and 1 would be short.
Oh yeah, so right here we can see in the insufficient collateral revert that the collateral that was required was actually just a little bit larger than the collateral that was actually deposited. So right there was 5.11 E10 and this is 4.99 E10. So our next thing, it's the last line in the stack trace. Yeah, right there. Yeah, so what we want to find out is why is there that little difference, right? So I guess what we'll go is we'll go back to the open position function and let's see. We want to, okay, so the required collateral is the size divided by the max leverage. I'm thinking this might just be something to do with our bounding. So let's go back to our invariance test. Cool. So we are assuming that the size divided by collateral is less than the max leverage. So that should be true. But then when we actually get into the function, sorry if you could go back to the trader, then the required collateral, okay, so we're gonna have to walk through this with the numbers. So this is where whiteboards are really helpful. So I'm gonna grab my whiteboard, or actually I can just share my screen so that we can use the, yeah, we'll do this. So we've got 5.11 E10. This is the size, right? And then I think, or no, the size was actually like double this, right? Was it like I think it was like 2.3 or 10.23? Was that what it was? If we go back to the terminal, yeah, let's see. 10.023, yeah, net 10.23, E12. Okay, I see. 10.23 E11. That's our size. And our collateral is, it was 4.99 E10. So these are the values that got past our assumptions. So let's divide these to figure out what's the leverage that got used here. It looks like this is actually technically above leverage. We've got this thing divided by this thing. Okay, so here's what we caught. We caught that other issue that you guys found by manual analysis. We've now caught it with fuzzing. So you guys can see that the leverage here is 20.5. So this leverage is equals 20.5. So if we go to, first of all, our invariant test, so we can understand how this got through. So in our invariant test, we assume that the size divided by collateral is less than or equal to 20. So in solidity, 20.5 equals 20, and so that's less than or equal to 20. So that's how we passed that. Now, if we go to the trader.sol contract, the required collateral is equal to the size divided by the max leverage. So the required collateral is this divided by 20, which is going to be slightly bigger than the amount of collateral that we actually have. So actually what we've discovered is that our assumption, we need to somehow account for that truncation in our assumption. This will basically just say is something that is greater than what our actual collateral is. So what we could do is we could just vm.assume. We're going to bound it to less than, yeah, I think we could just do strictly less than on line 107. And that's sort of like just a quick fix. So let's run that. And I mean, that's something that definitely just needs to be addressed in the system, is adding decimals. So that would be a finding then right there, that, you know, we need to be able to deal with this rounding amount. Okay, and then beyond that, now we've got all the issues. We found, I think, 2 valid issues there, but then once those are addressed, then this invariant holds.
This was really good. This was really, yeah. Sorry, Reda, could you go back to, oh, wait. Could you just go back to the assume in the, sorry, the invariant testing?
Yeah, in this assume size divided by collateral should
Okay, yeah.
be less than max leverage.
Yeah, so we did not last assume there. All right. So is this the way you kind of work with it? Like you kind of find something that I guess should not exist, like the first one there, and then you make like a fix either in the code or in the test, and then you just until you kind of get cleared or everything green.
Like it's exactly the process that we just followed. Like you first of all come up with the invariant, you implement the invariant. You have to sort of constrict your inputs to get stuff that's actually valid for the system. But then once you have that, oftentimes you start to uncover interesting edge cases that you wouldn't have thought of, and then you can say like, okay, well, I'll mark that down as an issue. That's a finding. I'll fix that here just to see if anything else comes up, and sometimes more stuff will come up. You get more edge cases, and then until eventually we've got it like we have here, where now this invariant passes.
This is very instructive. I mean, you can get a lot of finding only with first test and the whiteboard, and that's enough.
Yeah, really.
So we can just use this kind of first test. We don't need, in fact, to create a handler and try to implement invariant test. Just first test like this for each functions. It could be enough to get findings.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the invariant tests they grow increasingly valuable as the system grows increasingly more complex. Like for pool sharks, for example, they had like 4 functions, and if we just wrote single fuzz tests for you just do a create limit position, you just do that and then you fuzz some stuff, we wouldn't have actually found nearly as much. So I would say definitely when the code bases are more simple, they have really simple actions that don't necessarily affect each other as much, then yeah, writing just discrete fuzz tests like this and maybe not even having to go to the invariant test level, that could give you like the 90% of the value from fuzz testing. But as code bases go more on the spectrum of each function really heavily interacts with each other, so each external call, each transaction in the system heavily impacts other transactions that occur with the system, then the invariant testing starts to become more and more valuable because you're testing different combinations of transactions that interact with each other.
Could you maybe show a bit about invariance testing? I think we have one, but is it another setup and stuff like that?
Yeah. So I think, you guys have basically the setup. We don't usually do invariant testing with Foundry. We usually use Echidna. So I could show you, because I think you guys basically already have what invariant testing is. You guys already have a handler contract, right? And then you just have this assert. So yeah, and just to show like what a more advanced version of this looks like. Let's see if I can find. We'll go here. We'll go to. Okay. So similar, so I'm going to show you what this looks like with Echidna now. So you'll see parallels. There's the limit pool, which is the actual smart contract that's being audited, right? It's actually not that long. There's not really too many functions, but there's a lot of complexity within just those few functions. Now what we did is we basically made, this is basically what a handler contract would be. This is what Echidna is going to interact with. So this Echidna pool contract points to, I think it's the implementation. So the implementation is the actual limit pool contract that gets fuzzed throughout this. So in the constructor, we can see we are basically deploying a implementation for the limit pool, and then the factory creates a clone with immutable args for the pool here. And then this is the thing that's going to get fuzzed. So what we did is
like you saw in the handler, how we had like a wrapper around deposit, we have a wrapper around mint here. And there's a few, it's a little bit more complex, and we have some invariants sort of built into just around this mint. But here we're just creating the parameters necessary, since Echidna's not, at least not the best at creating structs and stuff like this. So we're just taking in the raw values, putting them into the necessary structs, and then ultimately calling mint with the params. This here is some, protocol specific stuff that we had to do to get this to work. And then we'll see some asserts here, some stuff that we want to assert after each individual mint that, could get broken depending on what happens during the actual mint, and also what order of transactions we're calling this. So we see we've got a function for mint, we've got a function for swap, function for burn. Those are the three big functions. And just like a handler, we're just calling random functions on this contract in random orders, one after another, and everything like this. So you really just make a handler contract, like quote unquote handler contract like this, and then you point Echidna to it, and then Echidna sees all the public functions, and they specify all the different, randomized inputs, and it does a great job of finding counterexamples to that.
Okay, I think I understand now. So when you do have these two target contracts, is the order of which functions gets executed also randomized? Like you can go, 50 functions in the first target contract, and then 1 in the other, and then 50 in the first again, or is it some kind of is there some kind of logic there?
Yeah, so I think it's pseudo randomized. So you'll see in the Foundry configuration, you can specify a depth for how many, so within each run, how many consecutive function calls do you want to occur? So right here I've got 10 configured, so it'll be 10 consecutive different function calls back to back to back within a fuzzing, like a single fuzzing iteration. And on the randomness, I think they have some information here. It's supposed to be like completely split across, so contracts. So let's say I have 2 contracts here that are getting fuzzed. 50% of the random calls will go to target contract 1, 50% will go to target contract 2, and within that they'll split up. Okay, 50% of those calls will go to this function, and then 25% will go here. So yeah, like that's the distribution, but then within that it is, somewhat random.
Right, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and then I think also it would be useful to, I think so I don't have the limit repo open anymore, but at the beginning you can go back and you can watch the recording for the testing lecture. We had a look at the coverage report that Echidna actually makes. So that's something that is, I don't think Foundry has that for invariant testing, but a coverage report of which lines were actually hit and which lines weren't hit by the fuzz cases. That is produced by Echidna after a run. And then also when you get a counterexample, you'll be able to see all of the events and stuff that are emitted, but then you'll also get a reproducers file, and that will basically give, here's exactly the call sequence that was able to generate this counterexample, and then Echidna will remember that exact call sequence that was used for future fuzzing campaigns. And so if I want to fix something and then verify that it actually fixed it, I can fix it and then run Echidna again, and Echidna will, upon starting up, run that previous failure case again, and you'll immediately see whether or not that previous failure case produces another counterexample. So those are two things that Foundry doesn't do, at least yet, that Echidna does, that at the moment for me make Echidna a better option for, you know, larger, more complex code bases.
Is there any resource to learn Echidna? I would love to try it in a simpler code base to learn how to write tests for Echidna.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me actually just, let's see if I can get this to work, or if I'm going to be overburdened with configuration errors. So it's actually, once you understand how to fuzz with Foundry, Echidna is very easy to adapt to. So let's check out, let's go to limit POCs. I need to check out this branch.
If I understand well, events are very important for Echidna, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, here we are. So let me try. I'm gonna have to install some stuff actually. All right, so we're waiting for that to install, but we'll go over, so basically, you know, the way that you run the invariant tests right now is you run, you know, your forge test, and then you match the test to the invariant that you want to run. The way we're running Echidna here is obviously with Echidna specifying this directory and giving it an actual contract to look for. So the Echidna pool here is basically where we're pointing Echidna. So we're going here and we're saying, look at this contract, fuzz all of the public contracts, all the public functions on this contract. That's what we're saying. And then, so we've got some configuration, and then I'm specifying, I'm able to, this is another thing I don't know if you're able to do with Foundry. I'm saying 4 workers. So I'm parallelizing this, and I'm basically spinning up 4 different processes that are all fuzzing in unison. So let's see. But yeah. So this is the command I'm using to run this. And I guess we can actually look at, so let me open this.
So would you say Echidna for invariance testing and then fuzzing for Foundry?
Yeah, definitely. The fact that fuzz tests are really, they're very easy to just set up, and especially if the codebase is already using Foundry, then like, yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer. If you're going to do a fuzz test, don't bother setting up all of Echidna. But I think Echidna, it definitely brings a lot of features for the invariant testing that make it a clear choice in my opinion. So, okay, so here's what we've done for the mint functions. So we've got these assertions that are happening after, you know, just to say like, okay, the price 0 after is greater than the price 1 after for, I mean, this is all just protocol specific stuff. But the most powerful invariants that are being asserted here are actually in the code base. So if I look for assert, I think we have some, okay. So this, we've got this Echidna assertions library. So if I want to, for example, assert liquidity global underflows. So liquidity global should never underflow. So we made this assertion happen wherever liquidity global was updated. So if we're subtracting liquidity global, we're subtracting amount from liquidity global. That should never be more than what liquidity global currently is. So we just went into every function. So this is the actual code base that was in scope for the audit. in this remove function, obviously we're updating liquidity global. That's one spot we want to assert liquidity global never underflows. And every other spot that liquidity global is adjusted, we assert that. And so now I know that literally if you mint, burn, swap, mint, burn, swap, or if you mint, burn, swap, swap, or if you swap, burn, mint, burn, swap, with all different randomized stuff, I know that liquidity global will never underflow with, you know, whatever amount of runs that we ran that for. So let's see if I can do this yet.
So you just copy paste the code and add assert before some lines, right?
Yeah, exactly. So here we didn't even copy paste the code. This is just directly in the code base. So this is on like a branch that we made. And then we just went through the code, and like in the actual contracts, we just added these different places where assertions are made. Oh boy. Let's see, there's got to be a different branch then. I do want to show you guys what this looks like. So let's see, update. Fuzzing. Of course. What is the issue? All right, here we go. So first we're going to see it says running slither. So it actually runs slither when it's getting started off, and somehow, I don't know how it works, but it informs the different types of randomized inputs that are going to be provided. Now,
How do you get this screen?
how do I get this screen?
Yeah, like this looks cool, but what is it?
Yeah, so this is just what pops up when you run Echidna. So this just popped up as soon as I ran that command, and then it did some pre-processing, and then now we are currently fuzzing. So instead of like when you're fuzzing with Foundry, you know, you're just waiting for the result. Here we are live fuzzing, and we're continuously fuzzing. It actually won't stop fuzzing until you exit out. So, and this is because you end up fuzzing for a very long time. We had security researchers who literally just had an extra laptop that ran like basically almost 24/7 just running this, you know, getting up to like millions, I think hundreds of millions of different fuzz runs, because the protocol is so complex and there's so many possible edge cases. And of course you could get this set up on AWS or something like that, but this guy just had an extra laptop.
Has it ever happened that you did like 100 million calls and then suddenly like, oh, there's something?
Yeah, no, literally, and that's why we did do that many, is like even after, like we were finding new stuff after like 50 million calls.
Wow.
But yeah, so what we could see so far is we're about to cross 100,000 fuzz runs here, so we're at 96,000, and we can see I'm fuzzing about 600 times per second. I'm fuzzing different function calls. Also, side note, it'll be a bit distressing if we get a counterexample right here, because this protocol is supposed to be solid at this point, but I don't think we'll get a counterexample unless we sit here for a very, very long time and we get lucky. So yeah, we're at over 111,000. So what's happening right now is we're calling all of these functions, all the public functions in Echidna pool. So we've got mint, we've got burn. These are what we see here. So all of the assertions that happen during a mint call, those are passing. All of the assertions that happen during a swap call, those are all passing. And so
It's quite comprehensive. Do you have to rewrite a lot of the code to like fit into Echidna, or?
yeah, sometimes it can be really hard actually. So this suite, we developed it over the course of the engagement, and it's nice for the team
that gets the audit, because then we're able to basically give them what we created over the audit engagement, and they can continue to use this when they make changes to their code base. They can just have those new changes fuzzed. But yeah, this probably took us, over a span of like 3 weeks. We continued to work on this, right? I think to get the first version up and running, it took, at least like 4 days to a week, just until we were able to actually fuzz some interesting invariants. And that's basically just centered around how complex is it to configure the protocol and actually use the protocol. So there's a lot of like, we had to make Echidna be able to provide these things, which then actually fit into the struct that's necessary to actually create this thing. And then, there's some stuff with setting up ticks, but then that part's not that hard. But once you get a position saved, you need to be able to grab that exact position when you're going to be burning and be able to do stuff like that. And then, yeah, for this particular protocol, there's a lot of edge cases when you're burning, so you had to be very careful about those. So yeah, it can take a lot of time. But I mean, the benefit of it is huge, right? So now we're basically able to assert that, like, we're not attempting ever to transfer out more money than is actually in the contract, which was a big failure case. There are a lot of different ways that could previously happen, but now we've basically proven that that's not possible anymore. And, tons of invariants like that. So now if I Command C out of this, what we'll see is saving test reproducers. So those are basically, that's like a cheat sheet of, if you want to be able to get to this line or get to this edge case, this is exactly how it could be done. So if we get like a counterexample, we can replay those reproducers, and in fact, Echidna will replay those reproducers upon every run, and then basically simulate those again. And so, like I said, if you make a fix, then we can immediately see if that fix fixed it. And then we saved the corpus, which is basically like, showing us what we were able to cover. And I'll show you what it looks like when we get a revert. So we can just say, let me actually go into the limit pool function mint. So we'll say, like, what if on the mint it asserts false? Like, we get a assertion failure. What does it look like when we do that? So let's try to pick it again. All right, immediately, obviously, we're able to find that assertion failure. So we found something, and now we can see it's shrinking. So it says shrinking right now, and it will spend 5,000 calls trying to shrink it. What does that mean when it's shrinking, right? Why did we just see that? Usually when you find a counterexample in Foundry, it just stops, right? And it gives you the counterexample. What Echidna will do is it will first find that counterexample, and then it will show you it failed. And then it will continue to fuzz that until it gets the simplest counterexample. So this just makes your life debugging way more easier, especially when things get really complex. So what we saw here is we just had a huge list of things that was like, oh, you call burn, and then you call swap, and then you finally call mint, and then it fails on mint. Well, what we did is we just simplified that to, oh, well, we found that if you just call mint, then it just hits that assertion and it fails right away. That makes my life debugging this counterexample a whole lot easier. This is the simplest case where this thing failed. And for this protocol in particular, that was extremely helpful because this protocol is a mind bender.
So, I mean, looking at this, I almost want to say it like Echidna seems to be better in every way, but why would you use just normal fuzzing in that case? I mean, they seem to be doing that and looking for invariants, right?
Yeah, I would say the trade-off is you've got to set up like the whole Echidna handler contract, and sometimes that could be a little hard. And then also there have been studies that show that Foundry is technically faster when it comes to uncovering the initial edge case. So I guess, basically
the calls per second of Foundry is better, and also maybe the intuition for stuff to provide as that randomized input is technically better. But I think, the other features of Echidna more than make up for that. But yeah, I mean, it's also up to you. Like if you're more familiar with Foundry, or if the code was already written using Foundry, it might just be easier to use Foundry.
All right, got you.
But yeah, and then it will save, of course, the reproducers. So like we could even we'll see what the reproducers look like. So we've got the corpus, we've got reproducers here. So for example, we saw we had two counterexamples. We had a counterexample in mint and a counterexample in mint then burn zero liquidity. That's because there's a mint function that calls mint, and then there's also a different function we made, mint then burn zero liquidity, that also calls mint. So both of those things got counterexamples. So we got a reproducer that was, here are the ways that you can get a counterexample. Now when I run Echidna again, it's gonna remember these cases and it's gonna run them again to see if they produce counterexamples. And then we've also got coverage reports here. So I can see, for example, let's find like an interesting file. It just spits out like these are all the files that we covered. These are the lines that we hit. Let me see if I can find an interesting.
Download grammar and spelling checker for Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah, so here we can see in this mint function, we hit all of these lines that have stars, and then where there's an R, there were some cases that reverted. So obviously some randomized inputs had an amount of 0. So we just have a revert there. And then of course for mint, there were some obviously that reverted there, and that's where we had some counterexamples. But yeah. So that's basically an overview of Echidna. And really to get started using it, you just install Echidna and make some contract that you want to fuzz the public functions of, and then you're fuzzing with Echidna.
Yeah, this is so cool. I'm gonna learn. This is the next step to learn.
It's very powerful. Yeah, 100%. Formal verification is the highest tier of assurance when it comes to testing smart contracts and verifying that they follow the intended behavior that's specified. Unlike unit tests or even fuzzing tests, formal verification literally proves the particular invariance that you specify to hold under every single possible circumstance beyond a shadow of a doubt. So what exactly does that mean? How does formal verification work? And how can you start formally verifying contracts today? These are all questions we're going to answer today and more. But of course, before we get into that, my name is Owen, and over a year and a half ago, I founded Guardian Audits. And ever since then, we've uncovered dozens and dozens of critical and high vulnerabilities. And my goal with every single one of these videos, and especially this one, is to distill down everything I've learned along the way and give it to you so that you can ultimately become a much, much better blockchain engineer or Web3 security auditor. So without further ado, let's get right into formal verification. Okay, fantastic. So we very briefly talked about what formal verification actually is, and you might have already heard about it, but let's go and dive in and really understand at a deep level what formal verification is and how it works under the hood. So the first thing we need to understand is that formal verification functions based off of Boolean formulas. Your smart contract code is essentially translated into Boolean formulas that have a bunch of Boolean conditions with specific variables being ANDed and ORed, and all of the conditions being ANDed or ORed together in order to finally come up with something that is interpretable by a SMT solver. So the solver is then able to check the equation and see if the equation is satisfiable. When the equation is satisfiable, we're basically just saying, is there some combination of all of the input variables that exists that makes this resulting Boolean formula actually return true? So let's have a look at exactly what I mean by this. So let's say that we had a function of 3 different variables. We could say it is f of x, y, and z. And the first condition here can be x is greater than y. And then we can use this AND operator like that, and that will basically AND together with the next condition here, which will be y is greater than z. And then we can AND that with a final condition, which is of course x greater than z. So this is just an arbitrary Boolean formula that I've just sort of made up here. And so satisfiability in this context basically means, can I find some combination of x, y, and z here that are going to satisfy this set of formulas, right, as an aggregate result here. So try and think of some combination of x, y, and z that is actually going to yield true for this resulting formula here. So yeah, there are many solutions, one of which is of course x equals 2, y equals 1, and z equals 0. That is a possible solution here, right? If we have 2 greater than 1, that's true, and that with 1 is greater than 0, that is of course true, and that together with 2 is greater than 0, this is also true. And so true and true and true. So this formula here, this function of x, y, and z is satisfiable. It can be satisfied with some combination of inputs, and we just need one particular combination of inputs to actually satisfy this equation. So let's see how what I just talked about actually translates to a real smart contract though. So here we can see the exact formula we just looked at here laid out in a smart contract, right? So here we have an assertion of x is greater than y, we have an assertion of y is greater than z, an assertion of x is greater than z. So we can easily see here that each assertion statement here adds a condition, an individual condition here to the formula. And then of course, if I have multiple asserts in parallel like this, then of course they are, equivalent to them being ANDed together, right? If we're going to formally verify this contract here, then it's going to pass all of these asserts. So this must be verified, and this must be verified, and this must be verified for the whole system to be formally verified. Okay, so we want to get these assert statements formally verified and see if this formula actually holds, right? So how are we going to do that? There's actually a number of ways that we could possibly go about attempting to formally verify this contract. We could write a full specification of what we're trying to prove here in the language K, which is designed for SMT solving. And then we could use the K EVM repository to prove that specification for a particular smart contract, or we could translate our smart contract into SMT lib, which is a language that's intended to be used by SMT solvers. And then we could feed that translation to Z3, which will ultimately take in that SMT lib and basically run a prover on it and see if it's actually satisfiable or provable. Or we could go for the easiest option here, which is to use the SMT checker, which is built into Solidity itself. Under the hood, the SMT checker will essentially convert our contract into SMT lib for us and then feed it to Z3 all under the hood. So let's go ahead and run the SMT checker on this contract. So here's how we can run the SMT checker using Solidity. And just as a side note, you might end up having to build Solidity yourself, and you could find instructions to do that on the Solidity docs. Depending on what your setup is and what platform you're actually running on, you might have to go ahead and manually build Solidity to actually be able to get the SMT checker to work here. So here you can see we're specifying a model checker engine here. This is essentially an engine that is going to be used during the proving process. We're not going to get too in-depth here on that. And then you can see we are also specifying over here the solvers. We are using Z3 as a solver during this verification. And then you can see we are able to specify the targets. So right here, we are specifying the assertion targets. So right here, we're going to be validating the asserts that we've placed. And there are other targets that we'll take a look at in just a second. So we're running this for our smart contract file. Okay, so great. When we run our SMT checker on the contract, we should be able to see that it gets verified, right? Because our Boolean formula is satisfiable. But no, actually it is not formally verifiable, and it actually disproves our assertions, and it gives us some examples here. So for each assert, it invalidated all three of them with one single example of x equals to 0, y equals to 0, and z equals to 0. Well, that's obvious, right? If we look at all of these asserts, then they actually don't hold true for a lot of values, right? The reason this wasn't able to get verified is because the SMT checker actually checks for unsatisfiability of the negation of the Boolean formula. What does this mean as at a formula level? Essentially, we basically go not right here, and then we end up with the inverse of this formula, which is as follows. We have x is less than or equal to y as the first condition, and then now it is ORed, so we flip and into an OR, and then we go y is less than or equal to z, and then we OR that with the final clause here, which is x is less than or equal to z. And so this is the negation of our formula up here. And what the SMT checker does is it says, well, is this formula here, is this satisfiable? If I can satisfy the negation of f, then I know that f cannot hold under all inputs. And of course, we can see, for example, I only need to look at one particular condition here, x less than or equal to y. Well, obviously I can provide a y of 0 and an x of 10, and this condition doesn't even hold right there. And since all of these are ORed, then obviously the negation of f is satisfiable, which means that f is not formally verifiable. And this makes sense, right? If I can never satisfy the negation of a formula, then that original formula must always hold true, no matter what the inputs are. So what can we do to make this invariant hold, right? What can we do to have all of these asserts actually pass? Well, what we can do is we can actually limit the scope of inputs with some require statements. So if we could add two require statements that basically allow us to formally verify that this is actually satisfiable, if we constrict the input values of x, y, and z, what two requires would you add? Okay, so one possible solution here is to add y is less than x, and then z is less than y. And then now if we come and if we run the SMT checker here, we can see that the three verification conditions, our three assertions here, were proved safe. So we actually just formally verified all of these assert statements to hold true under literally every x, y, and z possible input that satisfied these two require statements here. Okay, so let's have a look at another contract here. So we have two functions here. We have function h, which takes in x and just verifies that it's not going to overflow when we multiply it by 2 for the uint 256. And then we have a function f here, which actually could potentially overflow if you gave it a number that was within 5 of the max uint 256, and it just returns x plus 5. So now the verification here is going to be that h of x is always greater than or equal to f of x. So before we go and formally verify this, can you tell me, is this going to be verified without adding anything, or is there something we need to add? And what do you think needs to be added if so? Okay, great. So we can run the SMT checker for our second contract here, and we will see that it is not formally verifiable right off the bat. And in fact, the counterexample that it gives us is x equals 0. So of course, if x equals 0 and we go h of 0, then 2 times 0 is 0, but f of 0 will give us 5, and so of course 0 is not greater than or equal to 5. So one require statement we can add here is just simply to require that x is greater than 4. And then now if we go and we run the same SMT checker on this contract, then we can see that we have proved this invariant to be safe. And so you can see as systems start to get more and more complex, this can be increasingly powerful as we have, even more math heavy functions that do a lot of computations and different things that are hard to mentally prove out. You can use the SMT checker to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that invariants such as this actually hold in the code. And this is actually the key to really chasing out some very, very hard to uncover via manual analysis bugs and vulnerabilities and stuff like this by actually using the power of satisfiability theory to go and check all of these different assertions. But it's not only assertions that the SMT checker can be useful for. I mentioned earlier that there are some other flags that can be used with the SMT checker, and we'll actually look at one now. So of course, I can specify a target of overflow, and then I can see that in this contract is actually an instance of a potential overflow, like we said, right? With this function f, it is not protected against potential overflow if we were to be passed a number that was, for example, within 5 of the max uint. So we can see that this is only 4 less than the maximum uint 256 value. And so actually what happens is when we add 5 to this, it actually goes and rolls around to 0. Or in the case of solidity 8 and up, we have basically a revert. And then we can even come and look at a third example here. We can see, maybe this is something like a vault system. Okay, so we have this subtraction here. Is it going to be safe to add unchecked here to when we're doing this subtraction to save a little bit of gas or something like this? Or, is there anything else that we need to worry about? We can actually come and set the flags here to all, and we'll see what all of the flags here are in a second. So if we run all the flags here and we update it to this third example, we can see that there is one instance of overflow in this case. So on this balances plus equals amount, this could potentially overflow, although if you're using any reasonable token, it's extremely unlikely. But of course, it didn't flag anything here. So of course, if we wanted to, we could add a unchecked block and perhaps save a little bit of gas around this subtraction here. And we have formally verified that this use of unchecked is actually safe. And so if we look at the help for Solcy, then we can actually see all of the different targets here that can be used. So we can see we have stuff like underflow checks, overflow checks, division by 0, balance assertions, pop empty array, out of bounds, all sorts of very useful things, useful edge cases that you'll want to be able to check to and be able to know exactly when they can come up, because they could potentially be used to yield some sort of critical vulnerability. And of course, this is a fantastic way to build up potential knobs that you can use to construct more complex attacks. If I'm, for instance, able to uncover that there's a very rare edge case that actually leads to a division by 0 case, potentially in a complex system that could be leveraged for a complex attack. So now we've got a great feel for how the SMT checker works, what it does, and exactly how powerful it is, and how we might even be able to use it in the future. But of course, it's good to keep in mind that the SMT checker has its limits, of course. Some pieces of code will actually be too computationally hard for the SMT checker to prove. In these cases, it might actually be necessary to sort of modify the assert statements and add in or modify the require statements in order to limit the amount of computation necessary to carry out the formal verification. Okay, and that is everything that you need to know from a high level of formal verification. I really hope this one was helpful, and I hope you learned something new, and hopefully you'll actually go and try to start formally verifying stuff and getting your hands dirty on the SMT checker itself. It's a really, really powerful tool, and I promise that you'll be glad that you pushed yourself to go ahead and use it. All right, fantastic. So at this point, we have completed the advanced verification methods. We've completed basically the entirety of part 2. And so if you've completed part 1 all the way up until part 2 at this point, like, wow, congratulations. That is a ton of content that you've just absolutely ripped through. And I really hope that now, looking back at where you were before even starting this course, you see that you are a completely different smart contract security researcher than when you started. So first of all, congratulations on that. And now it is time to dive into the Your Future Ahead section. Here we're going to cover everything about now taking the skills that you have and approaching the marketplace and getting the results that you want with them, right? So this is basically me going over exactly how I would approach the marketplace today, what I would do, what works for us currently, and how we like to run our audit process and everything like that, right? So I've packaged all of that up and given it to you in this approaching the marketplace section here. So without further ado, let's get into it. So I've got my notes here for this session. This session is going to be about, we've been very technical so far. We've been, learning the actual necessary skills and understanding of different DeFi protocols and how to approach an audit and things like this. But now I want to talk about how do you actually get, the results of what you guys are looking for, right? So obviously we all want to become really good smart contract auditors, but there's a reason why we got into Web3 security, right? So you either probably want to be getting solo auditing gigs or doing really well in contests or something like that, or you want to get an auditing job. And so actually I'm interested, which of you guys want a auditing job, or versus which of you guys want to be, like solo auditors or potentially run your own audit firm? If you guys could put in the chat, just say like which one, just to get a gauge. All right, so we got auditing job, both. So having a job and doing it on the side, and then job. So that makes sense. Yeah, I think definitely getting a job first. Obviously, it gives you that stability, right? Where as a solo auditor, you might perhaps not know where your next work is going to come from. And then you're also taking on a lot of risk on your own name, right? If you happen to miss something. And then also at a job, you're going to be able to learn from others, work with other senior auditors, get their experience under your belt, and see how they work and stuff like this, right? So yeah, it seems like job. So people are mostly leaning towards job. So I cannot speak directly towards getting an auditing job because I very much went towards just making a firm. I never actually got a auditing job, so I can't speak entirely towards what the interview process is at Open Zeppelin or anything like this, because I haven't done that. But I'm going to give you what I've done thus far and what I think would help, regardless of if you want to get solo auditing gigs or you want to get an auditing job. I think these things are important to start to have opportunities coming your way and having people want to hire you. I think those things are pretty much hand in hand with getting opportunities from clients trying to reach out for you, or at least there's a large degree of overlap. So first of all,
Sorry, Owen, did you hire for Guardian audits? Didn't you?
Yeah, so we have hired a handful of people for Guardian audits and worked with a few, almost a dozen auditors at this point over the last year. So I can definitely point to what we look for when we...
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, when we take people on. But in terms of myself, like reaching out for jobs and, going through the interview process myself, Obviously, I can't speak directly to that, but I can give you guys my point of view and exactly what I think would be best for this. So, first of all, we're going to touch on the overall strategy. I'm going to talk a bit about, I'm going to tell you everything that I've known. Even even though all of you guys are interested in a job, I'm just going to tell you my experience and what's been best for doing audit deals and stuff like that, just, in the event that it might be useful to you in the future if you do want to start doing solo audited gigs. I'm going to give you the blueprint of everything that I've learned from doing these deals over the past 2 years. Show you everything that works on that side, and then we're going to talk about just building a name for yourself in the space, because even if you're not looking for solo auditing gigs or anything like that, you're going to massively benefit from being well known in the community and having connections and things like this. If you have, a large following and you're well respected in the security community, you're not going to go without job opportunities, right? People are going to be really fighting over getting you to come and work at whatever firm you want to go work at. So with that said, we're going to touch on high-level strategy, some things that you can do to get a head start here. I'm going to give you the sales and auditing process that I've used. This might not be directly applicable to folks that want to get a job, but might be useful in the future. And then I'm going to say, here's what I would do exactly for, the first 3 to 6 months and then the next 6 months. And then we can talk about more granular questions that you guys have, and then maybe I can talk a bit to what we look for when we are hiring auditors and when we want to work with people. How do we make that decision? So, first of all, the overarching strategy is to provide value and make connections first without any expectations until opportunities are coming your way. This is a very, it's not an immediate response thing. It's not like you do this thing and you get a job immediately. It is you put out content and you make connections and you provide value, you show your competence, and you just keep doing that until you build up to a certain turning point where now it just starts to compound on itself, and you don't have to put as much into it because you've already got this backlog of, establishment that you've given yourself. So there are a few pillars for how this can be done. And of course, they're not all required, but these are just different ways that you can do this. And if you combine all of them, then you're going to have a more powerful approach than if you only do 1 or 2 of them. So the first of all is to just have impeccable content and put out really, really valuable content on the subject matter that you're trying to establish yourself in. So if you're going to do content, actually do it and invest the time to make it 10 times better than what everybody else is doing, right? So what does this look like? Like on Twitter, if you start putting out some of the best content on security research and stuff like this that is out there, you're going to start to get followers, and you're going to start to be perceived as somebody who knows how to be a security researcher and how to find these vulnerabilities. You're going to show your competence. And this is basically marketing for getting leads, as and for us, leads are job opportunities, and just getting into the headspace of employers. The employers in the space are on Twitter. They're almost exclusively on Twitter. They might also be on LinkedIn, but on a day-to-day basis, they're on Twitter, and they spend a lot of time on Twitter. So if you establish yourself on Twitter and you start to grow somewhat of an audience on there, you're going to get into these people's sort of peripheral, and you're going to start to sort of take up mind space in, they're going to know your name. And then if you do reach out in the future for any sort of opportunity, they're going to already have that connection with you. Or perhaps if you're doing this really well and you're putting out really some of the greatest content, they're going to reach out to you, right? So whatever auditing firm you guys want to work at, they're going to see that. I guarantee you they have auditors on Twitter who are, active in the security community. And if you start putting out really fantastic content, they're going to see it and they're going to be impressed. So second of all is to do breakdowns of findings you get. So whether you're competing in contests, or maybe you're doing a solo audit, or maybe you're even just studying other findings or something like this, do like actual findings breakdowns of stuff that you find. So what you're showing is this is literally a case study of my competence, right? That's all Twitter really should be. If you're looking to get job opportunities, it should be a billboard of how good you are at security research, and you know how much of a good security researcher you are and how good it would be to employ you, right? So this is huge. It's just doing breakdowns of findings that you get. If you find a really cool finding, then make a really like in-depth thread breaking it down. This is exactly how I came to it and stuff like this. I think, you know, content like this is actually like security is really popular right now. So first of all, you'll actually probably get a lot of impressions with this, but it's also just a direct testament to your ability. So that's a really good thing to put out. And then of course, not all of this is required, some of this is optional, but I've noticed that longer form video or audio really helps for building deep connections at scale. So this is particularly useful if you wanted to like really invest in building a brand. Then I think, for example, the YouTube videos that I put out, it's extremely helpful for people to spend like an hour with you and actually hear your voice and listen to you and learn from you. That just helps build extremely deep connections that if you're looking for any sort of opportunities to come your way, it's just gonna grease the wheel. You're gonna have a ton of people reaching out to you with potential opportunities from that. So that's everything regarding content. And you can of course get like really nitty gritty with like, oh, you want to have like a content schedule and here's the exact formula to like have the most impressions and stuff like that. But these are the high level principles and the important things. Okay, next is doing free audits. So honestly, whether you want to be a solo auditor or if you want to get an auditing job, you need to have a portfolio of audits under your belt, stuff that you can show off and say, here's the work that I did. Nobody wants to hire an auditor who doesn't have any audits, right? It's like, okay, you say that this is what you do, but I can't see that you've done it, right? And I can't see that you're actually good at it. So you need to build up your portfolio. This is literally a prerequisite to being able to go to firms and ask for a job. You have to have stuff in your portfolio, and that's why this audit that we're doing here with PerryFi is so important, because we need to start to add to your portfolio. Once you get over those first handful of audits in your portfolio, that's when things start to become a lot easier because you've got a body of work behind you. And of course, what you can do with each of these reports is you can, let's say there's like, 3 high findings in this report and like 6 mediums or something like this. Take the interesting findings out of that, turn those into breakdowns, right? Maybe it's a thread, maybe it's a long form post, and then link to the report so people can see, hey, if you want to see more of these, go check out the report. It's all a big funnel for showing your competence. And really put effort into these, right? These audits are basically an advertisement showing, look, you want to come work with me, you want to hire me as an auditor, or you want to work with me as a solo auditor, this is what you're going to get. Literally, if they're not like the best audits that you can possibly do, then like literally don't do them. Because why would I want to show somebody, hey, yeah, this is like, I'll do like half-assed work if you come to work with me. Like that literally is negative for your brand. I would rather not even have that audit as a part of my portfolio. So everything that you put out there, literally put your best effort into it, because that's how people are going to be judging you and measuring you against. So with every really high quality audit report that you put out, that's just another piece that adds to, the compounding sort of competency that you're advertising here. So this is really important. Make sure that every report that you add to your portfolio is really valuable, and also this spreads into the content.
make sure that your content is really valuable. Because if I see, there's a ton of people on Twitter right now. We could go on Twitter right now and we could scroll through and we could point out, you know, here's where people are just putting out really lazy content. That's just, you're just advertising that, hey, I'm mediocre. Why would you want to do that? Right? So literally put out less, but just make it better. All right, great. So there's two different approaches that you can take with free audits. So first of all, you can go and you can try to audit a really big name protocol. So if I see that, for example, let's say that like a year ago, I knew that GMX was making a V2 of their protocol, right? And I saw like they're doing this all open source, the code is all out there. Anybody can go and audit that code, right? They're getting early audits about a year ago. Anybody could have gone and audited that code. You didn't have to have them reach out to you, right? So you can find these big name protocols who are building a V2 or something like this, and you can actually just go and audit them, right? And then if you spend a lot of time, you spend a month doing a free audit, but make it a really, really good audit and for a really big, like strong, powerful brand name in the space like GMX, then you're going to add GMX to your portfolio of people who, you know, you've technically done audits for. Now, don't claim that they reached out to you and, you know, got an audit from you specifically, but do that audit, then present it to them and say, this is the work that we did. We presented it to them, and you might even be surprised. They might even want to continue to work with you if you did a better job than some of the other firms that they actually reached out to. So what we're doing here is we're kind of shortcutting the line, right? A lot of the judgment of how good somebody is not even based on just opening the reports and looking at your findings. It's looking at who have you audited. A lot of people that obviously they're not going to read through every single report. They're just going to say, oh, this person audited Aave, they audited Compound. Like you can see, if we can go to, I think it's Decurity. So we can see how are these guys showing their credibility. They're showing their customers, right? So they've got like 1inch here, they've got Compound, they've got Yearn. And so without this little banner here, I don't know if these guys are like I've never heard of them. I don't know if these guys are legit, right? They're saying Web3 security services delivered by top tier ethical hackers with a focus on real financial impact. Anybody can type those words, right? And anybody can have this weird thing floating around on the edge of their screen. Anybody can do that. And I actually don't know why they have these so low on their website. If I was them, I would move this up to the top, right? Not everybody works with 1inch and Compound and Yearn. This is the real, like, this gives you the real power behind, you know, your personal brand. If you went and you did a really fantastic audit for, let's say, Compound was building, you know, some new project or something like that, or, you know, like the Uniswap staker was like community audited. You could have audited the Uniswap staker contract, and then you could have presented that to Uniswap, and you could add that to your portfolio and say, hey, this is the report that I gave for Uniswap. I spent 4 weeks on this, and I found 1 high vulnerability and 3 medium vulnerabilities, or something like this. Boom, now you've got Uniswap as a brand name in your portfolio. Now people are going to open your portfolio and say, wow, this guy did work for Uniswap, right? And I'm not saying to, like, directly in the report say Uniswap, you know, went out of their way to engage us and come to us. No, say this is what I did for Uniswap. I presented this to them, and that's an easy way to sort of jump the line of credibility and get these big name brands, you know, sort of associated with your portfolio. So that's one approach. The next approach is more if you're directly trying to make relationships for auditing gigs. So what you can do is you can reach out to smaller name protocols that are
just now building, so you could try to find them on GitHub, or you can look them up on Twitter. You can search like hashtag DeFi or something like this to find what are the latest new DeFi protocols. You can go ahead and you can just audit them for free. Give them a report. Of course, this is going to help you build up your portfolio, but it's also going to help you build a connection with them. So what you're doing is you're leading with value here. You're literally auditing them for free just to show somebody the type of quality that you produce. And of course, if they're still in the process of building their product, then they're not completely done, right? Like after your audit, it's not like they're just going to launch it, right? They're going to need another actual audit before they go and they finally deploy on mainnet. So if you do a good enough job and they really appreciate the work that you did, they're going to engage you for a paid audit. And more importantly than that, they're going to refer other people to you.
I have a fast question. Would you recommend something like Immunify, or just go kind of on Twitter to search for protocols, or like how would you look for the protocols to go for, the smaller ones?
Yeah, so Immunify is going to be harder because those are code bases that are already deployed and they have bug bounties up. So obviously it's going to be harder to find vulnerabilities. Of course, if you do want to spend the time and you think you can make some disclosures, then yeah, go for Immunify. That's another way to get like some great credibility, is to be able to say that I made X number of disclosures in the past month on Immunify. But to find code bases and projects that are still building, then I would honestly go on Twitter. So what we used to do when we were first just starting out is I used to search, I don't remember the exact hashtag, but I would search like hashtag Phantom. The Phantom blockchain was really popular when we were first starting out, especially for DeFi. So we would search different like hashtags and different, or you can even search, Twitter search is a little bit better now, so you don't have to search by hashtag. You can search for just text of what people are talking about. So, you can be smart about it. You can think of like, what are the words that I notice new DeFi protocols using in their posts? Sometimes they're doing like a 50 USDC giveaway or something like that. They're always doing like some weird thing like that for marketing, or maybe they're talking about emissions or something like that. You can figure out different keywords to search. And what we would do is we would have a sheet, a Google sheet of projects. So I'd sit down for probably like 30 minutes at a time, an hour at a time. I would go through, basically scrape Twitter, and you can probably even make an automation that does this. But we used to just do it by hand. We would, search for these different hashtags, search for these different keywords, and just add lists of the different Twitter profiles, company names, and maybe even if you could find a contact at that company. And I think there's even some AI tools that will do this now. But what you do once you have that list, then you can go through, you can look, okay, who here is going to be an ideal target for me doing like an initial free audit, trying to find some stuff, and then reaching out, and then that's how I would get like a V1 of that system going. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and then of course, once you get that initial process, then it can always be iterated on and improved on, and you could probably add some AI element to it that makes it really effective. But the most important thing is to just start and then start to pivot from there and figure out what the most effective way to do it is. And nobody's really doing this right now. What people are doing right now is they just put DM for audit in their bio, right? So like I don't think anybody's doing any sort of like advanced connection building or anything like this. Yeah, so right here, just a note that code bases can be either in development or deployed, but obviously deployed / on Immunify will be harder to find bugs, but then you could also get a bug bounty for it. So there's trade-offs there. I will say that bug bounty is like there's no, like, brand doesn't help you in bug bounty. Brand helps you getting, large audit deals or getting job opportunities. But bug bounty doesn't care if you are Open Zeppelin or if you're some random person in America just on, in your mom's basement, like reading code, right? So bug bounty is available to everybody. So definitely if you can make a first few immunified disclosures, that's gonna give you like a head start in the sort of competence marketing game. All right, of course, the purpose of this is to build a strong connection with these protocols by providing value first with no expectations. And then once you have these connections, it's not just about trying to get them to give you money for an audit. It's about them referring you other clients. So every protocol has their own little network of, people that they know in the space. They know VCs, maybe they got funding from VCs. They know everybody else who that VC funded. They know everybody who, maybe they're in Silicon Valley or something like that, or they've got people that work there, the developers there, they are friends with the developers at another Web3 company or something like this. You just need to make that initial connection and really impress, because then these people are going to basically give their network to you. They're going to say, oh, well, I just had this person in my network look for an audit. Well, we just got this fantastic audit report from this one random guy. Maybe I'll connect these two people, right? And the audits is very much a networking type sale, right? It's not really something that, like, you don't see YouTube ads for a smart contract audit. It's not really that kind of a product. It's more of a, whose network is sort of doing the deal flow.
Sorry, Owen, can I have a quick question?
Yeah, of course.
At what point do you think it makes sense to go for those pre-audits? Like, I guess it's probably not a good idea to be one of the first audits you ever do.
You're saying at what point should we be doing these free audits?
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll touch on this.
I know it's not a concrete answer, but
Yeah. So we'll touch on this a bit at the end, but the short answer is for the first 3 to 6 months, not really. Like, we'll talk about contests, but tunnel vision on contests, and then the next 6 months, then once you have built up a certain level of confidence in the quality you're able to do, then you would start doing that.
nice. Thank you.
All right, then of course, we're building up a track record. Nobody wants to hire an auditor with no audits. And then, of course, all this leads back into content, right? The whole point the whole point of doing audits in the first place, in the beginning, is not to make money off of the audits. We actually don't care how much we make on the audits for the first 6 months. For the first year, it doesn't matter how much money you make on the audits. What matters is being able to show your competence. If I can show that I'm the top 10 most competent auditors in the game, that's more valuable than any amount of money that you're going to make from your first 10 audits. So really capitalizing on that by doing, like, okay, I just did this report for XYZ protocol. Here's one of the findings that I found. Here's how maybe you could find a similar thing. That's a great thing to put out there. All right, let's talk a little bit about contests. So contests are really ideal for demonstrating competence because it's literally a ranked leaderboard, right? Like it's literally the most direct comparison that could be made, right? You compete in a contest and you place first, second, third, fourth, etc. So I actually didn't really do contests at all. It's something that I wish that I did in the beginning, because once you get started, you're gonna be too busy to go back and do them. You're gonna have like better opportunities ahead of you, so you're not really gonna, it doesn't really make sense for you to go back and start doing them after a year in, etc. So I think the best time to do them is going to be in the beginning.
because you do want to be able to have that, like, hey, I was ranked XYZ, I ranked top 3 in 7 of these different contests or something like this. You really do want to have that to be able to say, and it's going to give you an easy jump start on your credibility. So place top 3 in a handful of contests. You want to put this in your bio and on your website if you have one. You want to advertise all of the, like, just come up with the best way to advertise your ability to find bugs and things like this as possible. So once you do compete in, you know, X number of contests, and maybe you place top 3 in 4 of them or 5 of them, then put that in your bio. Say, you know, place top 3 in 5 contests or whatever. You can, like, make the language all spiffy and make it seem really grand, but that's going to give you an initial head start. You're going to basically leapfrog over so many people if you just really, really narrow in and really focus on just getting those first 4 contest wins under your belt. And then I would say once you have gotten those first 4 or 5 contest wins under your belt, now you know that you're good enough to move on. Honestly, I wouldn't even recommend trying to do private audits or anything like that unless you are able to get those first few contest wins. And then also, a lot of people recruit based on the leaderboard. So, like what we would do for Guardian, if we were looking for people to bring onto the team, honestly, we would look at not the all-time leaderboard. What we would look at is like the 30-day leaderboard, the 60-day leaderboard on Coderina and Sherlock, and see who's starting to do really well right now, and can we sort of grab them right now and bring them in to what we're doing, and, you know, sort of have them work with us, train them up with us. So the 30-day and 60-day leaderboard are much more important than you think. So if you're looking for a job, honestly, probably the fastest way to get an opportunity is to get to, like, number 3 on the 30-day, 60-day leaderboard, and then you're going to have probably, I can imagine, more opportunities than you can imagine. So I would definitely recommend first 3 to 6 months of trying to have a go at this, just do contests. Just do contests and content. So you do a contest, you find X number of findings, and then, first of all, of course, you place highly in a contest, put that all over your Twitter, right? Maybe even put like a screenshot of it as your banner or something like that, if you score number 1. And then, from the findings you get in that contest, do breakdowns of those. So that's just a flywheel of demonstrating how good you are at doing this. All right, so yeah, more on the profile. So demonstrate your competence as much as possible, and don't neglect your past experience. So your past experience, it makes you, first of all, it makes you unique, but it also, it shows, like you might think that you're starting from 0 when you enter this space, but in reality, nobody is starting from 0. Everybody in Web3 came from somewhere before this, right? So if you're a lawyer, for example, or you're an analyst, or you're an engineering manager, make sure you have that in your bio and you have that messaging on all your profiles, because that gives you credibility that not everybody can have, right? And even this stuff, like, even if you're like a lawyer, it seems like it's not very applicable, but it shows that, you know, like, that is a high status pedigree, as if you were X law or X studying law or something like this. And it's going to separate you from other people. So it is valuable, even though it's not directly applicable to Web3 security. All right, and everybody's saying DM for audit now. So instead of doing this, just show that you do audits with the content you post, right? So that feeds back into doing findings breakdowns. And then, you know, if you get to where you're competent enough, then maybe at the end of your thread you have a call to action that's like, hey, by the way, if
you're looking to uncover vulnerabilities like these in your code base, then go ahead and shoot me a DM or something like that. All right, let's talk about winning deals. If you do want to start doing audit deals and you want to really capitalize and like have a great offer that makes sure that every lead that comes to you actually turns into a client, this is what you can do. So first of all, charge very little upfront, perhaps even nothing for your first couple of audits, and only more for vulnerabilities found. This is probably the best offer that could be made in this line of work, right? It's literally reversing the risk. It's like, I will literally audit your code base for $500 down or something like this, and I'll only charge you more if we find critical, high, medium vulnerabilities. And I think this is honestly a big reason of why we were able to get some of the early clients that we were able to. And it definitely got us GMX. So when GMX reached out to us, obviously they were talking to other audit firms. And I think, like, obviously we couldn't have charged like an upfront, the same upfront amount as I think they got ABDK and they got DDoB. At the time, those firms were a lot more established than we were. But because of our model, because it was basically risk-free, we were like, hey, yeah, literally give us like, I don't know, I think it was like $5,000 up front, and then literally only pay more for your huge code base. The code base was like, at the time, like 7,000 slock. Only pay more for the stuff that we find, right? And so that was literally a risk-free offer. And from their point of view, it's like, yeah, why would we not get this thing? And for us, it's like, we would have paid, I would have paid money to audit GMX, right? Because at this point, we did the first audit of GMX. They really liked it because, again, following up on, here, we actually really put effort into them. It was not half-assed. In fact, it was better than the other two firms that did a review of GMX at the time. And so after that first audit, they came back to us for a second one. And then they came back to us for a third one. And then a fourth one. And then a fifth one. And then a sixth one. And then a seventh one. And then now we have a retainer agreement with them. And now they refer all of the people who built on top of GMX v2 to us because we audited the whole system. So we've literally built an entire business around just getting an initial client, doing the most we could possibly do, and just delivering the best and having a risk-free offer to initially get them in the door. And then the rest just kind of takes off from there, right? Once you get that first client, then if you really deliver, you're not going to have to worry about marketing ever again. So that's why it's so important that we literally have a risk-free offer. And then here's just some example rates that you could start out with. Really, it's up to you. But I think for our first audit, this was in the ballpark of what our first rates were, something like this. And then, of course, these can be raised over time. As you start to get more reputation, you can increase the amount that you take down. You can increase the amount per finding. Now, the money you get from your first 10 clients does not matter. We talked about this a bit. What matters is that you deliver above and beyond for them. And that's because these clients are your marketing strategy. Posting on Twitter and stuff is really great for getting from 0 to 1, but going from 1 to 100, you need to really double down on leveraging the fact that this is a networks game, and you want to be viral. You want to basically take over people's networks. So these clients are your marketing strategy. First of all, they're going to come back to you with new code that they write. And on top of that, they're going to refer everybody else to come and work for you because they know that you're just so much better than the alternatives. And you're probably, at this point, still going to have
a very much risk-reversed offer, which is just going to make the wind blow in your direction. It's going to make everything a lot easier because your offer is just better than any other solo auditor or firm or whatever. Now, when you get a new lead, someone comes to you and they say, hey, we're starting to think about getting an audit for this. Here's our code base. What would a quote be? Do not just give them a quote. Don't give them what they're asking for. You need to provide value immediately to get them to see that, hey, these guys are really on it. These guys are legit, and I want to work with them. So when they share their code base for a quote, actually do an entire audit, right? So literally, like, if I'm showing you the results of the audit, when you're asking me for a quote, it's going to be pretty hard to not get you to buy my audit, right? So secretly, I guess, do an entire audit and uncover some initial findings and then share those with them. Show them that, hey, in fact, like, I'm not going to tell you that when you buy my audit, I'm going to find vulnerabilities for you and provide value for you. I'm going to show you that this is what you get when you come and you work with me. You haven't even paid me yet, and yet I showed you one critical vulnerability in your code base. Now they are, first of all, indebted to you, and they can see that you are clearly good at what you do, and they're much more likely to buy you an audit. I've never had a lead reach out to me where I find a high or critical vulnerability in their code base before we even like start to discuss price or anything like that. I've never had them not convert and actually buy the audit. So if you just find a critical vulnerability right off the bat, and yeah, it might take like 3 hours, it might take a day, but that's just going to guarantee that you get that job. And that's how you basically combat not having a huge brand, not having a huge track record. Yeah, you're going to have to be sort of working uphill. And then once you get your first 5+ deals done, you can start to raise prices as demand rises. And you can start to be really picky about who you work with. So it's very important in this business to not just work with anybody. You want to work with the people who actually have the budget to pay you what your time's going to be worth after you've built up that initial demand. And you also want to work with the people who are willing to take the time, get multiple audits, and have a good engineering team so that you're not basically tasked with, basically making sure the entire code base is actually working and stuff like this. Otherwise, something's inevitably going to slip through the cracks and then your reputation could be destroyed. So you do want to get very picky after you've built up that initial demand. And I would argue, even in the beginning, you want to be picky with who you provide so much value to. You're just providing a lot of value for not a lot of cost. Or at least, you can still charge a lot, you just reverse the risk. So you charge not a lot of cost up front, and then you provide a whole ton of value, and then based on the agreement, you can actually get compensated very nicely. Yep, and then you can adjust the down payment up and the PPV fees up, and then you can see if you're interested. These are the rates that we do now. So we've got a formula for the down payment that's honestly a little bit complex. I want to just simplify it. And then we've got, these are the per vulnerability rates that we do now. And then understand that this whole strategy, this whole process is going to take time, but the rewards will not be linear. So I just included this tweet from Bytes because I think this illustrates it perfectly. So I think in October, this is like, 10 months into the year, he made $200,000, which is pretty good. In the first 4 months of the year, he made $3,000. But in the next 6 months, he made effectively $200,000. So it's very much like you go through, 3, 4, 5, 6 months of just doing the hard work and not seeing much of a return. You're doing the impeccable content, you're doing the contests, you got your profile right, and then maybe you start doing the free audits to build up your portfolio. But once you get over that hump, then you can go on, you know, the 6 months where you make $200,000, and then it just continues to go from there. But you have to put in those 4 months, right? Nobody just skips to the 6 months. And honestly, I would set expectations that it's going to be a year like that before we really try to start to really capitalize. All right, and then here's a whole breakdown if you did want to go and be a solo auditor. Here's a whole breakdown, or even if you wanted to start a firm, this is exactly the whole breakdown that the whole process that you would use, start to finish. Somebody reaches out to you. This is how you conduct the audit. This is how you do everything like that to basically start to build up a huge brand, and then make sure that you actually never have to worry about marketing ever again. So, but since most folks here are interested in a job, we'll just glaze over that. That's there if you want to go and look at it. Here's what I would do. For the first 3 to 6 months, I would focus on contests almost exclusively. So first of all, these are going to get you that initial rep boost once you do start to place. Second of all, if you can't actually place highly in contests, while you have a large degree of focus, like if that's the only thing you do, and you're not able to place highly in contests yet, then you probably aren't actually ready to move on into private audits anyways. You're going to be setting yourself up for failure, because the audits that you do deliver, they're not going to be nearly as valuable as they need to be to start to get traction, or you're going to be giving people a false sense of security. You're going to be letting things get through the cracks, and that's going to be potentially devastating. So, contests until you're able to consistently place in contests and you build up enough confidence in yourself. And I think another sort of ancillary benefit of contests is that you're going to get extreme confidence in your ability once you're able to place in contests. And I think confidence is probably the number one thing when it comes to, first of all, being good at security research, is having the confidence to believe that, yeah, I'm good enough to uncover issues in this code base. But second of all, if you're in a job interview, or you're on a discovery call for a client or something like this, or you're even just talking to the client on Twitter, that confidence is going to go so much further than you can imagine. Like just having the conviction to know, like, yeah, if you don't hire me, like why would you not hire me? I'm literally your best option at this moment. And if you're not going to hire me, I'm just going to go to these other 3 firms. That's going to give you so much of a better arguing position than if you didn't take the time to focus on contests first, and then you just tried to skip that and go straight to, sending your resume to firms before you've placed in a contest or anything like this. So definitely being in the position where I can walk away from this job interview, and I don't really need this job interview because I know that all of these other firms would also like to work with me. That is probably the number one thing that you should shoot for, right? I wouldn't even try to go for an auditing job until I was in that position. And you can get to that position just by purely focusing on contests. And yeah, it might be hard. And you might think that you might not be up to the task, but it's what is required to have success in the space, right? This is the testing ground. Can you make it in contests? So you want to get a handful of these top 3 places under your belt, add them to your profile, and then I would commit to building up your Twitter presence. So going for quality over quantity. Some of my threads took me 4+ hours to just get them right, and then break down the contest findings that you get, and obviously post the placements that you get on the contest. So this is really important to do in conjunction with competing in contests, because you want to capture the effort and the results that you're getting, and you want to display that in, like social media, because you could be somebody who's placing really highly and have like a different
like if we go to the Code Arena leaderboard, some people are just better at, spinning their placements into a personal brand than others. And if you're really good at this, this is going to massively help the results that you get based on this. So let's see 2023. Or even if we look at the all-time leaderboard. All right. So there's obviously C. Michelle, number 1. Everybody knows C. Michelle. There's WatchPug, CCCZ. But there are some names here that are really well known. Like Trust here is really well known in the space. But then how is it someone like HYH? Now people know them, but they're not nearly as big as Trust. Or Hans Fries is also extremely well known. There are some names here, like I think like OX someone. I'm not familiar with this person, but people really know Milo Truck. I think, people really know Jawan. There's value in not only placing on the leaderboard, but also taking those placements and spinning them into a personal brand, because somebody who's, up here might not have the same results as somebody who's right here, depending on what they're, how they're leveraging this, right? And how they're basically displaying their competence on social media.
So I have a question. There's a few of these contest sites. Is there any one of them in particular you would recommend? So Code for Arena, Code Hawks, Sherlock, maybe Immunify, Hats I think have something. Is there anything you would say that it's better than the other? Or?
Yeah, I think honestly all of them can work. So I would say it's probably better to pick one and try to dominate that one, just because of the fact that there are leaderboards, and the more you're committed to a specific platform, the higher up on the leaderboard you're going to be. So I think Codehawks, there's a very large opportunity in Codehawks right now, because look at this, the winnings for number 1 is $2,000. So you can either try to make $3,000 on Codehawks to be number 1 there, or you can try to make $1.4 million to be number 1 on Code Arena. So obviously a little bit more clout comes with being number 1 on Code Arena, but being number 1 on Codehawks is also pretty valuable. Like being number 1 on any security related leaderboard is going to be huge. So honestly, I think Codehawks is a pretty big opportunity right now, just because of the fact that it's newer. And I think there's way more opportunity to be able to get onto, place number, top 5 or something like this. Could be pretty easy actually, depending, literally number 1 in terms of money is only 2.5K. So I think Codehawks probably going to be the best bet for the time being. I would recommend that you just pick a platform and go all in on it and try to own that platform. And then obviously whatever rank you are on Codehawks leaderboard, put that in your bio. I think number 3 on Codehawks has a lot more, it's got a lot more strength to it than number 76 on Code Arena. But both of those things could take the same amount of effort. I mean, arguably 76 on Code Arena could be even harder, right? So I would go for number 3 on Codehawks, or number 1 if you can swing it. All right, so tunnel vision on contests, absolutely. And then even if a potential client reaches out, or if you get a job opportunity, you honestly might not want to take the first job opportunity that comes to you, even if it looks like it's pretty good. Because especially with jobs, when you take a job opportunity, you kind of get locked in there. And you kind of of course you can always change jobs, but once you take a job, you're probably going to be there for around at least a year normally. right? So honestly, it might be better for, just to say, I'm going to spend 3 months on contests and I'm going to get to where I get. And even if I get a job opportunity in the middle of that, maybe you don't take it because you know that, hey, if I keep doing contests for another 1.5 months, I'm going to get even higher on the leaderboard and I'm going to get even more opportunities coming my way. And I might be able to get from, that entry level opportunity that was extended to me, it could go to a senior level opportunity if I like really start to crush it in contests. So that's something to consider. And especially if it's a potential client that reaches out to you, you might want to just ignore them and really tunnel vision on starting to do really well in contests before you make the jump to private audits. So in the next 6 months after that, now you want to leverage your experience and track record from contests to double down on content to bring you more leads for either audits or for job opportunities. And then this is when you want to start doing free reports for protocols you want to make a connection with. Ideally, protocols with like an ecosystem that integrates with a ton of other projects is ideal. So once you gain expertise in a particular ecosystem, you have a unique qualifier for everybody who's building on top of that ecosystem now. So this is something like what a GMX v2 is for us. And then if you're running solo audits, you might consider implementing a referral bonus for people to refer you new clients. So like I said, this is mainly a network sold product. So the main way you're going to be getting new clients is through the network of your clients. So you might literally say like, hey, yeah, we'll literally give you 10% of this audit cost if you just refer us a new person. And that way you give an incentive to get into people's networks. And of course, above all, spend more time and effort than necessary on everything that you do. So a good audit will give you a satisfied customer, and a great one will give you 3 more. And then we touched on this a little bit in this section. This doesn't really apply to getting a job, but you want to be making case studies for every client that you work with. That's something that we should be doing better. But based on this, what questions do you guys have? What do you want to dig into more?
I would be interested to hear your story and how you came to the level which you currently are.
Yeah, absolutely. When we'll go from, I guess when I first entered the Web3 space, I didn't even know about auditing or security. I didn't even really know about DeFi. I just knew that I wanted to be in a good market and I wanted to be where opportunities were expanding. And at the time, crypto was looking really good. And so that's why I decided again. I was like, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but I'm just going to learn stuff until I see the opportunities, and I think there will be good opportunities here. So I got into Web3. We tried a few things, but eventually we picked up Mastering Ethereum, my co-founder and I, and we read that book. And then I think, we were just literally trying to learn how to be in Web3, how to develop smart contracts and things like this. So we first started reading like beefy finance code, so like Optimizer Vault code. And then we got really deep into DeFi. There were a lot of Ponzi schemes going on at the time called like rebase tokens, Olympus DAO forks. And so we got really interested in that, started to understand the economics of that really deeply, and then saw an opportunity for a protocol to be built on top of that, which took these tokens and optimized them, and then that of course became minimum finance, which was the code base that you guys saw. So we built that. Then we got an audit, realized that audits really sucked, and we wanted to solve that problem ourselves. So then we started doing smart contract audits. Now, we had already made a few connections in the space just by, being in Discords,
connecting with a few teams, we're really deep into this niche of rebase tokens. So a few of our initial clients, actually only one of our initial clients came from a team that we were just already connected with, and they were launching a new NFT thing. But literally our first 10 clients, all of them came from Twitter. And I think the first 3 audits were effectively free. They were either free or they were for like $100 down, and then only like, I don't know, like really, really small PPV costs. So the first like 3 audits were effectively free. And then we started to basically build up somewhat of a portfolio and we did do a free audit for somebody. They had like 17 critical vulnerabilities or something egregious. And then so they went and they fixed all those things. And then they came back to us and they're like, okay, we're ready for another audit. And that second audit ended up being like $18,000. So you do free audits, and then you might just get that one audit that is actually like, okay, wow, that was actually like a lot of money for us at the time. Like every audit before that had been under like $3,000, and then we just had that one that was $18,000, and then we started to, just get slowly bigger and bigger deals through Twitter and connections that we made. What we did was literally that process of going onto Twitter. We would look up, the hashtags or the keywords. We made a list. I wonder if I can even find the list. Here it is. Okay, so here's the list. These are all projects that you can see all these ones highlighted in blue. These are all ones that what we did at the time is we made like an overview, like a technical overview of their project, and then we like tweeted that out. And then that's how we sort of got an initial connection with them. So out of like the 250 almost different projects that we did this for, let's see, I think we probably ended up, this is probably what got us our first 5 audits or something like this. And they weren't for much, but this is what got us started. So it just goes to show like it's literally just like scratching and clawing to get from 0 to 1. And then once you've got from 0 to 1, then you are going to have some initial opportunities coming your way. And after we had done probably our first like 6 or 7 audits or something like this, we had done that one single audit that was like $18,000. We did a few others that were like in the $5,000 range. Then we had like, we honestly, we just got lucky. We had GMX reach out to us because I think they saw us on Twitter and they saw the model and they were interested in the model of paper vulnerability. And since it was a risk-free model, we were able to win their business. And then we just did literally the best we could on that singular deal. And so I guess the insight from that is like, just do a ton of action until you have the opportunity to get lucky. Like we got lucky, but we also did this 250 times. And then I think we stopped using this spreadsheet at some point. But so I guess, did we get lucky or did we just have a ton of different reps that we put in, right? So it's really about just doing those simple things until you get those opportunities to start come your way. When a really good opportunity comes your way, you got to swing hard and literally put in all of the effort. And then you'll start to catch on. Like literally that one opportunity can make the difference between your trajectory. But
yeah, surely wouldn't call that like looks like you put a lot of effort into that. The other, I think it's part of the same story is, when did you quit your actual Web2 job? At what point?
Yeah. That's a great question. So I actually worked up until, when did I quit? I quit at the end of Q1 this year, around that time, or at the beginning of Q2, something like this. So I actually kept working full time until we were doing a lot more than I was making at my job. And so like you can definitely do audits part-time. You're going to be working 16 hours a day, and that's what I was doing. But like it was hard, and I couldn't have done that forever. That's why I basically definitely had to quit when I did. But it is possible, right? So I think that was after we had done like 3 audits for GMX, and we had a few new clients that were like going to be really big deals coming through. And so that's when I knew, like, okay, yeah. And we had also had, several years of runway in the bank at that point. So that's when, yeah.
Nice, thank you.
And I mean, that's also, it depends on your situation as well, just to add to that. Like it's a different answer for everybody, right? So of course, if you have a family, or if your risk tolerance is higher or lower, then that answer could be different. But that's just what it was for us.
I wouldn't have guessed that, by the way. Like, you did both for like 2 years after that?
Yeah, so I was actually in university for a part of it. So I worked as a software engineer while I was in university. So at one point I was doing 3 things at one time. At one point I was a full-time software engineer, I was taking classes, and I was doing audits. So that was definitely not sustainable. That was only for a brief period of time, but yeah, I think it was great to be able to finally just focus on one thing, because yeah, like you said, for a year and a half, I was basically split between doing audits and doing something else. Yeah, and I think there's also a question of what we look for. When we want to bring on security researchers onto our team, what are the things that we look for? And I want to highlight a few things that we really value that I don't think you necessarily think about, but are like, when I see these things, they're like, yeah, I really do want to continue to work with this person. I want to bring them onto the team. So first of all is like ability to communicate findings. So some people are, like, maybe you're good at like coming up with findings and you can submit them in contests and stuff, but if you're not good at communicating findings and like having a conversation / argument about the criticality of a finding, and then being able to put that into words that's going to like easily explicate what the issue is to the client, and do that all on your own. If you are able to do that, that's great. I want to continue to work with you, because I don't want to have to, like, just from my point of view as, somebody who like runs or has a team, I don't want to have to, quote unquote, like babysit people who are able to, yeah, maybe they can point towards where findings are, but they can't really like illustrate them nicely. Then I have to be the one to go and like, I've got to go and look at the finding, I've got to understand it myself, and then I have to put it into words and illustrate it how I think it should be illustrated, and then that's what gets added to the Notion board and communicated to the client. I don't want to have to be doing that, or else it starts to slowly become me just doing the audit, right? So ability to communicate findings is actually really underrated. I don't think people really talk about that much. But doing this plus like writing up the report, and a really important one is making POCs, really good POCs, right? because you can either, you could submit a finding and not write a POC, and it could just straight up be invalid. Or you can submit a finding and then tag somebody else to validate it and require that person to spend an hour to manually review it and understand it, and then say, okay, yeah, there's a percentage likelihood that this is valid. Or you can discover something and when you put up the issue, actually write out a POC and just be sure, like, okay, yeah, this is a finding, and then this POC is clearly written. It can easily show what the issue is. We can easily communicate that with the client, and I have a high degree of confidence in the issue that this person came up with. So POCs, writing up the report, ability to communicate findings. These are all huge bonuses that are not like the number one skills that everybody focuses on, but if you actually spend the time to really try to improve this and do a really excellent job of this stuff, this is something that will really shine through, and especially this is something that you can show in your portfolio. If you have really clean looking reports that really communicate findings really well, there's no typos and stuff like this, like you actually put in the time to make sure that it's all very clean. And then of course, if you have really well written POCs to go along with stuff, that's going to go a long way in making an impression like that. So ability to communicate findings. Another thing I also like to look for is people who don't just get sort of lost in the code, right? So one thing I notice, and this is usually the differentiator between people who are more seasoned and they, at least appear to get more results than others, is that they're not just like aimlessly auditing. So this is not what you want to do. Right, people have a process, right? And they have, like, I know that if somebody's done dozens of audits, at this point you've probably got a process down, right? And so that's something that you can easily see. If somebody is each day, they don't necessarily have a goal that they're trying to accomplish. I'm trying to understand this, I'm trying to understand that, I'm trying to think about this attack vector. If they don't have a goal, and when you like hop in VC with them and maybe you're just like, they're just looking at random stuff and it's not really structured, that's another telltale sign that like, they probably need more experience, or they're not very disciplined in their auditing approach. And it's not a complete negative. Like, everybody has their own way of auditing, but one thing that I've really grown to appreciate is people that have a process that works for them. So let's see. So ability to communicate findings, aimlessly auditing, and then there's of course the obvious thing of like finding stuff, right? So if I work with you, like oftentimes before we actually will extend somebody an offer or a contract to work with Guardian, we'll work with them on like a one-off basis. So we'll invite them on for an audit where they basically join the team. And this is where we're basically just saying like, yeah, literally how effective are you at finding stuff? So I would say in that setting, what we're looking for is like quality findings. So like, can you find those really niche things? Like if you find an access, like not all criticals are equal, right? Like if you find an access control thing, that's cool, that's great, like good eye for catching that. But that doesn't, like anybody can find an access control bug, right? So definitely like it's good that those are uncovered, but I'm going to be a lot more impressed if there's some like niche rounding thing, or you notice that there's an edge case where this helper function, instead of rounding up or instead of rounding down for negative numbers, it technically rounds up, because negative numbers, when you truncate negative numbers, the value actually goes up because it goes closer to zero, or something like this, some sort of like really in the weeds edge cases, things like this. I want to see that people are really digging deep and putting in that level of detail. and not just trying to get the surface level stuff. Of course, I mean, if you see an access control bug, yeah, open up a thread for that. But you want to see that in conjunction with the nitty-gritty findings. And then I think, like, honestly, if somebody came in and they were, you know, maybe you're not already a pro at fuzzing, but you're really gung-ho about, like, doing some more of this, like, automated testing and fuzzing stuff, I think that stuff is really valuable and really overlooked. So if you were to, you know, do an audit with a team, I think a lot of folks are going to tend towards focusing on manual analysis, like over-indexing on manual analysis, when fuzzing can be as beneficial, if not, depending on the code base, maybe even more beneficial than manual analysis. So taking a diversified approach there and really understanding how to fuzz well and make the greatest use of these tools. So let's see, is there anything else? So ability to communicate, not gonna be aimlessly auditing, so e.g. like have a system to it. Quality findings, fuzzing. Yeah, and I think beyond that, I mean, this depends on the place that you go. It's really just a culture fit. So, you know, if you're vibing with the team, that is a huge consideration actually for companies. Like literally you could be a extremely good auditor and like an extremely good solo auditor, for example, but if you don't really work well with the other people on our team, or you just have a different personality, like a distinctly different personality, you come from, you know, you're just coming from a completely different vibe than everybody else on the team, then yeah, you might be a fantastic solo auditor. But if I add you to the team, what if you reduce the morale, you reduce the chemistry of everybody that we have in the team? That's going to be a net negative for, like, yeah, maybe we'll start making more money in the next month, in the next 3 months because of the work that you do, but in the next 2 years, are you going to slowly break down the culture of the firm, right? And firms are really, it's a business of people. So the culture and the culture fit is extremely important. So the culture changes firm to firm. So honestly, the best advice I would have on that is to try to find the firm or the group of people where you feel that you fit in the best. This is going to be the best thing for you, and it's going to be the best thing for them. You're going to enjoy your job a lot more just because you really enjoy the people that you work with. And then, of course, they're going to love that because the chemistry of their team is going to be fantastic moving forward, and they're going to be able to continue to build a great team based on that. So how do you gauge for culture fit? For us, what we do is well, that's why we bring people on and we sort of, you know, have like a trial audit with them, right? And we just sort of invite them onto the team, see how they do. If they sort of fit with the people that we have there, what's the collaboration looking like? Do they like to hop in VC often and discuss the attack vectors that they're thinking about and stuff like this? Do they ask for questions? So I think another important thing here would be questions. Not just getting stuck and like hitting your head against the wall, actually leveraging the team and realizing that we are auditing as a team and this is not a solo audit. And while yes, there are questions that you probably do need to stick there for an hour and figure out yourself, but also you could save yourself 4 hours understanding a complex thing about the code base if you just ask one of your teammates. And maybe you asking that question also ends up in other people's questions getting answered that they didn't ask. So I think questions are actually very underrated. I'll say when somebody comes onto the team and they do an audit with us, I can almost guarantee, I can almost predict how well they're going to do in the audit, how many findings they're going to come up with. It's almost an exact correlation with the number of questions that they ask and the quality of questions that they ask. And it also just demonstrates to the people that you're working with that you're invested in this and you want to understand the protocol. So if you do get that opportunity to join a team for an audit, find out what are the best questions I can ask to help me improve my understanding and what are the nitty-gritty details here that I can ask questions around to, you know, honestly, first of all, just show that, yeah, I'm actually really trying here, and I want to actually get these questions answered. These are non-trivial questions, not just, you know, surface level questions. So those are the 6 things that I think are really important, stuff that we look for. Does any of that make sense?
Yep, for sure.
All right, cool. Anything else that you guys want to double tap into based on that, or any questions?
Yeah, I can maybe also like add a few like resources that I started out in June and found really helpful. The Johnny Time course, I think some of them has people here have done it. Super well structured and was really helpful for me just starting out. In addition to that, there's a Discord channel called Open Sense. And now I think they have split into Reach Auditing, it's called. And that's also where I found my first team to go into contests with. And we had one guy there, his name is Sergej. He's pretty high up on the Sherlock leaderboard. It was kind of leading the contest, and that was super helpful. We learned a lot from him, just like asking him a lot of questions, and like when he shared his findings, he was explaining how you would do them basically. And yeah, circling back to what you said about POC, I think there was one particular finding was like a solo tie in one of the contests, and there was like a lot of discussions about it. But just by providing a POC, he kind of like we just got that finding. There was like a lot of discussion. Was it valid? Was it not valid? Here and there, and he just provided a POC, and that was the end of that discussion. And lastly, I was thinking about what you said about like communicating and kind of showing what you have done. I took inspiration from some of the solo auditors like Pasho and a few others, and I see that they have made like a GitHub repo where they kind of just have a README with all the contests they have been in, what findings they have, like 3 highs, 2 mediums, and so on. And that is really nice, and you can also have your report there, so people can go in there and click, and that's kind of a nice way to have your portfolio. So that's a recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all of those are fantastic resources, and definitely, yeah, I would recommend having a GitHub with all of your findings, disclosures, contests, reports, stuff like that. That is literally your portfolio. So yeah, it's like those are your case studies essentially. So that's really important to have to, I mean, link it in all of your profiles so that you can actually show off the work that you've done. Because otherwise, if you're not going to show off the work that you've done, what's the point of doing the work, right? All right, other than that, I think that's pretty much all for today.
All right, fantastic. So I am really proud of you because you just finished over 20 hours of Web3 security content. And hopefully at this point, you've gone and you've walked through all of the missions and you've done all of the side quests. If you haven't, go back and do those. Now you have completed a good deal of security questions. You've implemented your own perpetuals protocol. Now you've audited a perpetuals protocol and hopefully uncovered some tricky bugs while you've done it. Now you've got some reps under your belt. Now it's time to go into the contests. Honestly, I think that the best step from here is to get into the contests, get finding stuff, have a look at CodeHawks, Code Arena, Sherlock, and now Cantina as well. Get in there, start looking at some code, start hitting your head against the wall and then figuring stuff out and go from there and use the feedback that you get to keep on getting better from there. All right, that's it. There's nothing else to say. Go and do it. All right, I look forward to seeing you in the next one.